Alright. Actually, I wonder if I want to do a little YouTube intro just for the fun. Alright, let me try this. What's good, YouTube? It's your boy Damage here, and today... I can't do it. I can't do it. Alright, so... I still don't know how I want to do this, so... Okay, you know what? I think I'll just start off with just a little introduction, so... Y'all can call me Damage. And... Basically, I'm just a guy who's played, well... The game you see on the screen, Toe Puppet Dance Performance, for quite a bit. Like, I want to say I've been playing the game, like, quote-unquote, at a competitive level, although there's not really much competition. Like, basically, I've played competitive... I played this game competitive for about, like, 4 years now, which... Jesus Christ, I've actually played this game for about 4 years. Fucking Christ. Anyway, and I play like actual competitive Pokemon for even longer than that because I started playing competitive Pokemon during fucking Gen 6 XY. So, yeah, I'm fucking old. Anyway, so yeah, I think what I want to do just for fun is react to this guy gamercal's I'm basically reacting to a reaction of an old tier list that I made, because I thought this would be funny. And yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess. God, I really didn't think this through, did I? Fuck. Anyway, I'm just gonna hit play, fuck it. I don't know if this is still gonna be like, I still don't know how I actually want to do this, like if I want to like cut this up, or maybe what I'll do first is just release this as a whole VOD, just because I'm too lazy to cut shit, and God forbid, edit. God forbid. Like, I think what I'll do is maybe release this all as a VOD first.
You know, I should maybe
and then
Nightbot real quick to
and then
to link
if I have the motivation to like edit and cut shit, then maybe I'll release this more as a digestible video. But for now, like this is just something I thought that would be funny. So yeah, that's basically what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to react to a stream reacting to something that I made years ago, and go from there. I guess this video could also serve as like, maybe kind of like, maybe a modern, like my modern update of a tier list, because I'm too lazy to take the tier list that I had and adjust it myself. I'm kind of lazy to do that shit. And also, this would be nice to like look back, you know, at something that I made, and just see, and just, or I guess just look back at what I thought previously. Because even though even though this game doesn't really have like a developed meta, in my opinion, like even though the meta hasn't really evolved in a sense, my personal experiences, which is basically what, you know, a tier, well, basically the tier list that I made was based on my personal experiences of playing the game competitively back then, and it's been years since I've made the tier list that gamercal is reacting to, so
last time I did one of these, you did not have to put an exclamation mark at the start of it, it just did it anyway.
Okay, yeah, he's still setting up. What was I gonna say? But yeah, I'd say
you're a little off, but you're not that far wrong, Tilt.
I'd say even though the meta hasn't really evolved,
alright, there we go.
My experiences of playing the game have evolved, and I have had different opinions, or I may have had different opinions of puppets that I ranked back in the day, basically. So yeah, that's basically what I'm gonna be doing. That's basically what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna be looking through over this, see like my tier list as gamercal goes over them, hear his thoughts, and then give my thoughts in a reaction centric video. Cause yeah, funny video YouTube reaction-ception shit. I don't know. I thought this would be cool. I thought this would be cool.
I love the bottom tier of this one that doesn't even have the Satori in it, but the bottom tier on his list is just if I allowed Shadow Stitch, she'd probably be B. A if Boruto wasn't a bitch and made Custa. Damn. Called out.
True. True.
This is referring to Satori as the obvious thing. Assist Satori is basically Wobbuffet, and I believe because of the way he did his tier list, Satori is banned because of Shadow Stitch.
Yeah, so Assist Satori, Wobbuffet, Shadow Tag, and
Existing? Ah, yes.
trapping abilities in general are kind of unfun to deal with, honestly. Like,
Yeah, turn this down.
Wobbuffet is a little bit more simplistic, and there are ways to play around it. Like,
so
this
since
is
the last time I
Satori
played
is
this,
more.
I just went through the post game
I guess
shit, really, and
I guess I'll pause this and talk a little bit about Assist Satori. So, Assist Satori, yeah, it's Wobbuffet, and Shadow Tag, not really fun to deal with um because you if you play the Wobbuffet right, you can easily get a 2-for-1 with Wobbuffet, and the opponent can't really do much about it. Well, it depends. There are ways to play around it, but it depends on the sets that you run. Like if you're on like sub, I think it was like sub, I think it's sub encore or some shit, or if you run some sort of mixed variant, then you can play around the Wobbuffet. But usually, more likely than not, the Wobbuffet is going to trade with something, and in most cases get a 2-for-1, which is pretty stupid. And the reason, and I want to comment on the whole if Baruto made Custap thing. Because one way to actually guarantee or almost guarantee that you're gonna get a 2-for-1 with Wobbuffet is um you let Wobbuffet take a hit, counter mirror coat something, it dies. With Custap, or if Baruto made something akin to a Custap berry, which gives the user the next move priority if they're in a pinch, so like 25% or lower HP, you can give them a Custap berry, let them use Destiny Bond, and then they'll have a priority Destiny Bond in the next turn, guaranteeing that 2-for-1, which is really, really good. And that's why I would consider it to be like A tier if we actually had custom Wobbuffet, because that shit's actually kind of insane. Anyway,
just went through, cleared all the stuff out on this. The final fight this time round was everybody has the boundary trance item, which gives
yes.
you double base stats, except for HP, but it gives you doubled everything else, which is just absurd. Everybody had that, and it was dumb and not very fun, so I cheesed it with Baton Pass.
Okay, that shit was funny. So yeah, boundary trance is a stupid item. Although to be fair, I guess maybe I wonder if that fight would still be considered the hardest fight because it's not because the team wasn't really like all that structurally sound, or like it wasn't really that composed well compared to his previous team. Though granted, Baruto's previous team was just filled with fucking hack bonds, but it's like most of Baruto's bonds now are kind of like. Actually, what's kind of funny is I remember, so in order to compensate for Baruto using boundary trance and everything, like his shit had like 0 IVs on some on on all of his shit except for like his ace Shinki, and I remember there's some other shit that I remember. Like I'm pretty sure most of his shit wasn't like max EVs or like I don't know. There's some shit I remember, but I remember he neutered the EVs and IVs of his puppets by a lot because of boundary trance by itself, which was hilarious.
Moody Baton Pass was the thing. And,
Oh yeah, and Moody
yeah,
Baton Pass.
I got
very
his
very
backup,
cool,
unlocked
very
again.
cool, very cool strat.
I need to do the
I
Human
click
Village
sub,
tournament
I
at
click
some
protect,
point because I really
I
want
gain
access to
stats,
that
I
song
pass,
again.
I win.
The
No re.
final battle one because it's just so good. But
I get evasion
have
boost.
not
GG.
the
You cannot hit me
motivation to
ever.
make a team for that at the moment. I actually need to check. Do I still have in my notepad? Do I still have the team lists? Yeah, I actually do still have 2 lists that people were recommending for the Human Village tournament.
Oh, the battle tower.
I might
Yeah.
make that at some point. And I might
I already
try
let
and,
gamercal
like,
know
work
that.
through
I mean,
some of the stuff.
well, he said
But
he already
I'm
knew
not
too that
too
there were new
invested in
people
that right now.
in the battle tower.
Just because HVT is like really dumb. But yeah, that's more or less where we got to. It's like, and then I have cheated in a bunch of item stuff because I haven't done this lot yet. Actually,
Hey,
I need to
cheating! Let's
get more money
go!
put into the game so I can buy all of this lot again.
Cheating!
I'll
Let's
have more
fucking
than
go!
enough of them. I don't need to, but I want to because it doesn't look right having like this. Because yeah, I save edited a ton of money in, so I can
In the
just get
words of
stuff back, because
Alpharad,
I had all of these
grinding is
items
cringe
before
and
I
cheating
did
is
the game
based.
plus. Not necessarily to these numbers, but like, who cares, right? I only didn't get a ton of these ones because they actually cost like 500,000 each, and even putting in max money was not worth it. I couldn't get that many of them. I could just save edit the items in, so that's probably what I'll do. But yeah,
I mean, save editing is what I usually do.
Nobody gives a crap.
When I make teams for online, just because I don't
can
got
get
time
the
for
items,
that
it
shit.
just takes like
I spend
years
a
of
lot of
farming
time
getting
theory
enough money
crafting
for it. I
teams.
don't
Well,
give a
back when I
fuck
got
about
really
that.
motivated to play, like I spent like hours like just thinking about the
Because I can
teams.
show you, since
If I had to spend like double that amount of
like,
time
the cheaty boss
grinding
fight
the
as well,
shit, grinding the shit to actually make the
can
stuff I want to play
straight up
online,
buy, like,
then
all of the stuff.
I would have
At least
like
the
stopped
hold 2
playing
items,
like
the hold 1 items,
years
you gotta
ago.
go back through the world. I don't know why the hold 1 items aren't in here. That's really stupid, to be totally honest with you. Like, all of the silver hairpin, golden hairpin, all of that fun stuff, like your assault vest type items, your black sludge, the flame orb, toxic orb type stuff, all of the cool bits here, even the new items that they've added, like this is heavy duty boots in Gen 8, and like all of the pure sand, the Inzanagi object, all of these terrain based bonuses are available, but for some reason the hold 1 items, like the type gems, eviction notice,
Oh really?
you know, curing charms and shit, none of this is available there, and I do not know why. It does not make sense. So you've still got to go back around the world in order to get these, which is annoying.
Huh.
Are they as good? Not usually, but they are still handy, and it's annoying to not have them all in one place.
Not gonna lie,
there should be a third person here that sells
I didn't
the
notice
whole
that.
one.
Like that's if someone pointed
That
that
is
to me, I definitely would have told Bardo that.
That's the
like,
PSA
yeah.
on it. There should have been
Although,
a third person there that sells
I mean,
the
it's
whole
too late
one
now
items.
because I doubt Bardo would want to do, make any other changes.
Anyway,
Like he
that is
said,
not
he
what
was
we're
done
here for. I don't even know
with
if
this
I
mod
want
project at this point. But yeah,
Can't have it be too convenient.
That's a bit of
this
an
whole
oversight.
place is built to be a convenience.
like I definitely didn't
This
think
is
about
not
that
something
because
was in the main game. This was something
just save edited
Garuda
it.
added
I
for
save
extended.
edit everything.
So this
But yeah.
was designed to be a convenience. So it should have been made properly. I'm being such a dick
honestly,
about it, but
honestly, this
it's
is
true.
fair. This is fair. Like
it is very true.
like that was something I didn't think about. I just saw like quality of life
Right,
area.
I was considering
He has
doing
all
some
this
sort
shit,
of
and I thought that
video
was
thing on
cool.
this.
But
I don't
yeah,
think I
that
will,
was
to be honest
something I
with
didn't think
you.
about. Though. Oh, he's not
It's
making a video of it.
tempting,
Hey, that's
but
what
I
I
don't
that. Hey, I'm
think
making
I'm
a video
going
about
to.
this. So even though he's not making a video
Because
about it,
it's
I'm making a video
going to
about
take
it.
like
Well,
fucking
assuming I
decades
like
to actually edit this one.
fucking.
And honestly,
Well,
I don't really have the knowledge on stuff that way. Nuki!
assuming I follow
Hey,
through with
thank
this
you
whole
very much
recording
for
and
the
like
continued support, my dude.
at least update the upload the
$24.
VOD. Like
It's
I
not
don't
a lot
know
of
like
time.
how much I'm going to
A lot of months.
upload. Like maybe I'll upload the VOD at the very least.
Yeah, so I'm pretty happy not actually going ahead and doing like trying to make this into a YouTube thing. Because honestly, I just don't think it's worth the time at the moment, considering how little I actually know in terms of competitive play in this game. It would be too much conjecture for that, and that's what the stream is for. So let's just go for it.
That's why I'm recording
What
a
I
video of
have
it because
done, I've gone
as someone
through
who's
his
gone through
viability ranking stuff.
Oh
I've gone
shit.
through his tier list. I've put all of the puppets in order from worst in the top corner.
No.
It's like the best is in the bottom corner for the tiers.
Oh.
There are 4.
Okay, so I'm going to pause here, and this is something that me and gamercal already discussed about. But I'm pretty but gamercal had the impression that I actually tried to order these in some capacity. I did not. Like so the way I ordered my tier list, I'm pretty sure is I just stuck shit in freaking in the different tiers, and the only ordering that I did was just alphabetical. Like it was based on style, then Toho name. So like I'm going to assume this is like assist Satori. Actually, wait a second. Wait, did he actually put these in like the order? Wait,
453 different style puppets with the styles included to go through, so this is not going to be a single time thing. As you can see, there are many boxes to go through here with it, but I don't know if his list is strictly ordered. I imagine
it's
a
not.
decent bit of it kind of is,
It,
but yeah, they're going to be
within the
in
tiers,
order
it's
as we
not
go.
ordered.
I
Like
have
the only thing that's ordered are the tiers themselves. Nothing within the tiers is ordered. It's just alphabetical.
Removed all of the EVs and the moveset, so I can just go over those as we go. I do need to pull the puppets into the party as we go because, you know, can't have it be too convenient, herder. But I think it's better to show the stuff in game rather than, you know, just putting up the list, putting up the picture on the thing and just going,
I think I might actually
pull up. It's disorienting looking at so many character portraits in
I think I might actually pull up my list, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe.
You can't get rid of the emblem mark, obviously, but the rest of it we could show the base stats and stuff, no problem from there. And yeah, it's kind of about it. There's some of the puppets that he didn't have on the rating list because he didn't know enough about them, which is kind of crazy to think that he knew enough about like 420 odd of the puppets here.
Oh yeah.
But for those ones, I have put them at the end of the community.
Okay, yeah. So let me talk about these guys real quick. So, in regards to this tier, can't really say, but I am intrigued because it's extended. So these puppets in particular, um, I'm pretty sure at the time, you know, I think I'm okay. I want to say I made this like fucking maybe a month or so, like after extended was released. These were puppets that I thought were intriguing because specifically because of the stuff that extended gave to them. Whether and it's and this is mostly in terms of the items they were introduced. So like heavy duty boots was a major one. I thought that would potentially give some puppets some nice some increased viability, and actually yeah, I think that's it. I think it was mostly because of items, and I think these ones, I think most of these I couldn't really say because I never really used them and they never really seemed interesting to me. But yeah, so I think I'll go. Let's see how fast I'll go over this. So, defense Chiudi, um, I thought was pretty interesting because of the combination of absorber plus disturber. Um, if I were to put this in the tier list right now, I'd say it probably lie in like maybe the middle here, like B or C, just because the combination of the newly introduced absorber item and disturber is pretty interesting, as she could be nice as a defensive pivot if the opponent um, was how could I put this, pretty one note in their attacking strategy. Like if they didn't really care about predicting switches and just um, attacked walls in front of them, uh, and leaving Chiuri more in prime position to switch into resists, then those procs would happen more often. And she has the combination of Yawn plus Stealth Rock, slash Lightning slash Volt Switch, which I thought was kind of nice, kind of similar to it, kind of like a Hippowdon esque playstyle. Um, if you played Battle Spot before, that's something that you would see Hippowdon too, like Yawn Stealth Rock. So that would be something that's kind of cool. But the reason why I put her in D is because Water Electric is an okay defensive typing, though it's not great. And there's not really much that Defense Chiori does. Because if I recall correctly, I think all she does is just really set rocks. So I think I just put her in like the middling categories, maybe like somewhere here. Speed Gengetsu. I remember this. So I've tried to make what was the item? It was the item that um increased her damage output under Seiryu. I believe it was the Yggdrasil seed, and I believe she had an ability that worked with Seiryu. Actually, wait, let me just see here real quick. Um, Gengetsu. Yeah, Eastern Expanse. Right. So she had like kind of like a somewhat worse adaptability under Seiryu, and there was an item called Yggdrasil Seed that increased her damage output under Seiryu, and I thought that had some really interesting potential, and I did try this out, but it was still bad. like, like I tried this out like about like I tried this a few times, like I want to say like 4 or 5 times, and it was bad. Like she the problem with Speed Gengetsu is just how whack her move pool is, because you can't really make something consistent with her. Like it's just I don't I don't know, man. Like it's like, let me see this again. Fucking unknown flare and then ephemeral Thor's hammer, but no. Uh, yeah, I don't want to look at this anymore. But yeah, Defense Akacha. I thought this would be interesting because of heavy duty boots. Because she is weak to rocks. I thought she had a pretty interesting. I thought Defense Akacha was kind of interesting already because Restraint is such a unique ability. The one gripe that I have with this ability in particular, though, is that the trap proc doesn't work if you are immune to a type. So, in this case, Defense Akacha is Earth, and because she's Earth type, she can't exactly trap mons that try to volt on the switch because she's immune and therefore she does not take damage from it. You need to take damage in order to trap mons with the restraint ability. That being said, I have messed with Defense Takachiya before, like before and after extended, and she was kind of fine. Like I wouldn't say she's great, mostly because my biggest gripe with her is just the lack of recovery or lack of reliable recovery. But she's not. awful. Like you can't like if you can predict um like I think against like choice U-turn specifically, that can be really nice, but I don't really I guess maybe what I could say is it'd be nice if oh, wait, no, how could I put this? How could I put this? I suppose maybe okay, I guess maybe this is some of the thing. This is the thing that I would wish to see if this meta were to be developed because I don't know how much often we're gonna see like scarf U-turns or like choice U-turns and how much this defensive culture could be used in response to it and like theoretically defense Akacha and like restraint users in general could potentially be insane, but I really can't say much. Like I can't really say how strong that is because we've never had anything like this before, and this is something that can be ripe for the breaking. It's just that there hasn't been really any. There hasn't been really any I guess that is to say there hasn't been really that many games to determine like if this is strong or not. But there is some good potential there. Like if I had to give like her a ranking, I'd say maybe like B, maybe B plus, but it's hard to say. Like, I mean, what she has is good. Like good bulk, like good defense. Like she has good stats. Her move pool's nice. Her typing is a bit suspect because Earth Dark isn't that great. Like it's there are some neat things you can do with Earth Dark, but defensively, it's not. I mean, it's not bad, but the typing isn't great defensively, and I mean she is weak to rocks, but again, heavy duty boots deals with that. But yeah, I'd say maybe she's like B or so. Speed Kagero. This is another heavy duty boots thing, and oh, and also Power and Remelia as well. Also, I just realized I did not order this. Wait, did I really not order some? Wait. Okay, I guess this I didn't order. This as well. Okay, I think I just slapped these. Whatever. I think these were in like the I don't know yet category. Anyway, okay, even though heavy duty boots helps a lot, I think um actually this might be dependent on like what's popular at the moment because I think even now like even though personally I think Extra Suiko is a bit overrated, people still like using her, and because people still like using Extra Suiko a lot, these two, Power Remelia and Speed Kagero, will struggle in trying to take games. Um, although that being said, Power Remelia in particular is kind of bad just because her move pool is really weird with her stats. It's a similar situation to Speed Gengetsu in that they tried to force the mixed attacker design on her, but it's a bit of a wash because they didn't want to give her too much. She didn't want they didn't the devs didn't really want to give Power Amelia too many moves of either stab, so you just have this jank amalgamation of like mixed attacker that doesn't really mesh well because you didn't really give her everything she wanted basically. Speed Kagero on the other hand has a lot of neat stuff. Like unlike Power Remelia, she's fully spec'd into special. Even also has access to Calm Mind, which is nice. She also has access to Stealth Rock, Spikes, and Taunt, and is really fast, so she could be a good suicide lead. Speed Kagero is actually kind of nice. I wouldn't say she's well. I don't know if I say she's that great at the moment. It's a bit hard to say, but I okay. I'd say at the moment maybe I put Power Amelia at D and then Speed Kagero at C, but they could potentially be higher, and it all depends on whether the environment. It depends on the environment that they're in. Mostly if people wane towards not playing Extra Suiko, but But to this day, people love playing Extra Suiko. They think she's great. They're gonna keep using her. Therefore, these two will continue to struggle. That's basically it. Parakoishi. So, the thing with Parakoishi that's interesting is, the item Suzumi drum in particular. So, Parakoishi's move pool is a little bit weird in that she has no great void type stab. However, her coverage is kind of ridiculous. Think because it's basically Nidoking. Like, she has all these great TMs that provide really good off stab coverage that's sheer force boosted, and you have an item that basically benefits her from running off stab moves in general. The problem is that compared to like other, well, let me see if I could find her. But compared to other special attackers, it's not that great. Like, I'd say she's still fine. Like, I'd probably say she's in C tier. She's not awful, but compared to other special attackers like Pyra Hikachiya, like there's just bigger nukes in general. Like, and I think the main takeaway is that even though she has like these nice, even though Extended give her a nice addition to boost her damage output, and which is Tsutsumi Drum in addition to Sheer Force, the fact that she doesn't have Stab on most of these does make a big difference because in the case of Nidoking, Stab, Sheer Force, um, Sludge Wave, and Earth Power does make a big difference. When you and I mean, and you can mention like maybe Life Orb, but Life Orb and Tsutsumi Drum perform the same role. Pardon me in this instance, but so yeah. Okay, Defense Kokoro. I always thought Defense Kokoro had okay. So this isn't related to any extended bullshit. I always thought Defense Kokoro was a little bit interesting because, particularly because her defensive typing is very unique. And also, I just realized since this video hasn't gone, since this entire video hasn't had that much audio on it, I'll just play some. Okay. Anyway, so okay, Defense Kokoro. So, if I recall correctly, there are no other puppets that actually have the void fighting typing, and I do think there are. That does lead to some. That does leave it with a pretty interesting defensive profile. Most notably, she can switch into the combination of Illusion and Dark, which is a very scary type combination. In addition to that, she also has the Shield Dust ability, which prevents secondary effects, which doesn't... It's not gonna come up most of the time, except for like switching into shit like Sacred Fire and the laziness of this game. Like, even though you could still press Drought against her, the fact that she could switch into Laziness is a bit interesting. However, if I recall correctly, her move pool doesn't really have that much utility, and I think that might be like the main drawback if I recall correctly. That being said, I do feel that Defense Kokoro has some unique traits that haven't really been explored that much. And for that reason, I'd say she might be potentially here in the C+ tier, but I think maybe for the moment I put her like in the C tier. Defense Minoriko. This is mainly a heavy-duty boots issue. This is mostly a heavy-duty boots thing. I do think that Defense Minoriko has some neat stuff. Like, I think she has some good stats. She has a decent move pool in regards to utility. If I recall correctly, I don't. She might not be that great because I think there are other defensive natures or earths that might do what she does better. But I think maybe I put her in like maybe C or B, because I think Defense Minoriko has some nice stuff. Well, assuming you have heavy duty boots, and I think maybe that might be a little bit of a tricky scenario because, or I guess this applies to like most of these puppets too, because of the way the competitive is set up in the game like hard-coded. Like, item clause is more or less hard-coded unless you play in free rules, which is just a can of worms in itself. So yeah, I'd say Defense Mania goes to like somewhere here. Defense Rumia, I think she's okay. She's weak to rocks, but heavy duty boots, and she's also a dark type regenerator, which is kind of interesting. The thing with Defense Rumia though is that dark by itself isn't a great defensive typing, because if I recall correctly, you're only resisting void and warped, which isn't great, and there are a number of weaknesses which you have to be wary of, like light, fighting, and steel. I might be missing some, but yeah, that I do think that dark isn't that great a defensive type, and I don't think she has much in regards to utility except for like smash spin. Although she does have U-turn, which is flying. I'd say she's like somewhere here, like B, C+, probably. Pyroshizuha, this is another heavy duty boot scenario. So she's nature wind, which I mean 4 times steel weakness, but you do have heavy duty for rocks, and she does have strict dosage, and I do believe that this actually gives her like a pretty unique defensive profile, because she switches into the combination of poison and earth, which is usually a nightmare to switch into, so that's actually fantastic for her. But I do think she's lacking a little bit in utility. I think I forget if she has spin, but I know one thing that she's lacking for sure is U-turn, and I'm pretty sure her stat line actually leaves much to be desired. So I think I might actually put her in like C+ or C. Extra Yamame. So similar to Defense Chiyuri, this is a absorber disturber situation. The main difference between these two is that Extra Yamame has a great defensive typing and great utility. She lacks reliable recovery, but her utility and defensive typing is pretty nice. In my personal opinion, Poison Light is one of the best defensive typings in the game, because you resist a lot of you resist like almost, if not half, of the types in the game, which is really nice for you. And you also have stuff like Toxic Spikes, U-turn, Acid Spray. She might have a little bit more, but I'm forgetting. So I probably put her in like the B+ range, maybe A, maybe. Oh, I guess it depends on where I put Power Aiden, and I'm too lazy to check that real quick. So wherever Power Aiden is, or not Power Aiden, Extra Aiden. Wherever Extra Aiden is, I probably put alongside her, but I'm too lazy to check. Anyway, Power Wriggle. This is another heavy situation. Where I place Power Wriggle is really dependent on if Sleep Clause is banned or not. Because if Sleep Clause was allowed, I probably put her in like the B+ tier. Shocking, I know, but it's similar to the Speed Kagero and a Pocket Rumelia situation, in which it all depends on whether people love using Extra Suiko or not. If people still continue to use Extra Suiko, then Wriggle is probably like here, but if they don't, then Wriggle is probably like A tier. And this is mostly because of Compound Ice Sleep Powder. Yep, she is literally Butterfree, except she has Shift Gear instead of Quiver Dance. Joy! Also, she has Compound Eyes, great stabs with slightly bad accuracy. So yeah, that's cool. Anyway, alright. I spent a while on this. Maybe I'll try to turbo through these. Pardon me. Speed Eternity, I don't really like her. I know somewhere along the way, like, I remember this used to be like a special attacker because the ideal was you can use Solar Beam off Rip, but they made her a physical attacker. I don't know why. She's probably like C tier, so she's not awful, but I don't really get the deal with this one anymore. Extra Iku, I have used her a little bit. I think she has some good stuff, But in my personal opinion, I feel like again, this is all personal. Like, I just want to say like all of this is personal opinion, but I feel like in regards to like offense or defense, like she has some good offensive, defensive traits, but I feel like the win types that do shit offensively or defensively, they just do better than Extra Iku. Like, she has some good stuff, but I just feel like she's just... I feel like Extra Iku is just unfortunately outclassed. So I'd probably just say she's like C tier. Speed Iku... I honestly don't... Okay. Okay, what does she do again? I honestly don't remember. Oh, right, it's this. Wait, does she have Swords Dance at least? Oh my gosh, she doesn't even have Swords Dance, right? Yeah, I remember this. I don't really like this. Yeah. I mean, static is funny, except paralysis isn't really that good in this game. Yeah, I don't really like this. Probably put in like D. Defense Kikuri. Okay, I kind of know what she does, but I haven't really used her that much. Like, I'm pretty sure she's just a wall, right? Like, it's just fat and it has illusion stats, right? Yeah. Like, it can be okay. You can do some, like, funny flame orb, synchronized shit. But... yeah. Like... maybe I could put her where, Extra Junko is, because she kind of reminds me of that. Like, it's just fat and doesn't really do anything else. Like, there's nothing really much else for me to say except it's just fat. Like, wherever Extra Junko is, I'll put her there. Extra Kyoko. Oh yeah, I never really use this because my mind always went to Popper Ben, but I'm pretty sure Extra Kyoko is just... it's not even like Light Noon, I'm pretty sure it's just like... it's just an offensive sound void that has some nice stuff like Belly Drum, Rocks... like, maybe as a stealth trap offensive lead, like maybe it might do something, although I don't really know. Although at that point, I feel like I would use something else. Yeah, like, yeah, I remember when seeing this, I always just look at Power Ben and just think of myself, why would I not use that? She doesn't even have U-turn, right? Yeah, I think wherever I put Power Ben, I'll just put her like a tier or two below. Assist Lily. The only things that I remember about her are like, she sets Calm, which is, I mean, kind of pointless because what would you do with Calm? She sets T-Spikes, kind of cool, because her typing, because I'm pretty sure there's no other void type that sets T-Spikes, I'm pretty sure. And Specs Boom Burst, which is okay. Like, she's sort of like Swallow, kind of. Maybe I put her like C+. Power. This is basically just Quiver Dance, but she also has Intimidate, which is kind of cool. The problem I have with Pyro Lily is that I feel like there are better Quiver Dancers in general. So like wherever Power Minuriko is, I'll just put her like a tier below that. Assist Lunasa. Right. Okay, yeah, I remember. She had like Sound Absorb, she had like Bulk Up. Oh wait, no, wait, I forget. Did she have Simple, or am I thinking too far into things? Did she have Simple? She did not. Okay, I'm confusing. She just had like Bulk Up, right? Yeah, it was just like especially tanky, but she had Bulk Up. this is fine. Like, it's not awful. It's just that Sound Nether offensively is kind of whack. I mean, not really, because you can't pursue trap lights, which wall you, so I guess it's not that bad. I guess it's probably like here, or here, most likely here. Defense Mamizo, I never liked it. Actually, no, I shouldn't say I never liked it. I think I've only used it like once. The problem with Defense Mamizo is that she has no recovery, which would have been nice because she has Unaware. And her typing is kind of meh in my opinion. I guess, I mean, she does resist a bit. She resists a bit, but she's weak to a lot too. Like she has some cool stuff. Just the fact her typing's a little bit suspect, and the fact that she doesn't have reliable recovery kind of sucks too. Extra Marissa, I think she's kind of fine. Okay, this is not just because of, you know, the type coloration, but I always view her kind of like a Alolan Executor because it's slow, but it hits like a truck. Assuming the opponent doesn't switch into a poison type. Although I guess Alolan Eggy is similar because you can switch into a steel type into Alolan Eggy, you'd be fine. Although I'm pretty sure in this case Alolan Eggy has Flamethrower for steals, and I'm pretty sure this does nothing for poisons. Yeah, she actually has nothing for poisons except for Earthquake Lamau. Maybe if she had coverage for poisons, I'd probably put her in like C+, but I'll probably put her in like C. And yeah, ranting over. Holy shit.
I put them at the end of the letter for the community list. So there's a bit of a gap at the bottom here. These are ones that he didn't know about, but the community have rated them, and so I put them there, and we can have a chat about that as we go. It's basically just C and B tier stuff that way that I think, with the exception of one character that we may eventually get to, because she wasn't out at the time of these lists being made. So yeah, there is that. Alright, let's bring the first lot in here. So these are the bottom of the barrel for what damage reckons anyway. These are the worst of all of the 450 odd puppet stuff here. We have, of course, our Satori. This is only here because damage plays without the ability Shadow Stitch being allowed, which means
Shadow
that
Tag
this
is
puppet is
stupid.
actually unusable because it's the only ability that she gets is Shadow Stitch. This is Wobbuffet in Pokemon. So Wobbuffet with the Shadow Tag, it's pretty infamous at this point. I didn't even necessarily need to delete the moves off of this one, but it does counter, it does Mirror Coat, it can do Destiny Bond, it can... I think this is Destiny Bond before it fails in consecutive turns as well.
Correct.
Which is a little bit silly, but you
this
know,
is Gen 6 Destiny Bond. That is correct.
It can do Encore, and that's about it. Really doesn't have much else. Technically, it's got a couple of moves from base style Satori, which don't really do much. Like, oh man, Psych Up is so cool, except like you've got no attack power, so you're not damaging anything anyway. And yeah, it's Wobbuffet. You might get a kill with it. You probably don't.
It depends on how you play
silly.
it, because
there's no ability change here. So
because mostly people aren't gonna run mixed, so you can get a 1-for-1.
As he's saying in the tier list, if he did allow Shadow Stitch, it would probably be B tier. So not even that amazing. It's the trapping ability that traps everything in the game, and that's just inherently unfun. So
yeah.
Swan's the actual worst puppet that he has here is Speed Sager. which
Not actually the worst
there's not
because
a lot that's particularly great about this one, to be totally honest
not
with you. It's
actually
got
the
a decent
worst. I already
HP
mentioned
stat.
before, or there is
If
no
I'm looking at
ordering.
it right, this
This
goes
isn't
up to
actually
what,
the worst in my opinion. There are
217, so it's like
far worse.
110 base.
There are
I think.
far worse shit than
Somewhere,
this.
yeah, 75 is what you've got to cut off. So 110 base, that's pretty solid, but its defenses are not amazing, right? Like 75 is a 55 base defense, and 85 base special defense is just not really there. And yeah, it's not even that fast. I think it's
I think I'm gonna just. I don't know if I still want to do this. If I want to like let Cal talk and then I'll talk, or but basically the reason why this thing is in the lowest tier is because okay, actually you know what? I'll just show it because I'm about to show something comical. So 85 base attack, kind of shit. So okay, so this is kind of like superior. 85 attack, kind of shit. 110 speed, not that bad. Now, like Superior, it has a shit attacking stat, but if you just spam Leaf Storms, then this thing could pop off. Now, what kind of move works with Contrary? What kind of move lowers the attack stat? Let's see. We got a Cross Drive that lowers speed. Okay, that's kind of nice. This doesn't. This doesn't. Sweet Desperado. What stat does this lower? Comedy. Yeah, 50. Yeah, you thought. Yeah, if you thought Superior 75 was bad, this is dog shit. Like you're gonna need like 2 boosts. You're gonna need you're gonna need to click this move twice before she does anything. This is just sad. Like if the people of Focus Lens actually made a move that lowers your made a stab poison move that lowers your physical attack, then this thing would actually be kind of neat. Although one thing that's nice about this, well, I mean, I guess one thing that's nice potential wise that she does have pressure and she is fast, so you can do some pressure style bullshit if you really want. But yeah,
well, it's 110, so it's decently quick, but it doesn't have a lot of offense either, and it just doesn't really do much. I'm not sure exactly what you're supposed to do with this. It's got usurpation. If the opponent does a stat change whilst this is in play, then their stat gets switched. So if they try and boost their stats with sword stance or something whilst this is in play, then they go -2 instead, which is cool, but it doesn't swap them on a whim, so you've got to predict in order to get it in, which is just really bad. I think the best thing it can honestly do is pressure stall, and there are much, much, much better puppets that you can use to do pressure stalling. The one thing it does have going for it is phase inversion, which I guess is cool because it's a
It's kinda
priority,
cool.
like stop the opponent from doing setup sweep. But there are much better puppets that can do that, and with very little offenses in its own right, it can strenuous stance. I suppose it could do a sword stance thing, but it's
she
85
even has arc
attack. What
like
are you
2,
doing
which is
with that?
hilarious.
It's got some priority, but it's just not strong enough. And mono poison. There are better things that you can do for that. So yeah, I can kind of see why this one would be at the bottom. The community rated Power Yuka as the bottom character though, so I mean I guess it's only second bottom in damages, so it's not that much different. But
Yeah, this thing is
Power
awful.
Yuka,
Like
not the character I would have put at the bottom of the list. I'll be honest. No, I would have put it high, but like I can think of a couple that.
she does. Power Yuka has one good thing for her, in that she hit hard. That's basically it. I don't know if there's any. I forget if there's like other. Actually, yeah, there's extra Nitori, which is fast and hits hard, though she is frail. Actually, how much bulk does Power Yuka have? Actually, okay, decent bulk, I guess. Like she's bulky, and she hits hard. which is kind of cool. I guess now that I think about it, it's a bit similar to Crabominable, and that, or I guess it's similar to Crabominable, except this typing is worse because you're walled by grass, which is funny. But yeah, I guess the reason why I put it in the lowest tier is because it's kind of like Crabominable, except it's worse. And honestly, Defense Yuka can. Okay. I don't want to run the calcs right now, but theoretically, Defense Yuka could hit harder because she has Analytic, which is a hell of a drug if you want to run this offensive. So yeah.
That I would reckon to be worse than this, but that's just how they've gone. So it's another pressure-based one. Peaceful is a really silly ability on such an aggressive puppet here, being able to get away from trapping stuff, but the trapping stuff is banned, so that ability doesn't really do much. And base stat wise, this one actually does have quite a lot of firepower. It's like 140 attack or something on here, but its speed is abysmal. This is with a boosting nature. It's 45 base speed. The only reason I have the boosting emblem on this thing is because one of the abilities it can do, or one of the attacks it can do, is Racing Earth.
She has rock polish. That's funny.
Its speed by 2 stages. I don't think that is enough though. Like it still.
Yeah, it wouldn't
really
be that. It wouldn't be that. It wouldn't be good enough.
Boost itself. I
If
guess
the base
if
speed was like
unboosted,
60.
like 140 attack.
If
Is
the base
insane,
speed was
but
like
what
60,
the
then
hell
there
this
is
doing
some
to,
potential there.
You know,
but at 45,
a
yeah,
physical
no.
tank in the active slot, right? If it doesn't hit it for weakness. Its typing is fine. I believe it's nature electric on this one. Yeah, so like its typing is passable. It's weak to stealth trap though, so that's another pretty bad point.
Oh yeah,
that.
it's also weak to rock,
And,
so you can't really switch in on
yeah,
stuff
like,
and try to like
it's
retaliate
decent attack for sure,
hard because you would have to be.
I just don't really see how
You have to be pretty wary of your hazard
you're
control.
killing with this when it can't. It can boost its attack, but it's like then it's 45 base speed. It gets outsped by everything. It's okay at defense, but it's not that great. Especially in special defense is miserable. So like you switch in, I don't know, like a fire or I would have said earth, but you know, you switch in something that doesn't really care that much about nature and electric, and it's just like, what do you even do?
Switches into something that switches to nature electric, aka every bulky
so
grass
it's got
type.
special moves it can use, but it's not that good at special attack. And yeah, just very low coverage. Typing is only okay. Attack stat is good, but it's got no speed to use it. So
She just
really
hits
kind of bad.
very hard, and that's it.
Yeah, community put this one at the bottom of the list, but then they also put it in C tier, so I don't know why. Power Yuka got 2 notes on there for some reason. Also, hey Bertus, how you doing? And then, unfortunately,
Slacking!
sorry, Agile, even though I know you're probably not here. Power Suka is definitely bottom 5 in the game here. It's pretty obvious why this is your slacking of the game. And if slacking isn't particularly good, this isn't going to be that great either. 100 base speed is fine, but this has got even worse special defense than slacking. It's 45, which is just not remotely usable. I mean, he already knows. He already knows this one's not very good. It does have a lot of HP, but still not quite as high as slacking.
I don't really have a chat here.
I forget exactly what the base
Oh yeah,
is.
oh yeah, I forgot. There's a chat here.
Channel Forever BS Plus tier for you. That's fine. That is totally fine. Chen gets hit by the rule set a little bit, but we'll talk about that eventually. Yeah, decent special attack as well.
Yeah, if it weren't for
have like a
if Arena Trap was allowed, it'd definitely be at the top.
Consecutively. One thing this does better than slacking is that it does ignore the opponent's abilities. So if they have like,
oh yeah, that's right,
you know, an immunity.
Honestly, that is something that I forget about,
then
because I don't really face
so
it often.
Cool.
But that is something that I forget about.
Do anything in the next turn. It's nowhere near worth it. You get some good moves here as well, but then so does slacking, right? Like you've got pursuit, which is really cool. You've got very strong stab attacks. you've still got the hyper beam equivalent, which is really nice, and yeah, there's some decent stuff. I don't think the coverage is even that strong though. Yeah, like its coverage is basically just stab and fire, which is really not amazing. And yeah, some special coverage, but it's weak on that side. There's no way of getting rid of the ability, and that just kills it entirely.
So there is a really, really, really funny way you can get rid of the ability. So, and this can be done in Pokemon too. So, or I'll explain Pokemon first. So, you go into Cofagrigus, that has the eject button. Cofagrigus has Mummy. You get hit with a move with your Cofagrigus, and Mummy transfers to the opponent. Eject button procs, and then you switch out into your Slacking. Slacking Pursuits, Mummy acquired, Drunkard not there. Very funny, not viable whatsoever. And in this case, the Cofagrigus is extra Yamame. Or any kind of Yamame because they all have infectious. But yeah. Comedy.
If doubles was a thing in Puppets, then you could probably do some really good stuff with this via Invalidate, because that would be nice, but it's just not gonna happen.
Yeah, Invalid. It's honestly weird if TPDP had a doubles format, how that would be coded, because from the way I have observed Invalidate to be coded, the ability it appears the ability appears to be targeting an opponent rather than be an on-field thing, because the difference between, at least, I mean, okay, I'm just making observations and hypothetical stuff. I'm just making a lot of hypothetical shit based off what I've observed. But there are abilities in this game that take up more that occur within the battlefield itself rather than to an opponent. Say, for example, Sagume's what's it called, reverse function. That is something that actually occurs within the field itself and not really targeting an opponent. And because Invalidate targets an opponent rather than be an on-field thing, I would hypothesize that if doubles were to be programmed, that Invalidate would only target one side instead of being the whole field, like how like how Wheezing does neutralizing gas. Again, this is just an hypothesis based on what I've observed. But yeah, moving on.
So yeah, not too much of a surprise. Then we get to Sumireko. I'm not really sure with this one. Extra Sumireko is warped in steel, so
I'm not gonna lie.
I think the typing is mostly just really bad. Like,
yeah, the typing is
that
bad.
Typing is
and honestly,
weak to fighting, as well as being weak to
struggle to figure out like what she can really do exactly, aside from compound eyes hypnosis. Like, I've struggled to figure out like what she can actually do.
But like, Earth definitely is pretty bad. Her speed is really poor here. It's like base 60, but yeah, her like defense is kind of nice. Like 110
hypnosis
HP,
is fine.
95 defense, 85
but,
spread
yeah,
defense.
This
That's
typing is
good.
Yeah, the typing is just bad defensively and offensively because you're walled by warp.
And then her actual coverage moves aren't too bad.
She does have this for warp though, which I guess isn't that bad actually.
Movement here, giving her extra defense as well. She has Trickster for priority that's on the stab attack. That's quite nice. She does have recovery, but also she has Gorgon's Eye. One of the things I didn't mention so far was her ability set. Like, suppression can be nice. Curse Body in Pokemon is something that does matter sometimes.
It's an okay ability in my opinion. Curse Body's fine.
Used to be really good with this thing. Accuracy boost by 30% though means that she can use the inaccurate attacks really, really well, and that includes a
hypnosis.
Basically gives this 100% accurate sleep, which is really good.
I don't think it's 100% because like I'm pretty sure it's like 90-something% like, because I've done something similar with Compound Ice Sleep Powder on. I mean, I remember recently there was a tournament in which I
shocking wave stuff like that.
used speed dice,
You can do really well.
and I have actually
she
missed
doesn't get a lot
compound dice
beyond
sleep
that,
powder.
though, I think
It doesn't happen,
she gets
but it does,
basically
and it
nothing
fucking sucks.
outside of her actual learn set, which is probably why she's such a low tier here. Because otherwise, I mean, she's just about got what you would expect, or what you would hope for, right? She's got good recovery, she's got an actual way to disrupt the opponent, and she's got a couple of really strong attacks. Like Cross Drive is not bad for her either, just 100 base power fighting coverage. But I think it's just that she doesn't have enough, like, different things to do. It's very funny that she can make herself immune to fighting, though, considering that's
that is comedy.
But yeah,
however, she's not fast enough to do that. I think what would have been funny is if Ghost Chase had priority on it. That would actually be kind of funny.
Rabbids and Mario, huh? I have noticed the thing with that. It's kind of neat. Then we get Renosuke. Renosuke is the only Dream / something type here. Dream does like actually nothing as far as typing goes, so I don't even know why he's Dream / it.
So the only thing that Dream does, aside from not be weak to anything, is that it actually provides an innate immunity to sleep, which is kind of cool. I mean, well, I guess maybe if I'd say maybe if like sleep was more prominent, like maybe if we didn't play by Smogon rules and we allowed sleep, maybe the Dream types would see more play ? But yeah,
It's so weird. Doesn't really matter to us though. Just the fact to be is the main thing here. Only one ability, the Yata no Kagami. This is multi-scale in Pokemon,
Yata no
which is
Kagami.
traditionally an insane ability. Like, Dragonite is carried by this effect. For one, Lugia was strong for a very long time of it. It probably still is decent, but he's a guy, so he's automatically bad. You know, it's not entirely wrong here. His stats are pretty good though. I mean, his HP is quite low, but he's got double defense on the first turn coming in.
If I
so
recall correctly, I think I didn't really like this guy.
Low, but he's got priority that we can go over. His attack stat is really high.
I'm pretty sure his move pool is just shit.
Solid. And then, as far as his actual skills go, a couple of cool things. Like I said, he's got priority, so you can attack with that.
Yeah,
Power
not gonna lie,
Wish,
this looks
but you can spam it. Instead of having to do it every second turn, you can just keep using it, and then it'll recover for the turn after you stop using
Trickster
it as well,
is kind
which
of
is kind
cool.
of nice.
This looks
he has Stealth
really
Trap.
Bad.
Like
the fact he has Dragon Dance,
trap, but he's still got it.
Speed
and then
just,
there's a couple of moves you can use, like Sneak Attack is another good priority move, like the old school Sucker Punch. And he's got
there's no stab on that though, so it's
focus
okay.
Focus defense and accuracy up, and Swords Dance. And Dragon Dance, but I think it's a bit greedy to try and do Dragon Dance here because he's only got 60 base speed.
It's 40.
Was it even 60 or was it 40? It's 40, so like Dragon Dance is probably off the table. But yeah, you've got Swords Dance and double priority.
Yeah, I think the problem I have with Renosuke is that
some decent coverage
is
as well.
that his
Shooting
move
press
pool
is
is
quite
kind
good.
of meh.
Dark Arrow can be nice. You probably do better than that, but still, Dark Arrow's not the worst. And yeah, I don't know. Lightning Cut's quite nice to have as well. Like just as there's a fair few options. So even in D rank down here, it's like this guy can do stuff.
Maybe.
Probably doesn't do it better than the other sweepers because just no speed, right? But can do stuff, which is a lot more than I can say for the next one that's coming up here.
Yes, Ringo.
Boy. Yeah, unfortunately, I kind of do have to keep bringing them out this way. It's that's not what we want to do. But I want to keep them in relative order here as well, so you can see it. Yeah, this is probably my pick for the worst puppet in the game.
That is a good contender. This thing is
Ringo.
dog shit. Like
I can't
this
think of very many good things to actually say about this one. I'll be
this
honest
thing
with
is
you.
literally
Uh,
glalie.
Nature
That's
Dark
that's
is one of the worst typings I can think of in the entire game. It's 4 times weak to Stealth Trap. It's got very little defensive utility, really. Nature's not bad, but Dark is like ice in the sense of it has like nothing really going for it defensively.
yeah.
And its stats are horrible. It's glalie. It's base 80 in like
Everything,
everything.
I think.
Except
Is
85
it
in its
actually
attack
everything?
stats and base 80
Okay, it's
otherwise.
almost
It is
everything,
just
but yeah, it's mostly
absolutely
everything.
terrible in terms of its actual stats.
I
So
love
it's got
Moody.
practically the worst typing in the game. It's got
I
effectively the
love
worst
Moody.
stat spread
Moody
in
is
the game
such a
because it's
cool
already a low
ability
base stat total puppet, and
because
it's been
I
very
guarantee
poorly
you with
optimized for it.
Moody, even this piece of shit
Its
is
attacks
just
are
actually
nothing too
insane.
special, if I
Like
remember
with Moody,
rightly.
this thing is actually
Drain
insane.
Seed Forest Therapy are defensive tools that it can't really get to use. It's got a couple of
Moody's
okay
so stupid.
power moves, I guess, but not really that amazing. You know, like you've got
Moody
physical
is
stab, I
so
guess, that you could do a 120
dumb.
woo.
It's
I
so
get, you know,
dumb.
can't really think too much beyond that. The only reason this thing even exists is because it has Moody as its main ability.
I love that.
And Moody is not legal because it's
I
stupid.
love Moody.
It
Moody's
can still raise
so
evasion and stuff in this
cool.
game as well. So
I
Moody is
love
just
it.
not
I
even
fucking love
legal.
it.
So her other ability is like heal is more. You know, you absorb more HP with your healing skills, which aren't that strong to begin with, so she isn't doing much damage off of those 80 base attacks.
Yeah, Big Root as an
This, to
ability is
me, is
bad.
the single worst puppet in the game. And I don't think it's even that close, actually.
It's a pretty good contender for worst in the game.
Satori
it's a pretty good contender.
Is not legal because of her trapping ability, but this one by far is the worst in the game for me. It's sad, but it is what it is. Then we have Rika, and this one might be a little bit surprising when you find out exactly how this one works. Rika is the Aegislash of this game, and I'm
so
slightly
bad.
surprised that she's this bad, to be totally honest with you.
Oh my god.
I guess when the game came out, she was nerfed Aegislash because she was like 140 for her attack stats rather than 150. But Aegislash
did they actually do that?
was nerfed to 140, so I guess it's like that guy was
because
too
that's
strong
something
anyway.
because that's something they did
Her
from Gen 6, Gen 7.
Like really bad, but
did
then
they
so
do that
is
in
Aegislash
TPDP as
like
well?
45 base on the stuff that you know isn't her main thing. And it's kind of weird. It pretty much has everything that you would think Aegislash would have. It's got the sword
Not everything.
thing.
Not
it
everything.
Can do the substitute. It's got Mind Trap as well, so it actually has spikes available to it. Like Aegislash can't do spikes, but I think its base HP stat makes it too low for that. But even so, you could do that if you want. You've got some decently strong attacks. You've still got the priority, so like Aegislash has got Shadow Sneak, this thing's got Trickster, so you know you can do the fun stuff with that. You've even got a really strong Earth move to emulate the Head Smash.
It's like Earth Hyper Beam, I believe.
Learn set is not particularly good, but
the learn set, the moveset is a big deal.
You would want. Drought is also pretty good. I think this one's held back mostly by its typing. I think Warp Steel just is not a very good typing in general, and you've got to be exceptional in order to actually make that work.
So let me talk about this a little bit more. So yeah, her typing is a really big factor on why Extra Rika is just god awful in this game, despite being an Aegislash ripoff. So the thing about Aegislash is that Steel Ghost is exceptionally good in Pokemon because it grants you a wide array of resistances and it gives you a few immunities which are really nice. Steel Ghost is also really good offensively because Ghost is really hard to switch into, and Steel, even though a fair bit of types resist Steel, not many types switch into Steel without taking damage. Like, it's similar to Rock and Flying in this case, in which no matter what, you will take damage to Steel. Like, there isn't anything immune to Steel, if that makes sense. Like, there are types that have innate immunities by virtue of the type chart, like flying is immune to ground, of course. If you're spamming fire attacks, there are mons that have immunities to fire via their ability in flash fire. But steel, even though it's not great, even though it's not fantastic offensively, because there are a fair bit of types that resist steel. Steel is still an okay type offensively because it can hit the type chart pretty nicely. And while I'm talking about Aegislash, Aegislash actually has a really dense move pool in that not only does it have access uh, to Sword Stance, it has also access to Autotomize, and you could do stuff like Autotomize Weakness Policy. Um, and well, I know that Gen 8 gave it a little bit more good coverage because it has access to close combat now, which is really big. And I think, and what sets another thing that sets Extra Rika and Aegislash apart is that Aegislash actually has usable special type moves for its stab. Rika does not. Like, I'm pretty sure. Wait, let me see here. I'm pretty sure Rika has to contend with Field Break as its special warp stab, which is garbage. Like, she has no impulse. Yeah, she doesn't even have impulse. That is garbage. And her hard hitting special steel stab is twin gears. So you can't even. So like if you want to run extra Rika offensively, your best bet is to make it physical because most of her good offensive tools that complement her stabs and most of her good coverage is unfortunately physical. And which really sucks because Aegislash does have the option to run either special or physical, whereas Rika doesn't. And of course, in regards to typing, Steel Warped is just bad. Like because it's bad defensively because Steel in this game is not really good defensively compared to Mons, and Steel Warped kind of stacks a few weaknesses and doesn't really give it that much resistances if I recall correctly. And Steel Warped offensively is just hard walled by Warped. Okay, rant over.
It's like fighting is such a strong thing to. Aegislash doesn't have a 4 times weakness, I guess, is the point for it. This thing is 4 times weak to fighting, which is priority enabled as well, and I think that holds it back too much. Maybe Warp Steel is just not that good offensively as well. We'll admit, haven't really thought about it as much that way, but yeah, it can do stuff, but just like.
Yeah, the only thing that
better, I guess.
Extra Rika can do some stuff like
Extra
Subtoxic.
is a weird one.
Much like Aegislash, but yeah, the typing's so
I
bad.
used to say like Arceus, but I guess this is actually more like the
Sylvali
of this
yeah,
game, in a way.
This thing is dog shit.
Sylvali didn't exist when this thing came out, so that's probably why I refer to it that way. When you hold the Yoma Scroll, so you hold a specific item on this thing, that item can't get hit by Panic Call and like knockoff effects, basically.
I just want to say real quick, I never would have thought that people would have made a Sylvali or Arceus clone, but worse. But this game did it, and that fascinates me. This thing's so bad.
Just like the plates from Arceus, you change your type. This thing doubles a stat as well, but that's because its base its base stats are atrocious. Oh god, where do we even start?
I hate this.
So it has a respectable 90 base HP and 90 speed. Every other stat, the ones that can get doubled by the scrolls that you put on it, are base
so
50.
Bad.
You get one stat doubled with its ability. Admittedly, you do get a type change as well, so I think the focus stat one is fire, the defense one is water, the spread one I think was like dark. I forget what the special defense one is.
I think the spread one is light.
As the scroll, so light type maybe? I don't remember. Point is, you change your type as well. Whoop-de frickin' do. It's got some cool stuff it can do. Like first aid, I mean it can heal, so if you boost its, like the main thing I saw was with the water one, you can boost its defense. It's got some really good skill card stuff it can learn as well. but you've got a decent amount of like firepower things. Yeah, it's light type looking at this for the white mark.
I want to comment on that because the only time I've seen extra Kosuzu used was in Ranbats. Like, this game's version of Ranbats, which was 3v3. The only time I've seen extra Kosuzu used was there, and like gamercal said, it was using the blue mark, so it was part water, and the water version had its ability turn into known limits, which is a really good defensive ability. And the set was like waterfall drop, will-o-wisp, acid tears, which is basically special will-o-wisp, but it poisons instead, and recover. So it was basically just the worst extra Chirno that just statused. Like, it's okay. It's okay. I was gonna say it's not bad, but what am I saying? It's fucking awful.
Yeah, you've got some decent firepower things you could do if you boost your attack stat. The main gimmick for Kozuzu, I don't remember if all of her styles do this, but the main gimmick for Kozuzu is that she can learn every single skill card.
It's similar
Which
to
means you
Mew,
have changeling
although
available
I
as
attribute
well
it to
as your like first aid
Smeargle because
healing
of how
thing.
bad she
You
is.
have access to Elmo's Fire for knockoff if you don't like Panic Call. It depends on what type you want to hit. You can Lightning Speed if you want your spread defense to be better. You've got all of the status stuff down here. Confine, Thermit, Droughts. You can Whirlwind if you want to. There's Toxic stuff. You also have the new ones in Will-O-Wisp and Acid Tears. So you can do lots of status against all types of attackers here.
I wonder how long
so
I've been going.
These are the ones that lower the
An hour.
opponent's
Okay.
attacking stats as well.
I wonder if
So
I'm gonna
you
give
can
myself
do
a
some
break. I do need some
pretty
water,
decent status
actually.
things with that.
Well,
But
I've got
this
no.
is
I
clutching
don't really
at
have much to
straws,
say,
really,
so
for
I'll
something
get
that has
a quick
50
bottle
in
of
every
water.
stat.
I wonder if I'm gonna do all this in one take. I don't know yet.
Just why? You know? It's a cool idea, but it's just so bad when you're not boosting the stat, and you can only boost one stat, so yeah. Then there's one that kind of surprised me a little bit. Kongara isn't the best puppet out there, but I wouldn't have thought she would have been this low down. Never Fire is a pretty interesting typing. You do have quite a lot of weaknesses, I think, but you've got a fair few things that you can resist as well. Like, fighting immunity is always nice, right? But Fire is a pretty decent defensive typing.
Oh yes,
It's a
this piece of
really
shit.
all-around puppet. You can.
Okay.
It's a cool idea, but it's just so bad when you're not boosting the stat, and you can only boost one stat. So yeah. Then there's one that kind of surprised me a little bit. Kongara isn't the best puppet out there, but I wouldn't have thought she would have been this low down. Never Fire is a pretty interesting typing. You do have quite a lot of weaknesses, I think, but you've got a fair few things that you can resist as well. Like, fighting immunity is always nice, right? But Fire is a pretty decent defensive typing. It's a really all-around puppet. It's like base 90 in both of its offenses, which is not amazing, I suppose. Base 100 in both of its defenses, and it's...
Okay, so I think I want to talk about this real quick. I think I want to talk about this first and why I put Kongata pretty low. It's a similar situation to Extra Murasa. Oh, actually, wait a second. Well, first of all, I wonder if I put Extra Murasa and Extra Kongata in similar tiers. I swear if I did not put Extra Murasa lower. Did I not put Extra Murasa lower? Oh, I put it here. Although I guess her defensive profile is theoretically more better, so I guess that's why I put her there. But Extra Kogata, in my mind, is a bit similar to Extra Murasa in that they have a lot of stuff, but they don't. How can I put this? I guess it's a bit similar to Mesprit in that their stat line and move pool leads you to believe that they can do a lot of stuff, but because the spread stat the stat line is so spread out, and because the remove pool like it has a lot of things but nothing like pointed toward a direction, I feel that it just falls flat altogether. Like, Extra Kongata has some cool stuff, But I think the main difference here in regards to extra Kongata is that her speed stat is kind of bad for what she has, and that she doesn't really have great defense, great tools to help her defensively or help her grant utility. Like, she has sharp wind, which is cool. But with base 60, I wouldn't really say it's great. If it was like 75 or 80, then it'd be good. Um, she had she has like good special moves, although I mean with 90 attack maybe wouldn't be awful, but I wouldn't say it's great either. And she doesn't really have that many. Although her bulk is nice and she has some good defensive abilities and inverse reaction and air cushion, she doesn't really have that much in terms of utility. Like she has no rapid spin, she has no U-turn if I recall correctly, or no, okay, she has U-turn, she has that at least, but she has no reliable recovery and no means of utility aside from U-turn. So that's why, or I guess she has firewall, which is fine, but I would like to see like rocks or spin or like. Does she have toxic at least? Please tell me she has toxic. No, she doesn't have toxic. Toxic with fire stab would have been so good. Ah.
HP stats kind of high. That's 120 base HP. This is a very good defensive puppet, right? As far as the stats go, its speed is quite low, but you can kind of get around that. And both of its abilities give it different either resistances or immunities. So I use Air Cushion here because it's immune to Earth that way, and Earth is one of its weaknesses, being a fire type. But you could also make it resistant to light and dark at the same time, which neutralizes those weaknesses that the Nether type gives. So it's got a decent defensive profile, and its skills are respectable. You've got bulk up in dark powers, so you can tank that way. Does she get the healing is the thing? That might be the one thing that she doesn't get is like reliable healing. Yes. And that's probably what kills it in the end.
Yeah,
because if she had this plus first aid,
like
that
if she
would be like super strong. But
yeah, like in my opinion, if she had like a little bit of a tweak, like if she had one more good move on her, or if her stats were a little bit tweaked to where she had a little bit more speed, then she had potential. I do think she had potential if, like, I think she would have been good if she would have been altered in the game in some different way.
You get enough like high power moves. You've got Firewall as a stab knockoff attack you can use. You've got some Sharp Wind, which boosts your special attack. So you can go with stuff that way. You've got 120 base power attacks as well, so you don't necessarily die immediately to not having enough firepower. So these can be kind of good. You've got Pain Split, I suppose. Like, that's what Curse Reversal is here, which...
I never really liked Pain Split. Like, I'm gonna just say it right now, I've never been a fan of it, just because it's a little bit telegraphed. Like, there are instances in which you can get a really good payoff, like heal up to full if your opponent switches into a puppet with high HP. Like, that situation can be good, but if you know that your opponent is running it because there is a puppet or there is a mon that can only run that as its reliable source of recovery, and it's running a bulky set, and that's something you could play around. Like one thing I tend to do is I would leave. I would if I would know that an opponent is going to use Pain Split in that specific turn because they can't really do anything else to recover their puppet from a bad situation, then I would put in something with the lowest HP, just because my assumption is that if they're running a bulky tank that has Pain Split, then they're most likely not going to have something that's going to threaten even like a frail wall breaker on the switch. I mean, and what I'm saying could be spoken in hypotheticals because it depends on the kind of type of wall breaker that what the type of wall that has Pain Split and the type of wall breaker that you're switching into. So it depends. There's a lot of like hypotheticals in which I'm talking about, but case in point, I don't really like Pain Split because you can definitely play around it.
Which is fine, but not stellar. So yeah, it's probably her lack of recovery is the main reason she's this low down.
Yeah, like if she had recovery or if she had better stats.
Changeling access is still there as well, so slow changeling can be nice. Some status stuff as well. Probably just, yeah, the lack of recovery is the thing. I know a lot of Pokemon get suffer from that too, so yeah.
Oh yeah.
Then we have Koakuma.
To give an example of what he talked about, you guys remember Mantine? You guys remember Mantine? That mon was utter dog shit until it got Roost. Like, remember using Mantine prior to Gen 7? That mon was bad. Come Gen 7 and at Roost, and it is one of the, if the not best, Volcarona counters in the game. Just something to think about.
I gotta be honest, I don't know what Koakuma is supposed to do in the extra form here. Dark and Void is a weird typing. Like, one of the only things Dark resists is itself.
God.
And Void is weak to Dark. So you're not resistant to Dark anymore. You're resistant to Warped and immune to Illusion, and that's it.
I'm not gonna lie. I have looked at this thing's profile page. I've looked at this thing's wiki page so many times, and I still struggle to figure out what the fuck I'm supposed to do with this. Like, yes, there's some shit you can do with like harassment, which is pretty unique. But I mean, or I guess it's not. I guess it's sort of unique because it's like mirror armor, but it also works on self stat changes, which is kind of cool. But with this, like, I don't even know what to do.
So this might actually be one of the worst defensive combos in the game. Her actual stats are completely atrocious.
Like
you have 90 base HP and
I get the concept.
Defenses,
I
right?
get
like
what they're going for.
Defense,
But the execution is just...
So you can do some tanking stuff.
This is just...
You've got no offense to speak of whatsoever.
I hate this.
The main
I actually
thing that
hate
this
this.
puppet does, there's a couple of things it has here. Like, wariness would be really good if you're an aggressive puppet, because it disables priority moves against you for the most part.
For the most part.
Is the main thing that
Extreme speed is like the one exception, but yeah.
Kind of fitting that this one ends up being so bad. When your stats drop, so do the foes. And if the opponent's increases, then so do yours. Her entire gimmick is that she has a physical and a special attack that sharply lowers her own physical and special attack.
I guess thinking about it now, I guess her concept is sort of similar to like bulky mons that are just designed to be bulky and be an asshole and not make any progress. Like I think this is like the design concept of Koakuma. She's meant to be a bulky puppet that's meant to be an asshole and do nothing else. And there are other puppets that are like that are more like bulky but don't do anything. But yeah, Koakuma is kind of like that, and that she's just bulky. She's just an asshole, and she does nothing else.
So she's passing those debuffs on to the opponent in order to try and harass them into not being able to do stuff anymore. It doesn't really work because she can't hit a wet noodle with these things. They're not stab attacks, and she has 40 for her attack stats. So she's never doing damage with them, and the debuff just gets removed when the opponent switches out. And
oh yeah, that's another big thing too.
Make sure that you're using the right one on the right opponent, and she's not fast enough to use them before most opponents.
What's her speed again? Is it like 105?
She does basically nothing else. She's got bind trap, so yay, she's the worst bind trap user in the game, I suppose. Every other Koakuma does this better. You've got another move that tries to force the opponent to switch out. Like, sure. You don't even have reliable recovery, so you can't just keep doing this either. Your debuff moves have got 5 SP as well.
This would have been funny to test out if she did have recovery, actually. It would have been funny, at least.
So there really is just nothing that she can do.
Actually,
the best that she can do is foul play.
It would be actually really funny if you had something like this, like if she had recover, and you had something like this, and Toxic Spikes in place. because he would
I don't
force
think
switches
there's anything that you
continuously.
could possibly
It's
do
still
to save it
bad,
here.
but it's
Again,
funny.
some status stuff, but the other Koakuma styles
It's
do
still
that so much better.
It's still bad.
And yeah, acid tears is cool, I suppose, because not everything gets it. But again, so much better. So much better that you can do. And then here's another one that kind of surprised me to be in D tier of all things. EKeine. I gotta admit, I don't know why this one's in D tier. So Earth and Warped isn't the greatest typing, I'll be honest. Like, her stats are not amazing. She does have a good focus attack stat, which is very helpful. Her typing is
does
Warped
she have
and
Dragon
Earth,
Dance?
which is
I'm pretty
still
sure it's
4
only
times
Sword
weak to
Stance,
fighting
right?
as well. But she has the multi-scale ability, so...
Does she have Dragon Dance or just Sword Stance?
So she will
Yeah,
always
it's only Sword
take
Stance.
half damage on the first attack, so long as
There's
she's at
something
full
really
HP.
great with Dragon Dance on,
And then
honestly.
her move pool's actually like really good. I guess Mind Trap is usable here because you do have a almost guaranteed layer that you can set up. But she's got a 130 base power stab. Yeah, I know it lowers her attack stat, but you've got like one really good attack off on it. She has Sword Stance that she can use. Being an Earth type, she has access to Shooting Press, which is Earthquake, and she's got good coverage, right? Waterfall Drop is really nice as well. So, I gotta admit, I'm not entirely sure why this one's so low down.
So the reason why EKeine is that low, she could be at C maybe, but the main reason why EKeine is so far down is for two reasons. One, Earth Warped is hard walled by fighting, and her coverage doesn't. Actually, I guess she has superpower, which I guess isn't that bad, but also I just didn't really think that her move pool with her stat line was that impressive. Mostly because I feel like she'd struggle to close out a game or break shit with what she had. I guess it's not awful compared to some other shit, so she could be at C, but I just didn't really. I feel like she was just missing some stuff mostly because if she had Dragon Dance instead of Sword Stance, then she would be a little bit better, I believe. But yeah, it's mostly just her typing offensively isn't really that great in my opinion, and um, and I just feel that she's missing a few things from her kit.
Even
Mostly.
like Detonation Burst is pretty decent coverage as well. I know it lowers
Yeah,
your
the
stats,
superpower.
but
The superpower
again, it's like it's a hit and
is
run type
decent
thing,
against.
you know. What was her speed again off of this?
It's
So
105.
127 would be 125, so 105 base speed. So she does outspeed a fair bit too.
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the typing is that bad. Earth is really strong offensively still. Yeah, I gotta admit, I don't really know why this one is in D tier. It seems too good for that.
She could be in C.
Lots of
she might be in C. It's not awful, which is what I would put the stuff in D tier. So
yeah,
I guess maybe she could. I guess maybe she could be in C.
Ross used this one against me before, and it did. You know, when this game first came out, the expansion that is, and did quite well. So yeah, it's weird. Whatever. Such is life. You don't always know exactly why everything ends up the way it does. Okay, let's go ahead and grab the next slot out here. You can see why this is going to take a long ass time as well, though, because this is just the first lot, and we have so many more boxes to go through with this. It's probably going to be like 5 or 6 things of this in the end, but you know, it is what it is. Moving on to Gengetsu.
I hate this.
Dark
This is so bad.
It is again 4 times weak to fighting, but I think this one's more defensively slanted too, because yeah, only 90 base spread attack as her strongest offense stat, and not a lot of speed either. Her HP is abysmal for being a defensive puppet, but her defenses are solid. 100 base defense, 100.
Let me see her stat line again.
What is that? That would be 145, so 125.
Okay, yeah,
base focus
defensively it's not
defense.
awful, but
That's a
her
lot.
move pool is
So she
so
can
shit.
tank, but
Her move
what
pool
does she
is
actually do
what in
within
the
that? Like, her
fuck
ability
is
is quite nice
this?
too. Being immune
What
to
is
illusion
this?
is quite good.
What am I looking
You can
at?
try and do an offensive
What am
slant
I
with her
looking
by
at?
going with brutality, which is a spread form of hustle. You're probably gonna miss most of the time when you do that, but
Just want to put out for the record, I was never a fan of hustle. Never a fan of hustle. It's like, yes, specs on whatever you have is very poggers, but the accuracy cutoff is so big in my opinion. I've never been a fan of hustle, unless you're Dynamaxing. Then hustle's based.
I think the reason you wouldn't is because if you want to do this, you just play like Power Rumia or something, because she has it and she's faster and stronger, so there is that. But does she get anything good to go with that is the thing. Like, defensively, Creeping Darkness is decent. Does she get First Aid? No, so that's a big problem for her defensive use as well.
Honestly, even if she had recovery, I don't really think she has much.
And I guess
like,
you could Darkness Dance. This is one thing that
like, this is
Lumia
kinda
doesn't get, is like a really strong stab
Anything
move.
else?
So 120 base power, you could
Not
do
really.
that, technically.
I don't know.
It's kind of cool, I
like,
suppose.
What are you supposed to do with this? Like, what are you
Choice
supposed
Scarf it
to
or
do
something.
with
It's
this?
like base 70 speed, so it's just about fast enough to be relevant, but not that great, I suppose. Yeah, coverage is all on the weak side, the 80 base powers, so that's not really going to help with her low stats. Impulse is a good stab move, so yeah, stab is fine, the rest of it kind of isn't. Brave Burst is decent, I suppose. Just not fast enough, unreliable when you try and use it on offense, and no recovery. And a relatively bad defensive typing.
Not gonna lie, this is also another contender for worst puppet in the game because, in my opinion, this puppet is just a mess. Like, it's just... Like, with extra Kuwakuma, I had so... Like, you can kind of tell what the devs were trying to do. With this, I don't even know what the devs were trying to do. I'm gonna be real. I have literally I do not know what the thought process is behind this. Like, I don't know what the direction is behind this thing.
It's gonna be a bad puppet, so you know. And then I don't know if he's still even here, but sorry,
this
but
is
this clown piece is just not very good in this game.
this shit's
Where
comedy.
do we begin? Extra clown piece is just a mess, an absolute mess of a puppet.
We do have another mess in this
she's
game.
got a bajillion HP, like 120 base or something for HP. Her spread defense is really good as well, also 120 base. And I don't think
let me see her.
No, Ward Fire is decent enough.
Does she have any utility? Because she has good bulk.
Her speed
and she has
is
a good
abysmal.
defensive profile.
Her focus defense is
she doesn't have
worse
shit.
somehow.
Defensively, she doesn't have shit.
Abilities, like,
she doesn't have spin at least.
I guess Glamorous is decent defensively. Up tempo is just hilarious. Yeah, let's give basically a Crustal speed boost, right? Go from there. Let's give Ride-On speed boost and see how that goes, right? That's
Comedy.
Effectively what we've done here.
Comedy.
Yeah, just bad. Her actual stats, she's got agility as well, which is just even more insult. At base 40, you need to survive like 3 turns in order to get a respectable speed stat if you fully invest in it, which you are then taking efforts away from everything else. If you don't invest in your speed stat, you need at least... Actually, even +6 is probably where you need to get to, because you would then have...
That might be a little bit of an overshot. I'd say like +4 might be sufficient, but yeah, it's bad.
Get outsped by Choice Scarf users, which is just sad. Another one here that does not have reliable recovery to speak of, so she can't do the tanking thing very well.
Oh yeah, she also lacks reliable recovery because
leaning towards tanking. She's got a couple of cool things, like she does have some priority, which is nice. Ruinous Voice is interesting, if nothing else. It's Perish Song, so that's kind of cool. All of her other good stuff is on the special side though, which she can't do special. So yeah, just nothing too inviting. She has changeling just like all of the other clown pieces do, but without reliable recovery, she's not lasting long enough to do it. Yeah, there's not much else to say. Typing is fine, but there are better instances of this typing later on. Surprisingly, Power Yukari is not the worst Yukari in the game, according to the community, though. That goes to Defense Yukari, and I can kind of agree, to be honest.
Yeah.
Defense Yukari has a couple of things
Rigid
going for
Gigas
her,
in this
but
game
so many
actually
more
has
negatives
some
that
cool
I just
shit.
don't care for her whatsoever.
This, on the other hand, is... eh.
The couple of good things she has going for her are the abilities here. Restraint is really good against the Vault Turn teams. She's Dark Illusion, so she 4 times resists Changeling. So if you can catch somebody trying to spam like choice locked Changeling on you, then she's your lady. She's gonna stop them from ever doing anything, and you'll just kill them outright. Also, Unjustice.
I already talked about Restraint already. Like,
Restraint
is pretty good. Like, it has the potential, but I've never actually
that's the bit that
seen anyone break it yet.
But she has like 140 in both defense stats, which is absurd, to be honest. 105 base spread attack is passable. The speed is really bad. That's about it. Her HP is terrible, and she has no reliable recovery. We've said that a couple of times already, and it just makes it really bad here as well. Her moveset is also just not good. Catastrophe and Dark Sweets are fine, right? They're passable stab attacks. Inferno is honestly about her best other attack here. Skill cards do nothing to help her out either. In the end, she gets nothing as far as coverage goes. Gravity Blast is really bad because the opponent's not going to be at full HP like ever, really. You can Toxic, but again, how are you surviving? And yeah, she just gets nothing else that really benefits. So, terrible move pool, pretty poor defensive typing, no reliable recovery. That's it, that's about it.
Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit more about that, which, I mean, I'm basically just jumping on most of what gamercal said, in which Defense Yukari has no utility whatsoever, I'm pretty sure. No reliable recovery, which is bad. Defensively, the typing is awful, but offensively, it's fantastic. And I feel like what this puppet was designed to do, at least I feel like in my opinion, was just meant to be, like, it's just meant to be an offensive restraint bait, if that makes sense. Like, it's literally just meant to, like, just switch into pivot moves, like U-turn and Volt, and then just nuke them. Like, even though her special attack stat isn't great, it could honestly be better. I feel like the most successful defense Yukari, or the most personally, like, I mean, I guess I should have prefaced this. All of this is my opinion. Like, the way all of this is how I would view these puppets. But I feel like the best way you could run defense Yukari is just modest specs. Try to nuke anything that tries to switch in on you. Which there is potential, but I feel like it wouldn't be that easy to do. Partly because defensively the typing is bad, so it's actually hard to switch into moves that often, especially because you are weak to rocks. Like, it's kind of similar to what's a good example I could throw out here? Something that's weak to rocks and is slow as shit. I guess maybe Rampardos could be a good example, or Crabominable. Cause like offensively, their typing is great, but their slow stat, their speed stat is just awful to compensate. Okay. Actually, yeah. Now that I think about it, maybe Crabominable could be a good example. So great offensive typing, but shit speed stat, so you can't really make use of that. Good defensive stats, but god awful typing to switch into stuff. So you kind of had this weird mix of like trying to switch into stuff and trying to like blow them up for trying to play sort of passively on you, if that makes sense. But yeah, it's really weird.
She's just awful. Speaking of silly bad things, Rinosuke comes back in again with the second one in D tier. Defense Rinosuke at least has a little bit going for him here because he is pretty bulky. Void as a type is interesting. Like, you are weak to U-turn, which is bad.
Is belly jump E-speed? I forget.
You're not really weak to... Yeah, you're not weak
to
anything else.
Okay, belly jump but no E-speed.
You've got an immunity to illusion, which
no, it
is
does.
woo, I suppose, but...
Okay, yeah, so it has that, but I'm pretty sure Chen, extra Chen does that better.
So, and you can't hit illusion with your
this thing doesn't really have that much else aside from that.
Also, its attack stat is pretty poor, but this is one of those puppets that has one gimmick and one gimmick only. Backup plan is not really...
Oh yeah, that's right, that's baton pass.
Here. We're all about this move. Inner power is the equivalent of belly drum. So your entire shtick with Rinosuke is to get in at full health so that your Yata no Kagami will let you survive any hit, hopefully above half HP, so you can use inner power, maximize your attack stat, probably eat the equivalent of the citrus berry as you do, just so you don't immediately keel over as soon as you do a single hit, and then you have stab, swallow, cut, which is extreme speed. This is Linoon, but with the bulk to actually do the Linoon thing, but without any other trait that makes it worthwhile.
One thing that makes this Rinosuke bad at doing this is the shit speed stat. Yes, you have E-speed, but one thing that Linoon and similarly Extra Chen do that... One thing that makes their speed stats important for this is there are types that are immune to Void and Normal, respectively. So, like, what is nice about Chen or Linoon in this case is that Linoon has coverage to hit Ghost types, and Extra Chen has a secondary stat to hit shit that Void that's immune to Void. Rinosuke doesn't really have the luxury of having that speed stat to basically cover cover stuff that switches into this thing. Another reason why speed would be important on Rinosuke is even if you give it a citrus berry, like it takes a hit and it takes a citrus berry, it might not be fast enough to get the baton pass off. So it's possible that it could just die after it gets hit again, which sucks. You do have Racing Earth, so maybe one thing you could do if people allow baton pass is like weakness policy rock polish and then pass that way. Although you're only fishing for one type because the thing is only weak to dark. So yeah, that's something.
The moment the opponent puts in a dark, a light, or god forbid an illusion type against you, you have nothing. Because yeah you can Mirage Edge, but Mirage Edge, that means that you're too slow because the opponent's going to outspeed your base.
Okay, yeah, he basically just said what I said, but with less words.
The opponent's going to outspeed your uninvested like base 60 bot, and just go ahead and take you out before you get a chance. So if you can somehow make sure that the opponent has no light, dark, and illusion puppets left on their team,
alright, I gotta use the bathroom.
You can somehow get this guy in without getting chipped by stealth trap, and you can somehow engineer the turn to do inner power, then you are probably winning that game. But I would imagine you are probably winning that game anyway because the opponent's likely down 4 puppets and doesn't have stealth trap up. That's more time than this guy deserves, but still. I think this one is honestly worse than the warped one. I don't know why Extra Rinosuke is so low down when this guy exists. Because at least Extra Rinosuke can kind of do something more than just a singular gimmick, right? He has stuff, he has other, like, utility well, not even utility options, really. He's just got other parts to his kit. Doesn't always have to get the inner power off. So, I don't know. Another one that kind of interested me being this low down is Defense Posse. The closest equivalent in Pokemon this guy, this lady has is... Oh,
we have this fucking shit now. Okay, wait.
Doesn't always have to
let me
get
One bit.
the inner power off. So I don't
Defense
know.
parsi.
Another one that kind of interested me being this low down is defense parsi. The closest equivalent in Pokemon this lady has is Dust Noir. So her HP stat is pretty low, but not as low as Dust Noir's. It's 65, I think, instead of 45.
That
Her
sounds about right.
defenses are both relatively solid. Spread defense is worse, but whatever. Typing is 4 times weak to Light, which is, I guess, sometimes awkward. I don't think Light's a good offensive typing, personally, but
It's not that big of a
most
deal,
light
but something to
type
take
puppets
note
will
of.
probably use a Light move, so there is that. Above average attack stat for a defensive puppet, as Dust Noir had as well, and unlike Dust Noir, she's immune to a type when coming in. She actually is immune to Steel, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't stop her taking Stealth Trap damage, which is
It
weird.
does not.
So she
It
ends
does
up
not.
still taking 25% from Stealth Trap, which is bad, especially for a defensive puppet. But unfortunately, when I say she's like Dust Noir, I mean she's like Dust Noir in like all the wrong ways as well. She does have a good status. Creeping Darkness is uncommon, and Poison Blind is really nice. You can get rid of fire types that way as well. It's quite good. A lot of times fire types will switch in on like the Will-O-Wisp that you tend to use because they don't get blinded by that, but she can blind them. Also Toxic Spikes, which is neat. The problem is, once again, no reliable recovery. For a defensive puppet, that is kind of a death sentence. She has Pain Split, just like Dust Noir does, but it's clearly not good enough. Dust Noir hasn't been good in a very, very long time, and I don't even think it was good when it came out. It was one of those puppets, Pokemon even, in Gen 4, that was like hyped to all hell, and saw OU usage the entire time, but was never good in OU. And this is before the Rise on forms came out and ruined its day.
Correct.
So, a puppet that is emulating something which was never even good in its debut generation, I can see why it would be pretty poor. This game does not have Eviolites, no.
No.
The closest that you would get is Iron Will Ribbon, which is we established was garbage. It's like if you have 3 moves, you take 10% less damage.
To be honest, I do genuinely think that if that item was tweaked a bit, it would have actually been a really good item design. Like, I always hear 30, which might be too much, might not be, who knows, but I feel that an item that gives something akin to Eviolite but restricts your move usage is actually a really good design in my opinion. Because yeah, sure, your mon would be really bulky because it has the Eviolite boost, but it wouldn't really it might potentially not accomplish much. Because like the most you can do with something with 3 moves or like 3 move slots is maybe something you can do, which would be a little bit scary to deal with, is maybe an offensive puppet with like Dragon Dance and Dual Stab. That could potentially be scary. Um, but when it comes to defensive puppets, like the most you can do is just like recover some utility move and then a stab makes it just in case you're not susceptible to taunt. Like I do feel that Iron Will Ribbon had a really good design concept, but the numbers were just too low in my opinion.
Whoop-de-fucking-do, you know? Even if it did have Eviolite, what would it be? Like normal style puppets take 50% less or something?
Yeah, that'd be dog shit. The the difference between normal style, like unstyled puppets, and style puppets are drastically big because it's just a one step evolution across everything. So some puppets would have drastically different stat values. Like imagine, I guess it'd be something akin to like if every puppet was similar to Daramaka, because Daramaka doesn't have that great of a stat line, but Darmanitan is just fucking insane. So it's like
Which
like,
isn't even great because normal style puppets don't really have a move pool. So
oh yeah, that's also true. They have no move pool whatsoever. Like, it's like the move pools for normal style puppets are like Gen 8 Little Cup Mons, which are bad. Like if you ever want to see like how comically bad like some move pools are, like some Gen 8 babies are just awful. Like comically awful.
yeah. And then our last one of this lot is Maribel, the defense Maribel.
Mary! Yeah, this one's
Boundary
bad.
Savior is a really cool ability, but it only works during terrain, which is never permanent in this game. So it's sketch at best. The effects are kind of insane though, right? You read this, it's like your defenses are doubled, you recover from status elements, and you burn the opponent, basically? Like, every turn? That's kind of insane.
Yeah, it would be
she does
insane.
have some offenses to speak of here as well, compared to what you'd expect. Right, yeah. I understand why. It's because you talk about Dust Noir, so you think, oh, Evia like Dustclops would be a thing. Like, if you could do that, that'd be really cool. I agree. But yeah. So, yeah, like, on paper, if you can always manage this ability, it's really cool. Her speed stat is abysmal, but defensive puppets don't always need their speed stat, right? So that's fine, I suppose. A few problems, though. Say it with me, no reliable recovery. If you're looking at a defensive puppet, that is a bit of a death sentence. She does get rest. I mean, most puppets do, but still,
I don't know if there's like a name for this kind of theory.
Power split is an
maybe I don't like to
interesting
quote this the Mantine
you actually have too much spread attack
phenomenon
for
or something like
worthwhile.
that.
Like,
Whereas like you have something
that
looks
irritating,
almost nice, but doesn't have reliable recovery.
Great.
It was given a reliable recovery and it was proven to be really good.
And more importantly, you cannot set up your own terrain. What is the point of a puppet that relies on a very limited turn count terrain to be a thing when she can't do it herself? She can take herself out to make sure your next puppet comes in better, though. That is true.
Yeah.
As we may eventually see, like 5 parts later from now, though, there are many better users of that exact move. One of them is way up there in S tiers, so yeah, this is maybe if she didn't have 40 base speed, she could actually use White Lily Dance and it'd be nice. Skill-wise, she also gets nothing whatsoever, so it's her learn set and
any
nothing more.
puppet that's
So
based
she
on a
suffers
human
from
solo
Sumimako's
character,
problem as well, where
they
she just
won't
doesn't
have
learn
a
anything.
TM learn pool. But yeah,
So,
gamercal just basically just said what I could say. Like,
never
there's not really
going
much to say.
A good idea. So we can round off the D tier here. Oops. Let's just get the get these ones into position here. So rounding off D tier, these are at the top of D tier at this point. Like saying, I'm going from bottom of the tier upwards as we go. So we don't talk about the best of the tier first. We'd go in an ascending order of what's basically what damage sinks as worst to best as we go. Defense Kine is the one that has the transform ability.
Ah, yes.
So this is your Zen mode of the game, the Darmanitan, if you will. Where when you are at half HP or less, you transform into the much more aggressive version of Kine here. So her base stats in general aren't too impressive. She's got a lot of defense actually. So like 95 HP, 125 defense, that's kind of cool I suppose. Speed stats really bad at 45, but then when you transform, bang! 140 attack and 100 and where is this at? This would be 140, so 120 base speed. Changes to steel fighting instead of just regular steel, so she gets an extra stab here as well. I think that matters because of close combat. So Yeah, it's kind of neat, I suppose. In terms of her actual moveset, what is Exploding Fist is dynamic punch, so you would never use that. She does get defense up, but she doesn't get any way of boosting her attack stat, which is kind of annoying.
Nope.
Fake Out doesn't really do a whole lot here, although I guess Fake Out could be kind of nice after you've transformed. Like if you have to switch out and you don't get immediately eviscerated for it, having Fake Out on the way back in is kind of nice. Yeah, Hone Claws is not really a good enough boosting move to justify here.
Okay, so I'll talk about defense caning just a little bit. So, yeah, Zenmo Dharm is a very common example to use for defense caning because, well, this game was released in Gen 6, and the only thing that uh, we can relate this sort of concept to is Zenmo Darmanitan because this was released in Gen 5 and this game was made during Gen 6. But I like to personally I like to compare this more to Minior because the concept is sort of similar. Rather, Minior has more additional things to its transformation, but the concept of a really bulky mon um, switching into and transforming into an offensive mon when it's in a pinch is more like Minior in a sense. But yeah, Defense Candy is more like Minior in my mind in regard to Zenmo Dharm. Also, and like gamercal said, it doesn't have good setup. Like if she had like Swords Dance at least, then she would have a lot of potential. One thing that is kind of notable to her is that she does have Unaware, which is pretty rare to find. That being said, she has no recovery, so yep. Moving on.
So she doesn't really get any way of increasing that high attack stat, and yeah, I don't know. Like Samurai Edge is nice, inaccurate but nice.
Man, Swords Dance would be really nice
She's
on
got
her
priority,
actually.
So her stab attacks are good.
or much like in Minior
Otherwise,
fashion,
though,
Shell Smash.
Javelin coverage again would be good if she could like sword stance or something. Shooting press is really good though. So finding Earth Steel, there are better users of those free moves. I will just say now, the gimmick is the problem here, right? So you have to get to below half HP before you actually start doing damage, and then you're weak to the opponent doing a priority attack against you. Can you even get substitute actually?
Much like Minior.
Yeah, Magic Barrier is there, so you could technically sub, but I don't know how you're managing that, to be honest. And again, her base form is like 45 base speed, so
sub
she's
isn't really
not
that great,
anything before
honestly.
she transforms. So, just not strong in the slightest. Defense Ellie, if I remember rightly, this is Earth and Steel, so 4 times weak to fighting. But I don't think she was that bad because of that. Her defensive stats are fine. Like 80 spread defense is a little bit on the low side for a thing, but she's a tank more than anything I think here, so that's passable. Focus attack is fine as well. That's like 100 and no, it's not. It's 95 base attack, which is not the strongest out there, but she does get strenuous, so she can swords dance here as well. As far as typing goes, yeah, it's a good typing. It's probably just there are better instances of this typing. Steel Earth is not particularly uncommon, so there are probably just better ones that you can have for it. But one thing she does have going for her is imposing stance. This is Magic Guard in Pokemon, and is actually kind of absurd. I forget if... No, it does, right? Because imposing stance is on the show, which makes it immune to recoil damage as well.
Correct.
So
she has Brandish, right?
You can wield this very powerful Brandish without actually taking recoil damage, which is really good. But again, like 60 base speed is super slow for doing this kind of thing. But you do have priority, so your base attacks are fine, right? Your stab moves are good, and you've got Swords Dance. But you're 4 times weak to fighting. You're not the best in class when it comes to Steel and Earth. And outside of Steel and fighting, what have you really got? Detonation Burst, I suppose. Flying Frenzy is decent. That can come in handy.
It's a decent option because a common switch into that is like Extra Hina, which is weak to that.
like Raymuda or like Wind and Warped as a typing. Wind and Steel actually does a lot against that too. So yeah, like her typing leaves a bit to be desired when it comes to the self-sufficient coverage part, and she doesn't really have the options to uh, work around that, we shall say.
So yeah, I think I'm mostly just gonna parrot what gamercal said. So yeah, despite her style having defense on the tag, I do consider her to be an offensive piece rather than a defensive one. Just because her typing isn't really that good defensively. She doesn't have that good utility, but she does have Magic Guard, which can work in tandem with Life Orb. Steel Earth is a nightmare to switch into, and she has Swords Dance, and yeah, which like all of that is nice offensively. But as Gamercal said, there are puppets that do this better. Most notably Defense Sukuna. Like that does that better. Speed Nazarene, I think, is better at doing this.
Clown Piece isn't done getting shat on in D tier yet though, because we got the defense one too. I was a little bit unsure about this one, to be honest. I personally think this is like not the worst thing in the world, but I can easily see why this is so low down, because her actual attack stat is really bad. But the rest of her's quite decent here. 80 speed is not amazing, but it's not the worst in the world. Defenses are quite solid at 105 and 95. Her HP stat is really high.
Does she have
This
any
is 110
utility?
base HP. And recoil offset works well because both of her stab moves are 120 base power recoil attacks.
Yeah, not really much in terms of utility, except for like spin. Does she have toxic at least? No, she doesn't.
That does a lot to make up for her low firepower in general. She has Swords Dance as well, so it's like you've got SD, you've got 4 different attacks that you could use for recoil stuff here, depending on what coverage you want. 2 of them are stab, and she does have reliable recovery, which, yay, is like better than basically every other puppet that we have seen.
She does have reliable recovery, that is true.
There have been very few.
I just don't think that she doesn't have really much except for like spin, which is fine.
So
if she had like toxic, that would be cool.
I mean, maybe that typing is just a little bit too awkward. It does have 4 weaknesses, but it's got like 8 resistances, if I remember rightly. It's one of the stronger defensive typings in the game in terms of actual defense.
Okay, I guess it's not bad actually.
Maybe this one's a little bit underrated. I don't know if I would particularly go further than like C tier.
So I have tried using offensive defense clown piece in the past. I have tried using this banded. I forget if I tried sword stance, but honestly, I'm pretty sure this thing has a pretty shit. Like, I guess maybe 80 speed isn't shit, but like, this isn't really that great to work with. Aside from the fact that she doesn't really have anything to hit. She doesn't even have coverage to hit warp types, I believe. Like, she doesn't even have, like, Thor's Hammer or something like that. Thor's Hammer would actually be kind of decent, actually. But this isn't really that great. And for the longest time, I had hope. I had a little bit of hope for this because I remember hearing a quote from a video in False Swipe Gaming. Like, um, I remember hearing, like, in the video, someone quoted a guy who used Venusaur in VGC and topped with it. And I remember the guy was saying something along the lines of, if Talonflame is considered to be like one of the strongest puppets because even though it has base 70 something attack, like base 120 stabs couldn't be bad, at least I think that's what the quote said. And I wanted to believe that theory for a while, but in when I tried to use this thing in practice, in my mind personally, maybe someone else could have different experiences because I mean, let's be real, like, you know, the tier list that I made is based on my own personal experience, and we don't really have that much of a defined meta because not that many people play this game anymore, myself included, because I mean, okay, I should have mentioned this like way back, but for the most part, I've kind of just burnt out. Like I don't really play this game that much anymore. But in my experience, this thing hasn't really done that well for me. So yeah, maybe defensively it could be nice, maybe, because light is an okay type defensively. But yeah,
Maybe C plus at like most, but D tier might be very slightly harsh here. But honestly, other than Burtis, who is actually going to use Clown Piece to find out whether this is bad or not? Right? That's probably the real problem here. Who is actually going to use Clown Piece to find out that she's not D tier?
I mean, I don't know if the popularity of a character would mean shit because I use fucking Tokiko. No one like I'm pretty sure like a good chunk of the Toho fan base don't know she doesn't even know she exists. But I used her because she had really cool traits, like it was like a cool hybrid between Lando T and Zapdos. And even though I never knew what this character was, she was fucking good. So I don't know. I don't know if popularity would mean that much.
Anyway,
Although I guess
Kozuzu,
that was probably
the
just a
assist
joke
one,
overall, because
there's
I
a
guess
gimmick with
the
Kozuzu.
joke
I don't
is
remember which one
nobody
has got the
likes
gimmick.
Clown Piece or something. I don't know.
It might be this one. So Kozuzu's base stats are like just about the worst in the game. She is pretty abysmal in general, right? Like these are 30s and 50s and stuff going on here.
To give an to give a scale of how bad her base stat total is, I'm pretty sure like some high cost normal style puppets have a higher base stat total than this. It is that bad.
She practically has nothing going for her in terms of her attacking or defending, really. But
I'm
it's
pretty
all
sure
about her.
she's like
she has Moody as well, but fuck that, nobody cares. Free Will is actually still kind of nice because she's immune to taunts and
I'm
stuff
pretty
like
sure
that.
she has Spore.
So it's not the worst.
So this one is at
It's all
I think
about
assist
her
Kosuzu is
actual
as
stat,
smearable
like
as you can get.
move pool here. So one of the things, if you have no rule set available, like limitations, you could do Moody Baton Pass with this thing. There's another puppet that does that slightly better,
Let's
but this is technically one you can use.
go!
And I suppose it's cool
Moody
because you've got like
Pass
the HP recovery stuff here
Pause!
as well.
Let's go!
Thorn Ivy is Spiky Shield in Pokemon. If the
Yeah.
opponent uses a move that's like 100 base power or higher, then
I
they take
love
damage
Moody!
for
It's
attacking as
so
well.
cool!
That's kind of cool if you want a protect skill, I suppose.
I love
But
Moody!
it's all about the stuff down here. If you have no evasion clause, she can do evasion +2. This isn't actually the gimmick that I thought it was, though. She's like, she ban passes everything. You've got Dragon
Yeah,
Dance,
it is
got
kind of like
special
Smeargle in the
based
purest
Dragon
sense, because
Dance, you've
what
got 100
Smeargle
base power
usually does,
sleep move here as well.
aside
so
from being a
that's,
suicide lead,
100 base
is
power,
shit
100
like
accuracy
this.
sleep move, which is pretty cool. And then you can do +3 special attack or +3 special defense. I think the only thing
Tail Glow and Condor,
no, focus
let's
defense.
go!
The only thing you can't pass is special defense by the looks of this. Which,
Oh, does she not have
you know,
amnesia?
Moody could probably fix. So
True.
yeah, she's a Moody passer, and Moody is banned, and ban pass is frowned upon. So
I love
clearly she's going to be at the
Moody.
bottom of the
I
list.
love Baton Pass. They're
Just by
so
default, right?
cool. I love them.
And then we have RQ. Oh man. What more can you say about this thing? If you are unaware of the gimmick on this one, it is Shedinja. Except this Shedinja can actually have an ability which is not Wonder Guard. For reasons. I do not know why.
Probably because it's really comical. Because one of the common ways you beat Ninja is hazards or status. So I'm pretty sure magic, or rather magic bounce there is just there for straight up comedy.
She has both offenses being pretty strong, which is interesting. 90 in both of them.
Oh, another thing to note is that I'm pretty sure Assist AQ is the only puppet in the game that has magic bounce, or has the combination of magic bounce and baton pass. So if you want to try to do a baton pass chain like what they did back in Gen 3, then this is your only reliable means of doing so, because, or I guess, okay, I said Gen 3, but more technically Gen 5. But basically, this is your only reliable means of setting up a baton pass chain, because this is basically your Espeon. And if your Espeon only has 1 HP to work with, that is bad.
Like, they're not the strongest out there, but neither was Shedinja. And yeah, her ability is frail health, so she only takes, when it comes to attacks, she can only take damage from super effective attacks.
How long have I been
Or
doing
you
this?
could magic bounce and be a troll. I don't know why you would, but you could.
I think I know. I'm pretty sure the
she
reason
still dies
is
to
because it's
Sandstorm,
funny.
She still dies to poison. She still dies to the usual thing Shedinja dies to. We do not have doubles and no restricted format, so there's no way she can do like in VGC and be successful in 2016 and the last format actually. No ally switch shenanigans and stuff.
Ally Switch is
She has a
very cool.
funny
It's a
move
very cool
in
ability
High
in doubles.
Magnetism, which doesn't have priority, but it makes the next move the opponent uses an electric type.
I didn't realize that she has Electrify.
So that's kind of silly.
Actually hilarious.
Also, hey, I haven't looked at the Steam stuff recently, so I guess if there's probably new stuff like that coming out all the time in terms of that, so wouldn't be too surprised. Yeah, you've got priority. This time it's stab priority, it's just stronger than what Shedinja can do, so there is that. You do have access to stab foul play too, is kind of funny. Parasong and stuff. Yeah, this is Toho Pokemon, basically. Also, yeah, you can trap the opponent in. If you could somehow make it so that the opponent doesn't... I don't know how you would do this,
was
but
actually
if
funny.
the opponent doesn't switch for some reason, immediately after knowing that you've got Shedinja in, you could trap them. It'd be very funny, but...
It would be funny.
Yeah. Don't ask me why she has Sandstorm when she dies to Sandstorm in one hit, by the way.
I'm pretty sure
Shedinja has that as well. It's
yes, Shedinja has this too.
It can actually
this is
just
comical.
use Sandstorm and kill itself immediately. Very, very weird. So that is all of D tier. As you see, there's a couple of things I'm like a little bit unsure if they...
So, one thing I want to say about Shedinja. So, although I would never put her anywhere above D tier, let alone theoretically the quote-unquote highest of D tier that's there, even though I didn't really order these whatsoever. I will say Shedinja stall has existed, and this is mostly due to um, the meta being so well defined, or rather, I should say, Shedinja stall has usually existed when a format has been like more or less solved. Like are the most popular Pokemon, and you know what they run. With that knowledge, you can technically tweak your team to where Shedinja will always switch into stuff that it will always wall. Like, say for example, Tapu Fini. Tapu Fini is a really great stall breaker, but it doesn't have anything to touch Shedinja with. And that's why Shedinja could be good against that. Actually, now that I think about it, Shedinja is actually great against all the Tapus except for Bulu, which because that could run Stone Edge, but you don't really see much Bulu in OU nowadays. But this is something that I mean. Like even though, like I would say even though Shedinja will always be like one of the worst puppets in the game, in my opinion. It does have that potential to see play in a solved format, which I mean, I'm gonna be real. I don't think TPDP will ever have like a solved metagame because not that many people play in it anyway. But that is something I want to. That is something I want to say, like taking away from this. Anyway,
They're deserving of being in D tier, but most of this is just not amazing stuff, to be honest. Of the ones in here, I think for sure Kongara is an interesting one, but I think the reliable recovery aspect is the issue there. But for sure,
reliable
Timepiece could
recovery and
be
also just
further up
stat line is a little
if
bit too
somebody actually
unimpressive.
decided to try and use her. I think the fact that she's got like really high base power stabs is enough to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, the Talon Flame argument.
So, on to C tier. C tier usually being the you could but why would you sort of thing, I suppose, for stuff like D tier is like absolute trash, really. C tier is these are most likely just outclassed by other things higher up, so like why would you bother? And we start that off with, honestly, one that I really liked in the base game, Speed Yumimi. So, Yumimi in general has got this thing about just honestly being pretty solid. I'm surprised to see her at the very bottom of C tier. Fire Electric is an interesting typing that I think only has 2 weaknesses or something. It's
Water and
4
Earth.
times to Earth, which is annoying, and it's like weak to water, but you've got coverage against water because you're electric, so very cool typing. She's relatively fast. This is 110 base speed on this thing, and decent power too at 125 spread attack. Not a lot of bulk, but you don't always need that if you are good at actually attacking, and I think Fire Electric is a pretty good coverage set. As far as her actual moves, you could go with the Toxic Orb and give her even more speed if you want to. She's got like Quick Feet here, which is pretty cool. And the one I'm using here is Competitive in Pokemon, where if you get a stat decreased by the opponent, you raise your special attack by 2 stages, which is pretty important when you look at her actual attacks, because she has Eruption as her main thing here. Eruption is incredibly powerful, as we well know. There is no sunny day for fire and water in this game. It's light and dark instead that get that treatment, so this doesn't get boosted by a weather like it would for, say, Torkoal or Groudon or something. Groudon doesn't use it, but you know what I mean. Like Primal Groudon did occasionally, because it became a fire type. But yeah, she's got super strong stuff here. Lightning speed is really good on something with this this much power as well. Stab Volt Switch is really nice. Phase Inversion is a crazy good move to have around. I don't know if you would use it most of the time because you're going to be choice locked a lot of the time, I think. But yeah, really cool move there. And I think the main problem
Phase Inversion is kind of pointless because you want to hit
resist
shit.
fire and are immune to electric. And she doesn't really have a ton that deals with that. Like, you're gonna have to use something like the, God forbid, the Water Sign, or does Slime Shot do more? No, but it does lower the opponent's speed, so like maybe that could be a thing. Yeah, I think that's the problem, is lack of coverage here.
Yep.
Her actual...
So, yeah, Speed Yumimi is pretty straightforward. Good stat line. Hits hard. Only problem is, Earth types are going to be a pain in the ass. You could build around it, but it is going to be hard, because it's kind of like, I mean, it is kind of like Regieleki in the sense. Like, Regieleki is insane. It's ridiculous, but any ground type would stuff it out. Any ground type would stuff it out. And like people have found ways to play around it, like it can be gimmicky, like, you know, trick, ring target, and there are some like a few more solid things you could do, like Reggie, like with toxic spikes, I believe, was used, but the fact remains that that puppets like this are just going to be difficult to make work. I guess you could say that this could arguably be a little bit higher than C, because even though she has this fatal flaw that every ground type will stuff her out, her innate traits are still pretty nice to the point where it could somewhat outweigh that flaw, and that is a pretty strong argument. I'm not gonna contest that, but yeah, this is my opinion. That's the reason why Speed Yumi is pretty low. Is that it is hard to deal with ground types.
attacks, like her stab attacks are amazing, but what does she do beyond that? She has literally like 2 attacks that she can do beyond that. And Smash Spin doesn't really count because it's just 60 base power anyway. So yeah, Star Flare's not good coverage, Gravity Blast is very awkward to use and not particularly strong anyway, and everything else is fire or lightning. And yeah, being blanked by one single type isn't usually a good sign, so I think that's where the issues lie here, to be honest, is that she's just not capable of dealing with any puppet of one type, and it's a good type too. Speed Yumeko is a strange one. This is a pure steel type that's a mixed attacker that typically mixed attackers don't do very well anymore. Like Infernape was really good in Gen 4, but we're 4 generations removed from that now, and Infernape is nowhere near as strong as it used to be. It's still
similar. Decent. Like if Infernape were in Gen 8 right now, it'd still be Yu, so it's not bad.
That outspeeds quite a lot of stuff. But her offenses are a little bit middling, and her defenses are frankly terrible. That HP stat is not going anywhere. So
I guess I think I want to talk about like mixed attacking designs for a second. So here's my opinion on like mixed attackers in general. I think how viable a mixed attacker is dependent on the environment in which the mixed attackers can potentially thrive in. The reason why Infernape was so successful as a mixed attacker is because the common defensive core you would see is Skarmbliss, Skarmory, and Blissey. And Infernape, who has this mixed attacker design, had the perfect moves to deal with this, being Fire Blast for Skarmory and Close Combat for Blissey. If you're to just try to make a design that just has even attacking stats, and well, the speed matters too, but if you try to make a design that has mixed attacking stats and um, and moves that have stab that are either physical and special, then that design, in my opinion, would usually, but not always, be unsuccessful, just because mixed attacking designs or mixed attacking sets are so niche because it depends on what you're aiming to hit with. Because again, the reason why mixed attacking Nape was so successful is because it dealt with Skarmbliss, which was huge. And yeah, and I'm pretty sure gamercal is gonna say like Speed Yumeko is not that bad because it's a mixed attacker that has some potential. But honestly, this thing's move pool is just really weird. Like this is one of the common things that I'll see like from mixed attacking designs. It's just a hodgepodge of shit that doesn't really go that well because it's missing some shit. It's kind of like Power Remelia in the sense. It's just kind of bleh.
yeah, she has 2 things going for her though. She has the same abilities as Cinccino. She's like
I'm pretty sure Cinccino doesn't have Technician. Ambipom is the one that has Technician and Skill Link. Actually, wait, let me check that real quick. Cinccino doesn't have Technician, right? She has Q-Charm. Oh no, she does have Technician. Never mind. So I guess Ambipom and Cinccino have Technician.
Cinccino or Ambipom.
Okay, he mentioned Ambipom too.
She's emulating here. You're most likely just going to stick with Salvo, because that is Skill Link, makes all of your multi-hit moves hit 5 times, and she has a bunch of multi-hit moves.
Even though Skill Link will probably be the more popular ability, I have seen Technician from time to time just because the potential damage output is greater than, like, if you can get 3, I'm pretty sure if you can get 4 more hits, then I think the damage you would deal is bigger than 5 hits, or it could be 3. But the reason why Skill Link will probably be more popular is because it's more consistent. Technician does give you a Technician does give you a bigger damage output, but it's inconsistent because, well, you're not gonna get 3 to 4 or 5 hits every single time. You can't get that 2 hit, which really fucking sucks.
And that's what she does well. She is a poor person's Ire, and yeah, Power Ire is just infinitely better. She's faster, better typing, more stuff, more like coverage options that she has. Like, she has 2 stab moves that she does on the ping here. Her main attack, being rapid throw, works on her weaker attack stat as well. So yeah. This one is a case of Aya does it like 600 times better. She's got some different coverage options, but I think Hatate also does it better in terms of those coverage options. So yeah, a bit of an unfortunate situation for this version of Yumeko. Gets much better later on. Oh, blue lights outside. That's fine. Okay, let me get to the one I used in the main game here, actually, Speed Rika. 2 good effects here at the very least. The abilities are nice. You've got Intimidate and Flash Fire, pretty much. Although Flash Fire
this is like Fire Absorb.
Fire Absorb,
yeah.
It would be. Like, you heal instead of getting a boost to your fire attacks. Sure. Stats really let this one down. 70 base speed is just abysmal, to be honest. Its spread attack is not even that powerful either. This is boosted by nature, so it's 105, I think, is its normal thing. And it's got no defensive profile to speak on. Fire Steel is, like, fine enough. It's 4 times weak to Earth, but you can kind of get away with it otherwise.
Defensively, I think Speed Rika is okay.
So like, you
not
don't have nearly
bad,
as many resistances,
not awful, but
so
just
it's no heat trap.
Fine
Sure.
defensively.
Skill-wise, it's respectable. There's a few things you could conceive of doing decently here. It has recovery, but its defenses are not good enough really to facilitate that. It's got spikes, which is kind of cool. One of the main things it has going for it is offensive trance, which is shell smash. Problem is, you don't really need your physical attack, so it's weird. I don't know. Like, it's good to get double power, that's for sure, but are you gonna survive long enough? I'm not so sure. Coverage is quite good on this thing though, so it can do some good work. It struggles against water with its stab attacks, but it has a couple.
It does have Thunderbolt, I believe,
against water,
which is, I mean, it's okay.
Poison are both good against it, so it's not completely walled by one type. Still just a bit awkward though. Then another Sumireko is a weird one seeing this low down. This is Warped and Void, so weird typing, not the greatest overall. But I think this one actually has a solid game plan, unlike the previous one. Passable HP, bulk is not amazing. Offenses are fine, like 105 spread attack, and the speed is really high. It's like 125 speed, so yeah, this thing outspeeds a lot of stuff, which is really good. As far as its, does it get anything skill card wise this time? Not massively, but
gotta love
spread attacks to have
in this game.
So yeah, it doesn't get a lot, but at least it gets something going for it. But it's got like 2 really good traits. Decrescendo is actually stupidly strong. This is Parting Shot in Pokemon, so on something with 125 base speed, this is really, really nice to have. Lowers the opponent's attacking stats and then forces you to switch.
How is it special attack?
Good.
Yeah.
You know, you switch into something the opponent can't really damage very well because you've just lowered their offenses. But it also gets Nasty Plot. Nasty Plot in general on something with 125 base speed is not to be scoffed at. It has just enough coverage. I guess it doesn't actually learn any skill cards because it just gets these normally, but it's got just enough coverage available to it. You've got a really strong Void Stab if you want it. You've got your 95 base power illusion coverage. You've got your strongest Warp Stab that you could have, and you've got a couple, like Fire and Fighting are quite good attack types. So it's very limited. It's maybe too much of a one-trick, but that trick is not awful. It's probably just outclassed by stuff that has like better special attack or slightly better speed for it. But if you wanted to use it because Sumireko is like your favorite or something, Well, first off, get a better flavor. Second, you could. It's not bad.
So yeah, gamercal kind of like deduced my reasoning kind of nicely. So yeah, I don't think Speed Sumeriko is bad, but I don't think like she's fantastic either. And like the main, I think I just put her in there out of personal experience using her. To me, I don't think she has as enough firepower as I would like in my experience. Like Nasty Plot is good, don't get me wrong, but I feel that she doesn't have that much firepower in my opinion. Like I feel like she's a little bit too reliant on plot to to really get going. And Void Warped as an offensive typing is it's not bad, but it's not great either in my personal opinion. And like she could be like a good you can go with like 3 moves parting shot, which is it's fine. I just don't think it's great. But yeah, that's the reason why I put some Speed Smooth Girl there. It's just personal experience, like not thinking that she's just that great. Like again, yeah, I'm just
And
gonna
then we
move
get
on.
to the one that is most neutered by, or one of the most neutered by the banning of ability stuff here. Speed Suwako is not a terrible puppet, but it's
Yeah,
down at the very bottom of C tier for one very simple reason. It's not its stats, because its stats are actually good. This is like
yeah, its stats are
95
good.
base HP, decent enough defenses, 120 for its spread attack, 115 speed is really strong. Its coverage is a bit limited. I think its power is more or less locked at the 120
I'm pretty sure it only has
because it
stats
doesn't
to
have
work
a
with,
boosting move,
which
but
doesn't
it
help
does
it.
have Aqua Cannon, which is Water Spout.
Yeah, Water
That
Spout's
is
not bad.
insane. So you can most definitely do worse than a 120 base special attack Water Spout from something this quick. No, this thing is down here because its ability is unusable.
I'm gonna just say this real quick. Oh, the only reason why, so the reason why this is C because I'm pretty sure extra Sukuna is like a tier or two above it, and extra Sukuna is just outright better than this thing. If it weren't, if it doesn't have Moody, if this had Moody, then yeah, this will probably be like A plus tier or some shit because Moody's fucking ridiculous. But
Sawako
yeah,
is like hands down the best Moody user in the game because she's just really strong to begin with, right?
it's a little bit debatable to say best because one thing that I personally feel kind of sets her back compared to other Moody users is that she doesn't have substitute. I feel like substitute. I feel like if she had substitute, she would definitely be the best. But yeah,
But she can't use Moody because Moody is banned because it's stupid. And her other ability is just basically nothing. Yeah, just run up to it. Like you can unlike Satori, you can use
again, you can
Sawako.
run this without Moody,
That doesn't mean she's good.
but at that point, why not just run extra Sukuna because she just does what she does but
you
better.
can actually use her because her ability isn't her only ability.
That
isn't
being
bad,
said, this
but
thing
that
isn't
doesn't
awful
make her
by itself.
actually
Is that she's
usable
just outclassed,
in comparison to a lot of the
heavily
other stuff.
outclassed in my
Water
opinion.
and Earth is also another one which is not uncommon to find. And whilst I don't think she's actually the worst Water and Earth type, I think there's one other which personally I think is worse, but is surprisingly high up the tier list for some reason.
If I'm going to guess, he might be thinking of Defense Toyohime, which I think I put there. I think it's partly due to personal bias because I did top with Defense Toyohime in one of Baru's tournaments, so it could be a little bit of personal bias there. But if he is referring to Defense Toyohime, then the reason why I put her up there is just because Water Earth is not a bad defensive type, and she does have pretty good bulk, and she has Smash Spin, and Flawless is really nice for dodging Drought, which is pretty good. But if he is referring to Defense Toyohime, it could be up there just because of personal bias.
I guess we'll find that out at some point. I think it's just a fact if she's so limited. She only really has water and earth as available attacks. Like, oh man, she has Hex, that's so cool, right? But Never's not particularly great as a coverage option, and yeah, she gets nothing else to work with. If you are seriously considering quote unquote return as a move that you would use, something has gone wrong when you are not a void type. So yeah, her non-existent move pool alongside the fact of her actual ability is banned makes her pretty low down in C tier here, and I can understand why. Then we have Shizu, Speed Shizuha. I don't know a lot about this one, I'll be honest. She's prankster though, so there's gotta be something going for her,
I wonder if we can figure this out. Because
stat-wise,
if you look at some
the
of the traits, you can figure it out what this is supposed to be based on.
A little bit like a Whimsicott here.
Ding ding ding!
That speed stat is pretty high.
Ding ding ding! It's basically Whimsicott, but worse! Yeah, this thing is just literally Whimsicott, but not part fairy.
What is that? It's 115? 95 for the focus attack here. The defenses are passable enough, I suppose. It's a decent enough HP stat, like base 90. And she has Spirit of Yin you probably don't use. I mean, you are weak to poison, so I guess you get a minor benefit against that, which is kind of cool. But Prankster, my dude, like surely that's what you want to use here. So what does she actually do? First off, look down the bottom, because I guess this is where the main things come in here. Ban Pass is frowned upon, but not technically banned as far as I know, but people do generally not want to go against it, so it's mostly. So she has the Cotton Guard, I suppose. Yeah, not really seeing a whole lot else here, I'll be honest. I guess, like, Drain Seed is nice, but you can do that anywhere without the stuff. Her coverage, like, just on a learn set, her coverage is fine, right? Not the greatest I've seen, but, like, not the worst either. She's got poison too, so, like, that's fine, but she's got no way of boosting that attack stat.
In my opinion, Speed Shizuha just emulates that Whimsicott on release energy. Like the most infamous thing you would think of when you think Whimsicott is just Encore Subseed and just be an annoyance. Like that's like I feel like, because I don't think Shizuha really does anything else, because at least Whimsicott has some interesting utility, like it has Tailwind, although I don't know how useful that is in singles. It has Memento, which is pretty nice. I don't know if Speed Shizuha has U-turn, but you can do some shit like, well, with Whimsicott you can do like Tailwind, and stuff like that, and do like Lagging Tail U-turn, because what's interesting about Lagging Tail is that it makes you move last within your priority bracket. So Prankster actually bypasses Lagging Tail's drawback in that um you can still do Tailwind and all of Whimsicott's supporting stuff, but still have that slow U-turn due to Lagging Tail, which is pretty nice. But yeah, Shizuha doesn't really have that much except for like just Encore and being annoying.
So yeah, like passable move pool, to be honest, just like not stellar, and just no attack stat and no way of buffing that, right? Also no reliable recovery. Drain Seed is nice, like don't get me wrong, Drain Seed is pretty good, but I think the claim to fame that Shizuha would have is that she can Seryu with neutral priority.
I don't think that's the case, because I mean I could be wrong. Wait, actually, does priority let you jump a bracket, or actually no. Okay, never mind. I'm misremembering things. Yeah, it does let you say it with your priority.
This is probably the one
useful
thing
as
that she
that
can
might
do
be.
that very few of us can, and her base speed is high enough that she's going to outspeed most opponents that would go against it too.
I don't know how useful that would be, because Seiryu has never been proven to be that impressive of a terrain. Well, that could be something you can do, I guess.
Because your first setter is very obviously going to be Renko, then maybe. I don't know. That's about the only thing I can think of that she would really do. Which is not the greatest, I will admit. But, I mean, you could, again, if you are doing bad pass
almost
stuff,
3 hours.
you could have that bit. She get taunt?
She should.
Yes. So, yeah. She passes +3 defense and healing moves. That's what you do. I mean, she can make it so you're immune to war, I suppose. So there is that. Yeah, no, I don't know. I can see why this one would not be very good. There's probably a good reason why I've never actually looked at it before, and that is it. Alright, let's take a look into the next set. I'm not sure about Saren. So Saren is Electric Void. I always thought this one was respectable, like probably nothing I would want to use on the team, but not the worst. 100 base special attack is a little bit low,
which is perfect for
suppose.
C, in my opinion.
Speed stat's quite high.
Again, although that being said, I don't know how
so
I actually like put the tiers as,
yeah, its bulk is
or like how I actually judge these tiers, but what Cal said is kind of like more or less, or makes sense to me, because it's like, I think Cal said like what I Cal theorized what I put in.
Destiny Bond.
Okay, wait a second. I'm talking over him a lot. So like, what I'm pretty sure what Cal theorized is like shit doesn't see is like not great but not awful / shit that's outclassed, which I definitely expect Saren to be. Like, she's not awful, but she ain't great either.
Looking at this, I think it was 120, so that's quite solid. And yeah, its bulk is not very good. But I remember this one having stealth traps, so automatically that makes it like not the worst, right?
It can be a good suicide lead.
Also Destiny.
But I do prefer other suicide leads over Speed Satan, in my opinion.
One of her
like
defense
Speed
style
Aya,
has stealth trap, I guess. So not the absolute strongest out
yeah,
there,
like Speed Aya.
She does have the like decent enough. Probably choice specs would be the main thing with it. It's a weather one as well. Oh, does it have like recalibration? It does. Yeah, because Warning Shot is the main ability that I have here, so she has a little bit more bulk than normal.
But yeah, if you're using
Calm, she actually gets boosted a lot.
It's not bad.
And that makes her significantly
more powerful.
So,
I mean, personally, I prefer using like Power Yuki because she hits harder under Calm.
Being
like,
weak to dark
again,
is
it's not
the
bad.
greatest.
Like I wouldn't say it's
really
bad.
Have a
it's
defensive
just
profile
not
to speak of, right?
great.
Which is a bit annoying. But she's got good coverage, as well as lightning speed being available. Like fire is good. The because that gets rid of nature, which is one of the things to resist you. You've got good electric moves, obviously. This one makes sense to run stab overrun on, so there is that. Calm is not inherently useful.
If I recall correctly,
I guess,
by itself it's just shield dust as a weather, right? Yeah, it's not that great.
The amount of time, I mean,
it can be useful,
but completely shuts down defensive things that are trying to like lazy mist you, which is definitely possible.
It's
certainly
not bad,
not the
but
best of the weathers, but
Calm's effect rarely comes up, but it can come up. I think I said something similar to when I rated Defense Kokodo. It doesn't come up that often, but it can come up.
Also, I mean, she has Charge Beam, but you can't Charge Beam in Calm Weather. So, if you're going down that
Comedy.
route, yeah, that's not going to happen. I actually don't know. Do you still get confused under Calm by this? I imagine you do, right? Because it's not
I think you do.
Effect.
Yeah. It's not like a percentage-based effect because
Yeah,
that's
it's
because
not a
those are
random
usually
secondary, so yeah, I don't know. She's very fast for a recalibration user.
Yeah, percentage-based
but
ones are usually the ones that are
maybe
blocked by
just
shield
not
dust.
inherently strong enough. I don't know. Speed Server is another one that kind of is curious to me to be this low down, but her stats I think are a bit too middling here. So you might initially look at this and go, why would you even want to care about this one? Like Earth Electric is a decent enough typing, but her HP stat is fine. Like 100 base HP is decent. Focus defense is good. Special defense is not so, but that's fine. Focus attack is only 70, which is not particularly good. But both of her abilities are actually like damn strong for what she wants to do here. So she has Simple in Good Management to double any stat changes that you incur, and she also has Sniper, which is literally Sniper in Pokemon as well. Gives you 2.25 times damage on your crits. Why is that useful? Because her moveset includes guaranteed crit moves on stab. 105 base power normally, but you can, if you run Sniper, these are what, like, it's 2.25, so yeah, over 150 for sure, so pretty strong.
So I will say, Cal is not alone in the opinion that Speed Sarah is underrated, because because I know a few other people that value Speed Sarah a little bit more highly than I do. This is mostly just a personal experience thing. I do know how strong, um, in particular, I know how strong, or rather, I know that Sniper, Thunder Drill, and Rock Drills is pretty strong. But in my opinion, Speed Sarah, whenever I use Speed Sarah, she doesn't really close out the kills, in my experience. Perhaps if those moves were higher in base power, because I know how good the concept of guaranteed crit moves and sniper is, because I played Pokemon Radical Red, which has the concept of Wicked Blow Sniper Drapion, which is insane. But if I were to compare Radical Red Drapion to this, Drapion has a better attack stat, Wicked Blow has a higher base power, and yeah, that's basically it. I feel that if Speed Sarah had basically just honestly, if she had bigger numbers on her either her stats or her moves, then I think it'd be pretty strong. But in my experience of using her, she just hasn't. The damage has been underwhelming when I used her. I know other people would agree, or rather, I know other people would disagree, and that's totally fine. We're all humans. We all have different opinions. Blah. But yeah, in my personal experience, Speed Sarah has been underwhelming compared to how potentially great she can be.
And you have Swords Dance available, so I think the idea with this one, it depends exactly how you want to go about it. If you
Also,
want to use a good
I'm
management,
curious
this is a
because I forget. Does
fantastic
she
puppet
have Killing
to
Bite?
use
I
the
forget.
equivalent of Salak Berry on, because with good management, one strenuous
Yeah, she also
stance
has
is
Killing Bite
plus
too for
4,
wins. That's pretty cool.
and then you get to 25% HP or less, and you get plus 2 in speed. And that's just really neat. You've got excellent coverage in like Shooting Presses, Lightning Cut that you can use as well. Burn Strike, Kill and Bite, these are good coverage options to have as well for Earth Electric. Because Earth and Electric are both resisted by grass, by nature even. And Killing Bite, Burn Strike both deal with that. Killing Bite, by the way, is an always crit move, so it works in Sniper as well. So
I guess another thing that also kind of
Strenuous Stance
sucks
Sniper
about
effect is
this in particular is that if I were to go with the Wicked Blow Sniper Drapion with this example again, Wicked Blow doesn't miss. All of these moves can miss. So that's another fact. That might be another factor to consider is that like her sniper crit set can be inconsistent.
is also really good here, because you can just then have free guaranteed crit moves to run with as well, which is very powerful. So Yeah, I guess just her maybe her initial power is not strong enough. I haven't exactly run damage calcs for it, so maybe her initial firepower is just not high enough that even with the effect of like boosting her
Yeah.
her
She does.
stats up and stuff a lot,
Personally, I feel like she
just
needs an
doesn't
SD.
matter. Base
Whereas
70 is
Drapion,
a really
it
low
still
attack stat, so
feels
maybe
like
that's
you might
why.
need an SD, but
But
there are games where
it's
Drapion
hard
might
to
not need
argue.
an
Like
SD.
even stuff like Swallow has shown that if you give a Pokemon like a 140 base power stat move, it's gonna hurt even if it doesn't have a lot of special attack, right? So
Oh yeah,
the
Swallow's
base
another
power
example
is
of
there
that
on its
of
moves,
that
or
theorem.
the boosting side is there. Getting to +3 in one turn is crazy good. And its speed is just good enough that if you use it in Bind Trap,
It's
you'll
105,
outspeed
right?
unboosted things, like
Yeah, it's
practically
105.
guaranteed. So, yeah. And that's without actually increasing the stat here as well. It's actually not the worst speed stat in the world. It's, yeah, it's like 105, 110, is that? I forget. No, because 120 is like 189. So, no, it's 105.
I can never
Which is
remember
still pretty
total
good
base stats in my
for
head.
something
Like,
with
I can only remember
that
base.
sort of
I can only remember the
instant
base.
plus 4 is, yeah, it's alright.
Hone Claws plus
The
Dynamic
problem is
Punch.
Exploding Fist
Very
is not
cool.
stab. So, and yeah, Confusion is still 50% in this game because this was Gen 6 originally, but it also doesn't damage you if you quote-unquote hit yourself in Confusion. So I don't think that's a good enough meme set, unfortunately.
Hone Claws plus Dynamic
Then we
Punch
get to
is
Speed
comedy.
Lyrica. Speed Lyrica is Sound and Never, which is a confusing type, to say the least. It's middling, I think. Its stats are... they exist. Was 115 base speed. Only 65 spread defense is annoying. Its focus defense is higher than its attack, which is bad. Its HP is awful, so defensive profile is awkward, we shall say. It's weak to both sides of Volt Turn, which is horrendous, so automatically not looking amazing. Its abilities are not particularly good. Sound Absorb is actually crazy, but it already resists sound, obviously, so you're not really worried about that aspect. And yeah, raising its attack stats is cool and all, but just But its equivalent, or its other ability is Synchronize, which is just worse. So, I mean, there are some situations this can actually work well because of the way there's just more status conditions in this game, so maybe Resonance is better than I'd give it credit for, but it's certainly not an ability I would choose to have on a puppet. I don't actually think it's really that good. Its actual moveset stuff to go with...
to comment on Synchronize, there is... I don't know if I want to talk about it here, but there is one instance in which Synchronize can be really cool, partly, or I should say partly, mostly because of how Flame Orb works, or how self-inflicted status conditions work with Synchronize. Because in this game, I can talk about a little bit more in detail when he runs into a particular puppet, but there's a particular puppet in mind that can take advantage, or I guess there's two. There are a couple of puppets that can take advantage of how self-inflicted statuses work with Synchronize in a really interesting way. But we'll cross that bridge when you get to it.
A tempo is basically just worse phase inversion. It's haze rather than priority topsy-turvy, so that's not very good. It's got good stat boosting moves, both bulk up and sword stance, so you can certainly get yourself powered up well enough. You've got priority as well. High Tone Crush is quite nice. It can Stealth Trap. It's certainly not the best user of Stealth Trap, but any Stealth Trap is better than zero Stealth Trap, right? Does it get anything beyond its stabs? Javelins are 80 base power, so you don't generally consider them too much. Voice of Famine is fine. You're really looking for something that's against sound types, though, because sound resists never as well. So Spark Javelin, I suppose, is about the best. You got Changeling, so you could do a poor man's choice set with this thing, I suppose. St. Elmo's Fire is kind of nice. Stab Acrobatics is quite good. So there's some stuff to work with. A couple of decent status things. Flying Frenzy is actually good. This is much better than Spark Javelin to deal with sound types. So her coverage is there, but her initial firepower kind of isn't. Her bulk is not amazing, and she's weak to both sides of Vault Turn. So, yeah, I could see it. Outclassed.
Yeah, like, yeah, not yeah. I don't know. I don't know if there's anything that kind of like classes her. Although I guess maybe in a general all-out attacking sense. But yeah, in my opinion, Speed Lyrica pretty straightforward. She's just an attacker. Not a great one, not a bad one either. You could run her Suicide Rocks. It's not bad. Yeah.
She can do the sweeping roll, but other puppets will just do it much better, because they've got better typings and such. Kogasa, Speed Kogasa in particular, is the water light one. Speed Kogasa and Assist Kogasa, I believe, both have warning shot and deploy smoke, so they'll intimidate either physical or special based on whatever you choose. Stat wise, it's pretty respectable. Speed is like 110, so is the special attack. Defensive profile is not particularly good, but its defensive typing is respectable. It is weak to Changeling though, so that's a bit of a problem. At least it's neutral to lightning speed this time. And skill-wise, yeah, priority, cool. You got a lot of good high-ish power moves here. Like Silver Rain is a strange coverage option. I know why, obviously, because it's an umbrella. But like, yeah, it's a decent enough thing for it, I guess. Arclight, Cold Rain, sure. Do you get lightning speed?
I think she does.
You do.
Yeah.
So, pretty bog standard choice spec sort of user, I guess, really. You don't get the boosting moves to do much better.
Again, much like Lyrica, she's just an all-out attacker. She's just an okay all-out attacker. Not bad, not great. She does have some sort of defensive potential just because the intimidates are nice, but as gamercal said, like, or rather, it's fine. Another reason, well, one reason why she's not really that good defensively is because she doesn't have that great utility that a defensive pivot would want to have. Like I don't think she has spin, or actually, she doesn't have reliable recovery. That's the main thing. But yeah, like as an attacker, she's fine. She's not awful, but she ain't great either. But yeah.
But you do have priority available to you. You've got some pretty high power moves, 100, 130, 120, you know, powerful coverage as well. Yeah, just uninspiring is probably the right word for it, but
that's a good way to put it. Like, she's just really straightforward.
And it doesn't get walled out by any one type in particular.
Walled out by water
got enough
and
stuff.
nature.
Even Spinning Arrow is quite nice there too. You've certainly better than Swift Air Raid. You've got enough stuff to use, but I guess it's just.
Although,
yeah, it's defensive.
Actually, she has Silver Rain for nature, but I think mostly walled out by water. Although she has Bolt, which I guess is not bad.
So sure. Speaking of things that are relatively strong but somewhat uninspired,
yeah,
Nitari is actually kind of cool. Speed Nitari is water electric and does have immunity to electric, so it's almost like Lantern in that sort of way. But this is a much more aggressively slanted Lantern. 100 base speed, 105 base special attack, and yeah, not as good defenses as Lantern. Well, no, it's better defenses, but the HP is worse by a lot, so probably worse than Lantern that way. And Lantern's already not a super high tier thing before, but what this does have going for it is, again, Aqua Cannon. So, yeah, this has got a lot of good coverage too, because it's you've got water, electric, stab, you've got earth is good coverage.
Does it have twin
I think the main
gears?
thing you need is something against nature, and it did have twin gears, right? As if I remember seeing that right. Yeah, so you have coverage
Okay, it
against
has
nature
twin
here
gears
as well.
at least. But yeah.
I think this one also gets lightning speed.
Yeah, it does.
And water electric is quite strong as far as coverage goes. Like, you're weak to earth, but water covers that. You're weak to poison, and you're immune to electric because of your ability. You're weak to nature, but you've got coverage against that there. Yeah, I mean, I'm a little surprised this is, like, very low C, to be honest. Maybe it's just, again, just a little bit uninspired. Maybe it's just not fast
Again,
enough.
it's not really ordered.
I think
I didn't really
there
order
is
these things.
one
It's just C.
definitely superior.
I'm not gonna bother ordering shit. It's just fine.
Water spout later. Right, you also got Chrome Ray, yeah. So you actually have a decent power like coveraging there too. And as we say, yeah, you've got Switch. So maybe it's just a little bit too one note. Choice Scarf is very solid for it though.
Honestly, it is one note, but I just think that note isn't really as strong as I think it is, in my opinion.
Maybe it's too hard
like
to keep the hazards off for it. Might just be a bit too one note. But you also do just have 120 base power coverages as well. So, like on your stab attacks. So
yeah, like
I don't know.
yeah, like it is one
it,
note, but I don't think that note rings as high.
Maybe it's just not.
That's why I think it's C.
I mean, I could think of many puppets that are a lot worse than this that we haven't seen yet. So I don't think this one deserves to be at the bottom of C tier personally, but that is me. Speaking of ones I don't think should be at the bottom of C tier.
Ah, yes, he told. We did have a discussion about
why
this.
Is this thing down so low? I forgot.
We did have a discussion about this.
Okay, so Speed Bemiji, number one, definitely not the worst Bemiji. Defense is way worse than this. Speed Bemiji is absolutely absurd. There is one flaw with this thing, and that is warped is annoying for it. But even then, I wouldn't say that it is so bad that it is bottom of C tier. Again, there are many things that we haven't seen yet that I think are way, way, way worse than this.
Again? Yeah, like, I mean, this is something that he didn't know, and I did tell him later on that I didn't order these. I did not order these. I just think all of these are C. I don't think Momiji would be like a step higher. I still think she'd be C.
This is like B plus for me, surely. It's one of the most terrifying sweepers.
I mean, debatable. That is debatable.
I remember coming across. And there are a few reasons for that. Its defensive profile's not the greatest, I will admit, but it has Swords Dance and Dragon Dance, so you've got two different ways that you can go about boosting with it. It has a 120 base power stab, which not everything can say coming off of the stuff here. And you might think the Void moves don't matter, but it's got Gale Form, which is Aerialate before it got nerfed. So its Void skills actually become Wind skills with 30% extra power. You have Swords Dance, Pseudo Stab Extreme Speed. And that is absurd. There is no way this is bottom of C tier. Yeah, it can struggle a little bit to come in. Warped is a little bit annoying, but it technically does get Break Shot, which is good against it. And if you don't want to
if
set
your
up,
biggest coverage move is
Choice
Break
Band, because it
I don't
has
think that's
U-turn
great.
as well. Yeah, as I said, it's got Dragon Dance and it's got Swords Dance, so you've got two different options as to what you want to do. It can basically be like a mini Rayquaza with Swords Dance Extreme Speed, right?
Kind of.
It's not as outright powerful, but it also gets Pseudo Stab on the move, so, you know, it's effectively like a mini Rayquaza, but it also has a 120 base power stab it can fall back.
It's kind of like that, but it doesn't really. It didn't really feel that strong.
And yeah, it technically does have coverage against Warped. Also, Burn Strike is there, I guess, for other enemy steel types, but then Break Shot also hits them as well.
So one thing I will say, and looking back, I think this might have been the case when making this tier list. I think this. I think my philosophy of getting walled by a single type was a pretty big defining factor into making these tier lists. Unless, although, and I still think that's I still think that's a bit still a little bit of a deal when it comes to, well, my opinion of like Pokemon of or puppet offensive viability, because you can try to build around it. Like you can try to build around like different ways to like circumvent the po- the Pokemon's offensive shortcomings, because at the end of the day you're making a 6 Pokemon team, not a 1 Pokemon team. The problem is that it's still pretty hard to do so. Like even something like Regieleki, although it is really great, it's still hard to like circumvent Reggie's shortcomings against any bulky ground type, because you'd have to do so much, whether it be doing something gimmicky like tricking a ring target, or trying to do something like toxic spikes balance, but also try to like weave, like, you can try to like build around it, but it will still be hard to like navigate through through those uh through those shortcomings. And you might run into games where the puppet won't really shine as much, because those types will just be that hard to break. Because you have to consider that um even if you're trying to cover for your puppet's offensive shortcomings, your opponent, if they're smart enough, which I mean they probably will be, will try to cover will try to cover your opponent will try to cover their wall's weaknesses. So it's like, sure, you can try to like spam, like if you have a Regieleki and you're trying to like beat over like a Lando T or something, sure, you could spam, like you can go like Rain, for example, and just go out the wazoo with like uh fucking Barraskewda and the fucking Kingdra and whatnot. There are good checks to teams like that. Like Farthorn is a great example, like because it deals with, because even though Ferrothorn is great in rain, it's great against rain too. Like there's stuff you have to consider like that. So it's like, yes, you can build around it, but it's still hard. Like it's still pretty difficult to work around that. And there will be puppets that have this sort of shortcoming, but I think I rated them sort of highly. Like I think out of the I think off the top of my head, or actually, I don't. Let me think. I think maybe Power Show or Speed Show might be a good example of like a puppet that it might be walled by something, but they have good enough firepower to break through that still. But like with puppets like this, it will still be hard to break through like their shortcomings. Like it becomes much harder to overcome their shortcomings. Yeah, if that makes sense. And I think like when it comes to like speed Momiji and like power Ellie, for example, which I will say as a mistake on my part, I'm pretty sure I rated power Ellie higher than this, which I will say is a mistake, and I will definitely go my B on that, because I don't think power Ellie is that much better than Momiji. because But yeah, I will say that in regards to speed Moji, I'm definitely warped pilled here. Like, I definitely feel that warp types will definitely be a pain in the ass for this. And yeah, there goes my TED talk.
Uh, Surprisingly, despite literally wielding a sword, it doesn't get dancing sword. But I mean,
True.
break shot gets rid of screens. That can sometimes help as well. Yeah,
Eh.
so you can do all sorts with this. You've even got Spirit Rush, right, which was the head smash equivalent. So you don't take as much recoil. So I can't understand how this one is in bottom of C2. There's absolutely no shot that it is this week.
And by the way, you can definitely make the argument that it's not that hard to overcome a puppet shortcomings like this, and and you could say like from your own experiences, it's not hard to like build around this because you just spam this other type over and over. And I get that. Like again, this is just person. Like, at the end of the day, this is just personal experience, and and in that sense, you can definitely make the argument that this should be higher, and that's fine. It's your opinion.
This is probably, when I was looking through the stuff and sorting the things out with it here, this was like the immediate one that I noticed. It's like, there is no way this is as bad as he's saying it is, because I have used this before as well. Yeah, I know it has pass as well, but I'm not really counting stuff like that,
Yeah, I'm not.
It's possible.
I definitely
that's been
didn't
a
consider
bit,
baton
it's been a bit
pass.
single-minded on it. Oh. Also, yeah, bulk up, I suppose, but you're never going to use bulk up. It's literally not bulky enough to use that. Yeah, it's just insane though. Definitely at least B. I'd probably would say B plus. I've used that thing to great effect before. It's absolutely absurd.
Again, personal experience.
Alright, shifting up to the next rung up here. So this is like 13 through 18 on his list. I don't know if these are all like actually ordered. I think he did put a fair bit into ordering them at the time, so obviously things would change now, but we're not going to respect the tier list just to try and do stuff like this. Speed Megumu is wind and light. And that's a relatively good defensive. Most things with light are relatively good defensive typing outside of the fact that they're weak to U-turn. This thing is not weak to lightning speed because of light, so there's at least that. It's got two abilities that are relatively good. You can give it a wind immunity if you want. Up tempo is just like crazy strong though, right? Speed boost is insane and all that. I don't think you necessarily need speed boost on this thing though, because it already is 140 base speed. So I think the reason this one doesn't see as much play is because its typing is not as good as the other Megumu's, and its offensive power is not as high. This is a boosting nature as well, so it's only 95 base for its attack stat, which is not very strong. It's also not super bulky either, but it's 140 base speed with speed boost. It's feeling a lot like Ninjask here, but with better defensive typing. As far as the actual attacks go, I mean, if you really want, you've got priority. That's pretty funny.
Yeah.
You do have bulk up, and you have roost. So you have the opportunity to do stat boosting to get yourself above.
Does this thing have toxic? I know this thing doesn't have super fang.
In terms of the learn set, skill card wise, do you have?
Please tell me this has toxic. Come on, Baruto.
What do wind and light get resisted by?
Come on, Baruto. Please have toxic.
Wow, warped and resisted, but shooting press is good coverage. So yeah, that's fine. You've got wind, light, earth is probably good enough. Plasma ball is a very funny move, probably not too good for it though. Yeah, that's maybe about it, but that's still pretty solid. Oh, Dancing Sword is fine, and Lightning Cut too. Okay, yeah, you've got Wind, Electric, potentially Fighting, because Dancing Sword's not the strongest, but it's still pretty good. And yeah, I think if this thing had Sword Stance instead of Bulk Up, it would probably be much better. But
yeah, I'd agree with that.
You still have access to Roost as well, so I think you could make something of it. But it's outright not as powerful as the other ones, so I think that might be the problem here.
So, I think it might be fine to say this. So, a little bit of a. I think I want to disclose a little bit of cut content. I mean, well, it's not that big of a deal because, well, it's pretty minor, and Bardo wanted to fuck off from this project now, so it's not that big of a deal if I say this. So, Speed Megamove, fun fact, used to have Stealth Rock, and I thought that made it actually pretty nice because one of the things that I find wrong, or one of the cons that I find with Megamove is that she lacks she lacks a little bit of utility. A fast taunt is nice, but it would have been nice if she had like Super Fang or Toxic to pair with that, because a fast taunt would be good, but I don't feel like she has anything nice to go with it. Rocks would have been really nice as well, because Wind Light with Smooth Sailing actually has a really, or rather, a Wind type with Smooth Sailing in general has a pretty neat defensive profile, because, well, actually, I wouldn't say it's unique because Mystia has that, though granted, Power Mystia isn't really that bulky, but Wind Earth, or immunity to Wind Earth, is pretty nice to have, and she could have been nice as a defensive pivot if she had more means of utility, but she doesn't have that. And like Cal said, if if this thing had more means to inflict, like, if this thing had more firepower, basically, she'd definitely be better. But yeah, fun fact: she used to have Stealth Rock. Barreto removed it because his design philosophy, his design his design balance philosophy is really conservative.
Here, it's like it's not bad, but it's outclassed. Again, the typical C tier sort of thing, right? Speed Chen. Not S plus tier, I'm afraid. Not the Nuki's here anymore, but still. A couple of cool things for it, like Free Will is actually really solid for Chen here because she is a hazard setter as her main bit here. Flexible is also pretty fun for something as fast as Speed Chen is. If I remember rightly, Speed Chen is the second fastest puppet in the game.
Second to Speed Aya, that is correct.
Is the fastest at 150, and then Speed Chen is 145. So, yeah, very up there. And actually, Speed Aya kind of shares a lot of the design space of Speed Chen here, and that's probably why Chen is so low down.
You got it.
If you do take a look at those stats, not very bulky.
She has some stuff that sets her apart, but it's mostly Dragon Dance. And her stat line isn't really that great with Dragon Dance. Like, she doesn't really hit that hard.
Is obviously one of the main ones. She can lightning speed. She's not going to do very much with it, but it is there. Prank is Super Fang, so I guess that could be good against some of the bulkier stuff.
That is another thing that sets her apart,
she has some good coverage. Blaze Spear is not.
She has Encore. Does she have Taunt? That's kind of cool. That would be cool if she has Taunt.
She does have stat boosting. Brave Song is possible. It's just, I
guess, she also has
like,
Nasty Plot. That's kind of cool.
This one, when you can do it with something that's got more impact, but and I guess the response is the speed stat.
Super Fang's pretty nice.
But I don't think she's got the bulk to do it. Why do it with this when Assist Chen is probably just better at that? She does have a couple of neat things. Once again, backup plan. Go figure. There's another bad passer down here, but. Bad Pass is just on a lot of puppets, okay?
It is on a lot.
She has Yawn is kind of cool. Divine Punishment is Final Gambit. So you can play like max HP, max speed.
What's her
or
HP stat again?
And just
yeah, this isn't awful to work with.
Okay, I'm gonna like Hazard Set or something, but if you switch out on me or whatever, I'm gonna Divine Punishment the next thing that comes in. That's kind of cool, I suppose. Yeah. That's mostly it. Again, really good coverage, just not a lot of initial firepower, and that makes the coverage a bit harder to realistically use. You can do stuff like Spread Paralysis as well, though, and 145 base speed Screen Setter can make the difference. So, not the terrible one, just not as good as her counterpart later on. So. I don't think
where did I put Speed Aya, by the way?
Power Yugi.
Yeah.
AKA the Rampardos of this game. Except it's a Rampardos with Magic Guard. So that's kind of neat, I suppose. I think that means if you miss the high jump kick equivalent, you don't take recoil.
Correct.
Which is pretty interesting. You can also just ignore the opponent's ability, though, which is somewhat cool. But it's Rampardos in nature as well as just name here. It's, I think this one is actually a minus speed setup for me, like it's E minus. Yeah, so its actual base speed, stat
60,
is 60, not 45. Yeah. But that's not much better, to be honest with you. Oh dear, this one's just not great, right? HP stat is fine at 95, but the defenses are awful.
Yeah, not much to say. It's Rampardos through and through. Fighting type, not bad, but you are gonna get walled by shit like wind mostly. Yeah.
70, 65 respectively. You're not really taking hits even when you max that out. Its
I guess
attack stat is colossal.
the reason
just
why
like
it's not
Rampardos.
like lower is
It's got
because
hit
it does
just
have
about as
magic
often
guard,
as
and magic guard
Rampardos
high
does,
jump
though,
kick
which is to
is
say
really
not
nice to
very.
have. That is really good.
It gets nasty plot for some reason.
Comedy.
Just in case you want your special attack stat to equal your attack stat, I guess you could
Comedy.
do that. I know Rampardos also gets a ton of special moves actually, so
Yes, it does.
I guess it's not too dissimilar. You've got agility or rock polish, I guess, in this case, so this one you might get away with that actually, because you don't really need to buff your attack that much at 160 base or whatever. But
Rampardos has rock
even
polish
then,
too, right?
like, it's mono fighting. You do have some extra coverage moves. Like, Purgatory Flicker is pretty good here, to be honest. Flicker doesn't give you recoil damage, so that's kind of neat. And yeah, you've got High Jump Kick as your main stab, so sure. You could you could also belly drum if you actually if you so
You know, not gonna lie, if this had Mach Punch, it might be a little bit more decent.
That game, you can belly drum this thing.
I don't know if I put it a tier higher, but it would be a little bit more decent if I Mach Punch.
Is Curse for non-ghost type Curse, so that's the more like stable thing. But again, it's just like it's so slow, it's really frail as well. You're not gonna get the hits off with this. As far as the skill cards go, it gets Shooting Press, and that's all you can.
As the guy in the chat says, Special Rampardos is a thing because of sheer force.
It does get some good special coverage moves, though. So
yo, sheer force life orb.
Emulate special Rampardos.
Sheer force life orb with shit like this broken.
And Blizzard. The Blizzard is the closest thing for this. It's not Hydro Pump or Fire Blast if you wanted, I guess. It's so stupid, but you could. Wasting 160 base attack though, like my god. Alright, this one might surprise some people that this is not in D tier. Power Yukari in like low C tier. Yeah, very low C tier, but low C tier nonetheless. Not a whole lot to say about this one. It's Gen 6 Regigigas, but it actually has an upside if you manage to pull it off. Its defensive stats are solid, as you would expect a Regigigas to be. Its special attack stat is kind of immense, but its ability, I can't show it from there, I've got to show it in this bit. Its ability makes it half special attack and speed for 5 turns. But its ability then changes to Sirius afterwards, and Sirius is a massive speed boost thing. Gives you +1 in your speed and special attack every single turn, including the turn that it gets Sirius. Once you have lasted these 5 turns, you immediately get a Dragon Dance on the special side, and then it becomes insane. Its Void Illusion is pretty respectable defensive typing. It's only weak to Sound and Warped as attack types. Not really resistant to a ton, but that's fine. Regigigas is not resistant to much either, or anything for that matter. And it does get some things to go with it. This is not Gen 8 Regigigas, so it doesn't actually get Protect. What it gets instead is Force Shield, which is infinitely worse, but
it can still do
right?
it can still do a similar job.
Resistant. It basically makes any damage you take from an attack that turn 1/16 of your health, so you can recover that with leftovers. But it doesn't stop the opponent from actually doing their attack, which means secondary effects will still hit you, which is where it gets problematic, right? Like you could just get burned or something to cut your health down, and it doesn't stop toxics and stuff from hitting you in the first place, so kinda rough, to be honest. Coverage is really solid. You're generally only going to use stab attacks on this thing because you don't generally have space, but yeah, solid stuff that way. And yeah, even Chrome Ray is in here as well. You've got one screen. You don't even get both screens. You just got one screen.
That's hilarious.
One of the other key things, you do not get substitute, as well as you don't get protect. You do get rest, so you can potentially do that. Most of the time, you're going to see this thing be like force shield, flash bullet, and then dual stab or something. Yeah, so it has stuff going for it. It's just you've got to get those 5 turns done, and it's very, very difficult to do that in most situations. But if you build the team around it and do like dual screens plus it and stuff, you can definitely get some use out of it for sure.
So what's funny about this is I remember asking some of my friends who don't know this game and just know Pokemon. Like I asked them of like this kind of design. Like I asked them like, what if we had Regigigas, but in tandem of regaining its stats, it gained the Dragonets every turn. And they all replied, "It would be busted. Do not do this. What are you doing?" The thing, as Cal said, the thing that you have to realize is that stalling for 5 turns consecutively, because you can't even switch out, because if you switch out, those turns will reset. This kind of feat is really, 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 really hard to do. And not to mention, I don't know if Cal's gonna touch on this, but you have to consider that most that you're gonna spend like 2 to 3 of your move slots spend on stalling those turns. Like you're gonna be spending 2, 3 of the slots on substitute, protect, rest, or confuse ray, or like in bonds, thunder wave. Like I mean, doesn't really thunder wave doesn't really work in this game because it's bad. But the thing with this kind of design in general is that even if you do get the payoff, you are limited by what you have left for offensive moves, like whether that be Illusion Void because those are your stabs, or maybe something like Ghost Wave because that's neutral to everything. You run into this problem where like the payoff is nice, but how much are you willing to sacrifice for this payoff? It's just not worth it. Now I did decide to put this in C because it actually has something. Like this is really cool to work for, and it can close out games. It can. It's just really hard to do so.
Once it gets serious, the game is just about over, so watch out, I guess.
Oh, and this guy also mentioned Topsy Turvy. Yes.
Topsy Turvy does make it a bit sad, yeah, that's true. Power Yorihime. Is this the electric or the light one? This is the light one. Yeah, I remember being very confused about what this puppet is supposed to do.
It's Kingdra, but worse. It's literally just Kritra.
So Power Yorihime, 105 base speed. It's another mixed attacker, kind of like what? Who was it? It's Yumeko. Speed Yumeko was like, except this one doesn't do Cinchino things. This just does something. Steel Light is a fine defensive type. It's certainly not the best light hybrid that you can make, but it's okay. 120 base attack is fine. 100 special attack is passable for what it would want to do, but it just feels like you're wasting its stats when you're not using the right one for it. Insight Sniper, like Super Luck and literally Sniper, is fine. There's an item that gives the +1 crit rate, just like Scope Lens would, which I think if you play high crit moves, then gives you 100% crit rate. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
And she also has Focus Energy, one of the few puppets that does, and this might be the way that you're supposed to use her. I don't know.
Yeah, at least that's what I gathered from this kind of design.
Crit all the time,
it's
and that's kind of
basically Kritra.
her other stat boosting move is just growth, so maybe you could justify this in a Sun team or something. Otherwise, not a lot. She's got priority, which is kind of cool. Some decent special coverage. Brandish is a recoil move, but she doesn't really synergize with recoil. That HP stat leaves a lot to be desired as well. Well, you see, the thing is, Pepper, she has Sniper. Right? So you either use like focus energy plus another item, and that gives you the crit rate that way, or you play like focus energy plus the ring and use sniper, and then you've got 2.25 times damage on all of your moves and bypassing defense boosts. Like, that makes it a little bit more tolerable. As far as her actual like high crit moves are, Dancing Sword is fine, but it's not stab. Eye of Lapras on the special side is passable, but not stab. Rocky Barrage is pretty good, but again, not stab. Her best physical one, I think, that's crits more often, which is not amazing, and 60 base power. She doesn't really get the skills that take advantage of it, right? I don't think there is a steel move that would
I don't think so.
advantage of it.
I don't think there is.
But like, there's no crit move that she can use to like, yeah, it's just poor in terms of the stuff here. And then her other attacks, like Last Slash and stuff, is fine. Most of her good attacks are on a weaker attack stat, so I don't really know what you're doing here. You know, that's the problem. It's like, you do have good special coverage especially, but it's only 100 base. And you do have some good physical stuff there, but not really enough. So it's a very misguided puppet for sure.
I wonder if this thing
not
had
the most misguided in the game.
If this thing had flash,
I
wonder how good it would
show
be.
up yet on the list, but you know,
like
whatever.
if it had like the Aurora Swift Swims,
yeah,
like Kingdra
Killing
Swift
Bite is
Swim.
not really for
Oh yeah, that's right, Killing Bite. I forgot.
Then the last one in this lot is Power Yoshika, which I will admit I have not looked at in absolutely forever, so I do not remember anything about what
same.
this one does. 120 base attack, massive HP stat, but like 20 base special defense. Right, yep. Armor Purge is interesting as weak armor in Pokemon, except it's like Gen 5 weak armor, where it's +1 stage instead of +2 for the speed, which is unfortunate, but it does increase attack as well. I suppose I shouldn't really like degrade it too much. It's a Dragon Dance rather than +2 in like speed. So
I think the main thing I didn't like about this is that
speed is quite low for that sort of thing, though. And her defense stat is also not particularly high.
I think overall,
so
I just didn't really
good luck
see this
actually
as
surviving a
impressive.
ton. Mono Poison is like passable, but not amazing. She does get like the ghost form of Pixelite though.
Like this is
neat, I
this
suppose.
is fine.
You might get more
Not
mileage out of
bad.
that, to be honest. But it's not stab, so there is that. As
Maybe
far
she
as her
had
actual
Spirit
attacks
Rush
go,
to
she
be
gets
cool.
Swords Dance. So I suppose if you Swords Dance and also get hit by something, if you get hit by Changeling on the way out, you're probably not going to have time to do stuff like Swords Dance. Force Shield is actually good here though, because if the opponent does hit you with like a
weak
Changeling
armor.
or something on the way out, Force Shield is going to make it so you'll still take like a 16th damage, which you can heal off, but it will trigger Armor Purge. So yeah, it's actually pretty respectable, and yeah, she gets a couple of things for the Ghost 8 move. It's just like Never's not really the coverage that you want most of the time, because it only hits itself for weakness.
It hits itself for weakness,
okay,
but it's
Never
neutral
does resist
to
poison, so that's kind of cool. But I'm pretty sure
it's
she's
neutral
gonna get
to most
something else that you
things,
can
though.
use there instead.
Poison Nether's fine.
Yeah, Poison
it's
Trap
not
is
great,
not good
but
on the power
Poison Nether's
version
fine.
for sure.
It's not great.
None of her level up moves can really do much against Never, but you can just like Burn Strike or something. Lost Crisis is fine, I guess. Yeah, she doesn't actually get a ton that deals with it, so maybe that's that thing. But I mean, the fact that she doesn't get a lot to deal with Never is a pretty big problem in its own right, you know? So,
Honestly,
yeah, Shadow
think
Javelin, I suppose.
overall, this
It's a
just seems
javelin,
okay.
though,
Like,
so,
it's not
like,
bad, it just seems like
that
not
should show how
impressive.
much Spectre Warning.
That's probably
is
just why I put her
low
in C.
power.
Like,
Otherwise, that would have actually
this
been
doesn't
pretty
really
good for
read
it.
impressive to me.
Yeah, you might just have to use a Void move against him, which isn't the greatest. Right, before we go any further, I do need to quickly get up for a minute, so I will be back in probably like 5 or so.
I actually should I actually gotta use the restroom again, so I think I'll be back and then I'll skip forward. Alright. Okay.
Location in a sec too. We'll have a different song on for a bit here. The big immediate warning point on that is that there's one puppet that have a puppet box after all. Okay, so moving on.
Alright, there we go.
In C tier, we are, well, 3/4 of the way through the second row here. I'm not really sure what Yachi does because I haven't actually done a ton with the new stuff. Like,
So I know what this is because, well, I mean, I was part of the beta test team, so I know I do know what Bardo's thought process on this was. But this is a Lorantis. And fun fact, this Lorantis design used to have a lot more things. Like it used to have superpower, it used to have overdrive, it used to have a lot of stuff. And then it just has volcano. This is dog shit. I'm pretty sure this used to have superpower as well, but yeah. It used to have a lot of shit that Lorantis had, and now it just has the Leaf Storm. Great.
the extended puppets. So there's a few of them that I know. This is definitely not one of them. So Warped and Fire, I think the big immediate warning point on that is that there's one puppet that's at like the very top of the tier that shares this typing, and that probably outclasses this one.
What else is Warped Fire? It's a Clown Piece and...
Alright, defensively, yeah, not the worst. It's what, 95 HP? 95 HP, 85 defense is okay. Special defense is pretty high though. It's like 110. It's quite good. Speed is relatively low, not as low as the other one that's like this typing. Special attack is decent. I don't think it was quite as high as the other one. That's fine. Focus attack is like way too high, so it's not a very optimized stat spread, that's for sure. Ascertainment is an interesting ability. Like, stopping the opponent from getting a boost from their own ability is neat.
It's very niche in my opinion. This ability has never came up in my experience of playing in the 4 years that I've played this game. This ability has never come up for me in a relevant manner. This ability is garbage.
Can backfire if the opponent plays two of a kind though. That's very funny. As as it actually gets rid of the debuff that's on that ability set. But this means that you can't get like a stat boost off of things like the void form that or the never form that we just saw. So it's kind of cool, I suppose. Again, typing is respectable. Ability-wise, the other thing is Usurpation, which, as we established right at the start with Defense Sega even, is passable, but very prediction heavy, and I'm not sure if this puppet's going to actually do well with
I do appreciate the change in music.
Unless
I do
I'm
like this theme.
misremembering what this ability actually does, and is it like inverts your own stat changes? Because if it's invert your own stat changes, there's one that does it on the opponent, and there's one that does it on yours, and I don't remember which is which.
Yeah, reverse function is for the opponent, which is Sakume's exclusive ability.
If it's on yours, that's actually really good, and I might have misremembered on Defense Seiya then. To be fair, Seiya didn't have anything that could really use it, because it was also like special base moves.
Correct.
And it wasn't a special attacker. This one, on the other hand, actually does have special attack to speak on. Like, it's not the highest, but this definitely does have. It's a base 100, that's higher than Superior gets. But it's also, like, really slow, so...
I want to see Lorantis again.
What is that? Yeah, I'm gonna double check this real quick, actually, because I want to just make sure of which way round that ability is. Reverse function is the one that flips on the enemy, so this is basically slow but more powerful Superior then.
Lorantis in a nutshell, ladies and gents.
It's Usurpation, isn't it? What the hell is this thing called? Yeah, oh, Usurpation, right, okay. Yeah, invert stat changes. Yeah, this is the one that's on Extra Sager. Okay, so I kind of misinterpreted with Speed Sager at the start there, because I thought it was like...
It literally doesn't matter.
For some reason I thought, yeah, the
garbage.
Speed Sager being... Speed Sager was like the worst one that wasn't Satori, because, you know, Boba Fett ability band. And I misinterpreted that because I read it as, for some reason I thought that was the one that inverted the opponent's stat changes. It's like, yeah, that's cool, but you got to predict it coming in. No, that's not it. But Speed Sager also only has 55 base spread attack, so it's not doing crap with that anyway. So that doesn't really change its placement or anything. But yeah, I misinterpreted the ability. Oh well, it happens. Yeah, so this inverts your own stat changes, which means that this volcano down the bottom here is the equivalent of Superior Leaf Storm, which is kind of crazy. So it's 100 base spread, and it gives itself +2 every time it actually lands an attack. Again, the problem is the speed stat. 65 base speed is not enough to even outspeed stuff after a bind trap if they're significantly decent. So, and that's kind of all it does, right? It tries to be a bulky puppet, but it doesn't have recovery. It tries to be like a Superior, but it's not fast enough to do that. Does it get coverage otherwise? Technically lightning speed. Poison bomb is decent coverage, actually. Poison's a pretty respectable one because it deals with water types. But otherwise, yeah, not really. So it's relatively one trick. And it doesn't really do that trick especially well with that lower base speed. It's got good priority, but again, its priority.
If it had the other shit that it had, like I remember it had hammer arm, superpower, and
firewall is
physical
also
leaf
really
storm.
good
It
to
had
have,
overdrive.
though.
Then would
Like,
have been
the
a little bit
knockoff
more
effect
interesting
is
because
very
you could have done
strong,
some
so
interesting stuff with it.
it has a couple of things going
Like
for
it could be like Power Orange but better,
like it's
basically.
entirely outclassed as a fire warp type by some of the other options. Again, there is one option that's like at the very top of the tier list that's
Was it?
that I have used before that's really good too, which I think is just much better in general.
Oh
But
yeah, I forgot about
could see
mine.
this
Yeah,
potentially
mine's
stealing
incredible.
a game because this attack is actually really good, you know? So make of that as you will, but I can see why it's not highly rated here. I'm actually kind of curious if I could find where the community has rated that one, because I wonder if the community's rated this one a decent bit higher than like low C tier.
I'm actually curious
I'm not
too.
going to spend too long trying to find it because honestly, the text document doesn't match the picture thing, and trying to find one particular thing out of 450 odd in the pictures is surprisingly annoying. Not even that surprisingly, it just is really annoying. So, you know, I'm not going to spend too long trying to find it, but we'll take a quick look and see if I can.
There it
So
is.
it looks like the community's put in definitely no less than B. The community's like C and D tiers are actually really small compared to. I mean, Damage is nuanced it a little bit more. He does have C plus and whatnot, but yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Damage is just like underrating this one by quite a bit. But at the same time, it does seem pretty one trick.
Where can I find? Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I'm not immediately seeing it, and I'm not gonna spend too much more
There it
like
is.
going for it.
So oh god, this is a lot.
Like
oh my god, this is a lot. Okay, never mind. I'm gonna look away because that is a lot. Never mind. I'm not gonna look for that.
I'm not gonna waste my time looking for that at the moment. Yeah, interesting. Like I said, I don't think she deserves to be that low down, but at the same time, top of C tier probably. Again, very one trick. So yeah, really scary if handed like a Tailwind, but Tailwind is not that great. Genbu, the problem with it being a Genbu puppet is that you can't minus your nature in this game, which means that her minimum speed stat is.
Also, a problem with Trick Room in general is
that speed stat is 70.
It's hard to.
It's too slow for a Scarf.
The problem with Trick Room in general is that
because 70
you only have like 5 or 8 turns to work with if you're using Assist Renko, which is kind of hard
slow at all, to be honest.
And yeah, 60 is that awkward. 60 is that awkward speed.
Laden team though might be able to solve that issue a bit, but I don't know how effective they are. And even then, it's like it's one attack.
As someone who is a big fan of trying to make, like, I love Paraspam because I remember like one of my favorite teams to run in Gen 7 was kind of like Zapdos, Ferrothorn, Zygarde, spamming Paralysis, and then you have like a Mega Gardevoir and a Mega Heracross. Like I do like those types of teams, and as someone who's tried to make that work in this game, it's not that great because the paralysis in this game isn't really that impactful compared to Pokemon.
Right. I don't know. Yeah, 65 is too fast and too slow at the same time. Utsuho! Power Oku is one of the larger memes of the game for sure. She's got a couple of really good traits
theorem, ladies and gents.
Aggressive is download, and she can use either side of the download if you spec her properly, so that's really cool. Back in base game, actually, it was neat because the only puppets with download were this and Power Yumeko, and both of them were primarily spread attackers. So just like in Pokemon, you would always put that spare point in special defense if you had even defenses in order to make it so that attack was your the stat that the opponent got, because otherwise it defaulted to special just like it does in Pokemon. This puppet could technically abuse that because it has 150 in both offense stats, so you can technically punish the opponent for doing that and you know, go from there. The problem It has nothing anywhere else. This is Oku at her finest, basically. She has, like, I think this is a minus speed one, so I think she's like 60 base speed. If I remember rightly, I think she got a speed buff going. Yeah, this is a minus speed one. I think she got a speed buff going into
Really?
Shard of Dreams instead of the base game as well. It's pretty funny. But
No,
yeah, 60 base speed, 50 both defenses, and like 60 HP. Just bleh. Absolute boss. She's never going to get a hit off. If she does get a hit off, though, she's probably killing something. Firelight, once again, pretty good defensive typing. She just doesn't have the stats to go alongside it, nor does she really want to be honest. But
nah,
she's
man.
got
Max HP, max defense, power Oku,
overheat
broken.
style moves. She's got 2 hyper beam style moves on her stabs. She's got eruption. If you do end up going trick room side with her, then trick room eruption obviously is really good. Physically, she's got 120 base power stabs here, the flare blitz equivalents, which are amazing. She technically has a really good status move too, but again, status on power Utsuho. Ha!
Yeah, you just want to click. You just want to click
too. Like,
buttons that deal
very
damage.
Knockoff. Does she have anything beyond that? Nope. Technically, she does. If you play on an Aurora team, she's which she does have the growth equivalent for as well. If you want to be a real memester, she technically has Solar Beam, which is kind of fun. Eye of Lapras is surprisingly okay, actually, for a light type to have access to. She even gets the Fog equivalent of Solar Beam for reasons. I don't actually know why she gets this.
I don't know.
It doesn't really make
either.
sense for a sun-based puppet to get the rain-based
I got nothing there.
Solar Beam.
I got nothing there,
Whatever,
Chief.
dude. Utsuho don't give a crap. Yeah, good luck is all that can be really said if you do try and use this one. It's very funny, and Final Form is actually kind of a cool ability as well. It's your typical starter-based one, or like Swarm, that sort of thing, but it works on both of your stabs at the same time, so it's a little bit better, to be honest. It's fine, I guess, if you're going to be at low HP anyway, right? So
Lead her with Sash.
Sash, yeah, there you go.
Does she have over-aim? Because, I mean, assuming we weren't playing with Team Preview, you can do something like a Lead Machamp, and like blow something up. If they have a Sash, then use over-aim, I guess.
But yeah, you
can do something like a Gen 4 Lead Machamp sort of thing.
Final Rinosuke over here. The Power Form, I'm not sure I would consider this the best one. Void and Steel is probably the most comprehensive typing of the 3 of them. Its attack stat is significantly higher, but this one doesn't get belly drum.
I don't know if he's gonna get this, but the reason why I think this one's the best one is simple. Shell Smash. That's it.
Its defense
I do think Shell Smash is better than what the defense in Extra Rinosuke's have.
Spread attack is like the same as its focus attack, which is very
Shell
fun.
Smash is pretty nice.
So,
and I do think it's better than what the others have.
Apart from still backup plan, because of course it does. The main thing this one gets is offensive trance.
Yeah.
So the reason it's spread attack
the main
so
reason why I rate this higher than the other ones is just because of this.
Shell Smash.
It's literally just because of this.
So you still have extreme speed, but you don't have belly drum extreme speed this time. So that's why I think this one is probably worse, to be honest. But you do get access to.
You do have special coverage.
Steel move as well, the spread stab.
And you don't have to run E-speed on a physical set.
That's about
it. You can just run return, and that's fine.
Night Step is technically a thing. 60 base speed with +2 is enough to outspeed most unboosted, I think pretty much all unboosted things. With
what's the speed again?
No problem. You get up to 60 to 80 to 100.
60 is good with the +2
so you
boost.
224 speed.
60 is good with a +2 boost.
That outspeeds basically everything you're going to see without a setup move. In fact, even Aya, I think, is like... Is Aya 222 or 223? I don't remember. It's somewhere in that sort of region. I think you even outspeed Aya. So, technically you outspeed all the dudes, and if you don't, you've still got access to Swallow Cut. In theory, you can set it up. And I mean, that's the same with all the Rinosuke's. In theory, you can set them up. But what do they do after that?
Yeah, if they have priority,
fine,
then lol.
But they are very outclassed in their own sort of thing. There are far better, far more immediately threatening things you can set up. So yeah, Rika, if you want to do Trick Room abuse, this is certainly one of the ways to do it.
She is one of the best mons to use in
this
Trick
can
Room.
do. I don't think Gente's water actually helps in terms of the power part. I'll find a coverage in a sec. She's
That Earth skill
electric
damage
and
though.
Steel, so she's 4 times weak to Earth, just like the speed form. Unfortunately, I do not think that halving that damage is going to make a single bit of difference in her survivability. But what she does have is the ridiculously powerful Unyielding form, and this is gross.
It's pretty good.
The reason this is the highest one is because it's actually powerful. I believe that is 145 base spread attack.
It might be 50?
Somewhere in that region on this thing.
Oh no, it's 155. Oh, excuse me.
What, 18 less?
Oh, excuse me.
Or like 19 less, somewhere in that region. Yeah, I think it's actually 155. It's even stronger than I thought that way. And this is an E- mark, so it's base 30 in speed. One of the slowest puppets that you can get. So very, very slow, very frail as well though. Like the HP stat is good, but the defense is a misery. But this special attack is absolutely ungodly.
Yeah, like I do think, in my opinion, in hard Trick Room, she is one of the best puppets to use.
So she gets her Void moves become Steel and are 30% stronger, and she gets Danmaku Dance, which is the Outrage equivalent. If you don't 4 times resist or are immune to Steel, you are probably dying against this. So it's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. She has 85 base spread attack or something, I think, so Explosion is actually, self-destruct is not completely irrelevant, but it might as well be. Also Stab Electric. So for the water types that resist your Steel, you've got stab coverage on that too.
Yeah, Steel Electric is hard to switch into as well.
Side for your water
it's not that easy to switch into Steel Electric. It is pretty scary to switch into that.
I'm so happy.
But again, I don't think Trick Room is that good. It's fine.
I don't think you need this that much though. You've obviously got
one of the big things that I don't like about Pyrrhika is that she can't set Trick Room herself, which I think is a big deal. Although that being said, it is hard for her to set Trick Room herself in the first place because she is frail.
You only really have stab, but you only really need stab.
Even though I say she is one of the best
users
of Trick Room,
it's so low because of course Trick Room is
it's hard to get her in.
You can use, but there are some really good Trick Room mons in this game, so yeah. Oh, I guess Earthly Blessing would be yeah. Wait, yeah, Earthly Blessing would be the thing, wouldn't it? Yeah. That's cool.
It's fine.
Not really gonna matter that much, but it's cool. Then we get Patchouli. Power Patchouli is the worst one according to damage. I kind of agree, to be honest. Resonance, again, not the strongest ability out there. This Patchouli is water and fire, so she's immune to burn, actually, which isn't good, right? Being immune to the stat is obviously nice, but being immune to a status condition that you might spread is also kind of sketch. Her other thing though is she's immune to flinch, which doesn't really come up, so you might as well just use resonance anyway, because flinching is very rare outside of literally raid fake out strats, and occasionally something like spinning air might flinch you if you're unlucky. Stat wise, another Trick Room based one. I don't remember if I minus speeded this one. Let's find out actually. I did. So this is 55 base speed, so a little bit faster. Still not fast enough to do anything relevant, obviously. Focus defense is misery though, 35 base, and that plus the
this thing's kind of like a Chansey, except it doesn't have utility, it has damage instead. But it's hard walled by water, and I don't think it has much for it.
Though, her spread defense is actually fine, right? That's 155 base spread defense. That's absolutely absurd. It's higher than her spread attack, actually. So, she can take a special hit. She just can't take anything on the physical side, which is really bad. Coverage-wise, she gets pretty much everything that you would hope for.
Yeah, energy bolt for water,
but you're never really gonna get that going. Grace of Mana is interesting, but I don't think she does defense well enough. Astrology is a funny move, but unfortunately,
yeah. Also, fire water is a really awkward defensive type.
Actually plausible. Feather Dance is not really strong enough to run on that way. And she doesn't get the eruption based stuff, so she can't do like the Trick Room eruption style thing. Volcano is fine, but yeah, just like not too impressive. And then her special coverage is passable enough, to be honest. Like Gigantic is really good coming off of that attack stat. Chrome Ray is fine. Water Fire
Guard
are
split,
both resisted
yes.
by water though.
Yes,
so
guard
you would
split.
want some
Very
sort of
cool.
coverage there, and she doesn't really get it. Yeah, guard split, that massive 155 spread defense to the opponent. Sounds like a great idea. Ah, dear. Yeah, not really much to cover water. So, not only... Stupid bikes and shit. Not only is she very, very vulnerable physically, but she can't cover water types at all. Like, Rainbow Flowers is not good enough to do that, so... Yeah, very, very underwhelming, unfortunately.
Yes, Malamar.
To be a fair bit lower down the list, actually, is Orange over here. Power Orange in particular.
He might say lower in terms of
very
like in the tier, right? Which again I didn't really order within the tier.
So this has got 75 base speed, 80 in its defense, 80 special defense, 85 defense. Okay, 95 attack and 95 HP. Both like. Yep.
To me, this is like Malamar.
No stat above 100 is
fine.
Rough, mind
it's not
you,
bad. It's
but
just
like
fine.
For something that's a very low base stat total puppet in the first place, yeah, it's just like super average. This is very similar to like what Ringo was, just slightly better overall. Pure Void type for the typing. Her two stats are like okay, and I think this is the reason why she's not like completely chat on here, but like harassment is fine. Usurpation, as we've now noted, is actually really solid. And the skills that she can use with it though, Detonation Burst is superpower, so that's kind of nice. Cross Drive is Hammer Arm without the accuracy loss, so that's kind of cool. That's about it, because she is a physical based thing, right? So you either lower the opponent's attack and defense alongside yours, which... Okay, the fact of you lower defense
it's
as
funny.
Well means that
it's comedy.
You're not actually taking less damage, so not so good. And lower their speed, but you're lowering your speed, which means the speed difference still doesn't help. So harassment is kind of dumb, but usurpation kind of cool. Right?
I will give him credit because it is unique.
Really
like
I suppose.
The concept is kind of like mirror armor before mirror armor was released, so I will commend
Pursuit is very funny.
The people at Pokeslams for this concept because at the time this is unique and it is kind of like mirror armor.
On non-void attacks to
but
do its thing. And it's
the execution
very
wasn't really that great because they didn't really consider that.
Like,
if you're lowering your own stats, then lowering the opponent's stats in turn doesn't really matter.
So my question is, why is it in low C tier and not in D tier? Right? I don't quite see how this does anything that you wouldn't get from down there.
Again, it's like Malamar. Like
compared to some of the stuff that we have seen, like how is
like if you give us like a Soulfest or a Golden Hairpin and you do some sort of like contrary bullshit, it's not bad. It's not awful.
That's where it kind of loses me a bit. There is absolutely no way that Speed Meteors is worse than this thing. You know. It's so bad. Anyway, Top Rainbow, indeed. I really like the alt costume for the extended.
Like, yeah, in my mind, Malamar is not awful, and Power Orange isn't awful as well. That's my thinking.
Is really slow. I don't think I minus speeded this one. I did not. She's 55 base speed. Really high attack stat though. Attack stat is like 130, something like that. Really good HP and like good focus defense, but really bad special defense. So can't take any special hits at all. In that very annoying speed tier where she's both too fast and too slow, you can't like Trick Room with her, but you can't do a normal speed thing with her.
It's
either.
Base 60?
Recoil offset is a
base
fantastic
55.
ability for
Trick Room might be feasible,
her particular
but yeah.
power move, however, because her main attack is going to be Full Metal Crash, which is Head Smash.
Oh god damn it.
This is Rampart. This is
hell.
Aggron, basically. Which is very interesting to think about in the end. It's like Head Smash Aggron was very scary. I don't think Nitori is quite as scary, but still pretty cool. She can Trick Room herself, so like she's not the slowest one out there, but I guess against non-Trick Room teams, a lot of the time that's going to be slow enough, right? So it's just, I guess you've got to watch out for things like Doran.
Okay, I have to go for a bit. I don't know if I'm going to cut that part out or if I'm going to leave this in. I still haven't really decided whether I want to, if I want to like cut this up into like a reasonable video or make this a VOD.
Really high attack stat though. Attack stat is like 130, something like that. Really good HP and like good focus defense, but really bad special defense, so can't take any special hits at all. In that very annoying speed tier where she's both too fast and too slow, you can't like Trick Room with her, but you can't do a normal speed thing with her either. Recoil offset is a fantastic ability for her particular power move, however, because her main attack is going to be Full Metal Crash, which is Head Smash.
I also deleted this by accident.
This is Rampart. This is Aggron, basically.
Okay, so it does have Aqua Jet,
which is very interesting to think about.
It's not bad, but Water Steel is water. It does have so I guess it's not that bad.
Very scary.
Could
I don't think Nitori is quite as scary, but still pretty cool. She can Trick Room herself, so like she's not the slowest one out there, but I guess against non-Trick Room teams, a lot of the time that's going to be slow enough, right? So
maybe I won't put this high because it's still on the Rampardos theorem. It's still really slow, although it does have Apple Cutter.
That's honestly the biggest like down point about basically any Trick Room team, is that Defense Dormy exists and is the most used puppet right now. So yeah.
It's the most used puppet in 3v3.
Is also a thing, but it's a bit
6v6
with this low spread defense. But you've basically got the coverage here,
I'm
right?
actually
You've
unsure.
got
We don't have
120
usage
base power
stats now,
150
although
stat,
granted,
you don't get recoil
not
on.
many people play.
And
Myself included,
you've got 120
so
that you don't get recoiled on in electric coverage as well, which is really good. Some other stuff she can do. She can curse, which is neat, I suppose. Yeah, Byakko is potentially a thing to prevent people avoiding attacks. Yeah. Her other ability does give you more power from steel skills in Byakko, which is neat, I suppose. Just, yeah. Does she get Hammer Bash at the very least?
I think she does.
Yeah, she does. So you could use that instead, because I don't think you would want to use... That's the thing, I do not think you would use Full Metal Crash if you were using Byakutis.
I mean, it's more damage, why not?
You would use Byakko for High Tide rather than... Because you could also Thunder Drill at that point too, which is guaranteed crit. It's kind of nice. Or you could Exploding Fist, right? Because Dynamic Punch is on her thing there.
She has Dynamic Punch? That's funny.
Yeah. Slow Lightning Speed doesn't really matter when she's a physical attacker anyway. So, yeah, awkward spot for a Trick Room user, but not the worst thing that we've seen so far. Right, on to another one that I know like absolutely nothing on, but I already hate her because that typing is one of the worst for me. It's not the worst, we already saw Nature Dark is like the worst typing for me. Just it's funny. It's exactly the same
It's
as it is in
not
Pokemon,
bad.
right?
Offensively, it's pretty
Water
nice.
Illusion is a really poor typing for me, though. Maybe it's okay offensively. I don't even know
Yeah.
if that's true. But
In my
I know
opinion, I
Water
think
Illusion
Illusion
has
Water is
got
pretty
an
nice
absolute
offensively. But that's my
boatload of
opinion.
weaknesses. Because I don't think the typings complement each other whatsoever. So it has the weaknesses of all. It's got 6 of them because none of the weaknesses are covered. Nature, electric, poison, illusion itself, warped, and sound. And sound is a particularly bad one because water is resisted by sound. So yeah, automatically
Sound
I
does
hate
take
this thing
neutral
because of
from
the
illusion, so that's something
typing.
to consider.
There's a fair few of these, and I don't think any of them are good. They are all worse than Momiji anyway, in my opinion. So yeah,
I will say, personally, I do think extra. Um, in to counter that statement, I don't know what else is a water illusion. Oh yeah, that's right. There's extra Narumi, but I forgot what I placed there. Extra Kikuri is pretty nice. Water illusion, just because it is nice offensively because it has adaptability and it has pursuit and sucker punch, which is pretty cool. It can also play a little. It could also play like an Alo Momola if you really want
as
to,
far
which
as the
is
stats
okay.
go, they seem fair. It's a lot of focus defense for a power style. 130 defense on that end. The HP is like bad, but focus defense is decent. The speed, once again, in that very awkward tier, especially because her
Is this
ability
55?
here
I
is
forget.
making her immune to most priority, but she's too
Yeah, it's
slow to take
55.
advantage of that, so that's kind of annoying. Spread attack is quite strong, like 120. You'd hope that a power style would have reasonable spread attack. So what does she do? Well, she has her own priorities, so I guess that automatically like compensates a little bit for the
What she
the low
does is
speed,
hit
the fact
hard
that
and
she does
that's
have
it.
her own priority here. What other ability does she have? Disturber? Water Illusion I don't think has got that many resistances to... No, Illusion's resistant to light and dark. But the main dark move that you would be worried about is Changeling, and Disturber doesn't do shit
1,
against
2,
that.
3, 4, 5, 6. Okay,
Yeah,
it's
it
decent.
doesn't seem like a very
It's
good
decent.
ability, to be honest, for this type combination. 6 resistance and immunity? Like, that's not awful. If you get hit on the immune, I mean, the immune is void, so you're not going to get hit on that anyway. But
Yeah.
if you did get hit on that, I don't think it triggers Disturber, because you didn't resist it, right?
Yeah,
So
immunities
it's
don't
like
work with
6 weaknesses,
Disturber
6
or
resistances.
Absorber. But you're not
That's
gonna run Absorber on
fair,
this. You're
but
gonna run like
I
Life
don't
Orb
think
Specs.
that's too great. She gets Yawn, sure. Geyser's kind of nice, being an always crit move, so you're guaranteed at least a reasonable amount of firepower. Yeah, not gonna lie, not really seeing anything here. Yeah, why is this in C tier? This is one of the worst puppets we've seen today.
I don't think it's that bad because I do think Water Illusion is a pretty good offensive type. That's my opinion. And it does hit hard. Like, even though it still suffers from, like, Rampardo's theorem and all that, its offensive dual stab is pretty nice, in my opinion, which is why it's not garbage.
It's not even like the strongest priority one here for it either, and it's so hard to switch this in. You're just gonna get clipped by like everybody with a random coverage attack. There's no recovery on here, so
Yeah.
it can't really take advantage of that physical bulk too well. They're not the greatest of attacks for it. Does it get anything useful in here? It's a slow volt switch, I guess, but it's not stab, so it's not that good. Smash Spin is used by like everything, so that's not really too relevant. Or can be used by like a ton of things. Sure, Poison Bomb. Yeah, it's the status skill ones is kind of whatever. Yeah, I'm not seeing what's good about this at all. like I said, I think Water Illusion is honestly one of the worst typings in the game. So I don't really see what this is doing.
Defensively,
Like,
probably, but
maybe I'm
again,
undervaluing the
personally, I
typing
think
a
that
lot. I mean,
Water
it is still
Illusion is
low
a
C
great
tier,
offensive
so
type.
like it can't be
That's
that
my
good,
opinion.
right? But it's it just has nothing, right? It's it doesn't have the recovery, so it can't really be the good super good tank role. It doesn't have particularly good typing. It doesn't, yeah, like Disturber is okay, but it's still not great. Yeah, most of the time, you
Pepperoni
just
has
like
the
switching it
idea,
on.
except, I mean, it is prediction, but you're
And
just aiming to hit hard.
considering how
Because yeah, this is
easy it
what this
is
thing's supposed to do, is just hit
to hit
hard.
this thing for super effective as well. God forbid you're against a special attacker too. That spread defense is awful, even if you do -1 it. Yeah, no, I do not see what is remotely usable about this one. This just looks horrible. Absolutely D tier for sure. And there is no way that it is only one word. Like, I also am not entirely sure why Power Miko is like low C tier here either. But so Power Miko is the Archeops or Archeops, however you want to say it. It's the Archeops of this game. Reasonably quick at like 115 or so. Decently strong, right? Like 150 for its attack, 125 for spread attack. It's a bit stronger than Archeops is. The typing is Fire Light once again, so pretty good defensively, but its defensive stats leave a lot to be desired, of course. And its ability, if you don't know Archeops, is True Admin, as it's called in this game. If it's below half HP, it has half firepower. Basically, both attack and special attack get halved. And I mean, that immediately kills it. You do actually have some recovery if you really want, which is pretty funny. Phase inversion is funny, but again, it's like as soon as you go below half health, you just do no damage, so basically nothing really matters here. It does have Holy Flare, which is a very powerful attack. Sacred Fire in this game, but do keep in mind that the physical attack halving part is not here. Oh, this is only burn, which is only basically poison. You can stack it at least, so you can make it toxic poison effectively. But yeah, it's not as good as what you would get from Sacred Fire. Yeah, it's because blind is what does the half attack power part, and it only burns. So yeah, coverage wise, evil crushing arrow for stabs, so you don't have to recoil yourself to death, I suppose. Unfettered soul is not great. You already hit Never type super effective with light, so nobody really cares. You've got nothing, I guess, Grass Javelin against water. Woo. I mean, if you want to go into the special attacks, I suppose there's a couple of those that can hit water. But I don't think I would want to be forced to do that. Yeah, so unlike Archeops, who's actually got a really good offensive typing, Firelight is easily resisted. So yeah, this shouldn't be C tier either. This should be. I think the community gets this one quite right. I'm pretty sure the community ratings have got this one like bottom 5.
So, so here, so I did talk about this with Cal, and honestly, it is debatable. The reason why I rated Power Miko a little bit highly is mostly because this thing resists rocks, whereas Archeops is weak to rocks, which I think is a big deal. Granted, in Gen 8, you have heavy duty boots now, so that's not that big of a deal. And rock flying is still resistant to steel, although granted, Archeops has earthquake to that, so yeah, there's that. But yeah, the main reason why I thought Power Miko wasn't as bad compared to Archeops is mostly because mostly because its typing, while not offensively oriented, is not that bad, or rather, its typing doesn't really make its drawback that bad because you can switch into stuff, and you do have recover, and you do resist rocks, which is a big deal. Of course, you can make the argument that Miko isn't going to do much because she can't really break waters, which is definitely a good, which is definitely an argument, and why like and it's kind of like the same argument for Speed Yumemi, which yeah, that's a good argument, and it could definitely be in D tier. Again, I do think it's debatable, and it can be in D tier. I wouldn't be mad by it, but yeah, that's my reasoning for Miko being better than Archeops in a sense, because um in a in an environment where he, where you wouldn't have to worry about heavy duty boots as much, and you could run something else like a life orb, that would be nice for it. And yes, like recall, defeat a strange, yeah, but again, I feel like it can like I feel like there is potential to like come in a few times, maybe heal up, something like a 3 moves recover set could be cool. But again, personal opinion.
Oh, close to it. It's in D tier. Like, I know their ratings are a bit weird because of the Yuma thing, but it's like if we take out the meme and the Yuma, it's like second best in D tier in the community ratings. And yeah, quite right. It is, to me, I think this is one of the bottom 5 because it can't even really beat a single type, which is extremely common, as you can imagine. Water is a good type, so it has a type.
Honestly, nowadays I don't even know where I'd put it in C or D.
So...
Like it could be either, honestly.
At the very least, Archeops can cover against basically everything. With stat plus like Earthquake or something.
Yeah.
On to the first Kaneko, which is almost a little bit surprising actually, seeing the first Kaneko come in here. This one is strange. Unjustness is an interesting ability at the very least, like pressure is a pretty strong thing to have. Zen is a weird effect here, it's like you get leftovers plus immunity to status. I'm pretty sure it doesn't cure the status you're already afflicted by though, which is a shame. Defense, like typing, which one is this typing wise again? It's like nature wind. Yeah, another one of the type combinations I really don't care for. It's 4 times weak to stealth trap. That should probably tell you all you need to know about this puppet immediately, but yeah, it's 4 times weak to trap. It's not... It's like bulky but not bulky at the same time. It's got a ton of HP, like 130 HP or something, as its base. But its defense...
Yeah, Pepperoni's got it right. Time to put the shoes on. And it does definitely want shoes.
This one might get improved a lot by the fact of Tengu Getters are in the game now, so you could boost this, but do keep in mind that this
is he going to mention item clause?
On item clause
yes,
at all times.
That is definitely true.
If you put the boots on this thing, you can't put the boots on Dorami, for example. I don't know why you would play both in the same team.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Times, but, you know, like,
but yeah.
You could. You can't put this on something else that actually probably makes more use out of them, right? Its attack stat is decent as well, it's like 120 base. 90 base speed, okay, does it get a boosting thing for that? I mean, it gets Swords Dance, so that's kind of cool. Why do you get nasty plot stuff as well?
Comedy.
Stop! Purchase
comedy!
At least it can recover. Nothing... Oh, Tailwind. If you're having to play Tailwind, you are probably not playing a very good team in the first place for singles.
True.
Yeah, it's the definition of mediocre, even with... I mean, there's the sheer fact of you get bodied by not just the rocks, obviously, but steel is not an uncommon attacking type in the first place, so the fact that you get bodied by that entirely... No. not with this. There's a much better nature wind type that was introduced in extended
Takane.
that
I
is
think he's
just going
referring
to
to
work so
Takane.
much better than this.
So yeah, he did mention that nature wind is a type that he didn't really care about. So personally, I think that nature wind it's an okay, like it's a pretty good offensive type. Like obviously defensively, it's garbage. We all know this. But nether wind is actually a little bit scary to switch into. Unless you run into this specifically, or like I guess there are some I guess sort of common monster that switches in this, like Tokiko and Suiko, but there isn't a common type that switches into the combination of nature and wind, and Swords Dance, Peachthorn Arrow, and Brave Bird is actually a little bit scary to deal with. If you like if you don't have good like if you um wait, what was I saying? Okay, yeah. Basically, Power Kaneko is honestly kind of scary, and 90 speed for a breaker, because I consider Kaneko to be a breaker because it's really strong, and it has a good setup along with that initial power. Power Kaneko is actually kind of decent, though I do feel like if it had um I feel like if it had one more thing. Do I want to mention this? Maybe I'll just say this one thing. I feel like if it had Magic Guard, then it'd be really nice because you can alleviate that. You can alleviate that Rock's weakness, and you can also take recoilless damage from Brave Bird and Peachthorn Arrow. Magic Guard in this thing would actually make it insane. Granted, you could say if I give X Puppet this ability, then it'll be insane, of course. But yeah, like bottom line, Power Kaneko is kind of nice just because offensively, I think the type is really good. Or not really good, but I think it's pretty good.
EQ, a little bit of a shame seeing this one so low down. Actually, I know the speed EQ was the stronger of the two in the base game, but power EQ was still like
Wait,
probably top 15, top 20 in the.
wait a minute, hold on. Did I not have speed Iku lower? Oh no. Where do I have speed Iku? Oh no. Wait, did I put her did I put her Okay, thank God. Thank God.
The original Puppet Dance performance before Shattered Dreams came out. I still think it's decent. This one is really slow. I don't remember if I minus speeded this one. I did not. So this is just 45 base speed. So it is really slow. It's
I
an
forget what
electric
I
type that
rated
has
this
air
thing when I
cushion,
talked
so it's
about this.
Electros
Maybe
basically.
here.
But this
Maybe here. I
Electros have a
forget.
lot more power behind it as well. This special attack is 130 base, whereas Electros is what, like 110 or something, or 105 maybe is its attacking stat. So this thing's already a lot stronger than Tross is, and it's still got good bulk too. 100 defense, 80 spread, 90.
How long have I been going?
Yeah, 90 base HP. So it's a
Okay,
good
4 hours.
assault user straight away. Trick Room capabilities are kind of nice. Electromagnetic is the other thing you could use, so if you don't care about being immune to Earth, you could make it so it's immune to electric instead and gets a power buff off it, which is pretty solid. And I think it lost some skills from base game to Shard of Dreams, which was the problem. It used to get like Cold Rain, I think, and Inferno. I think it lost one of those, which is a bit of a shame. But yeah, it still gets 10.
I wonder if he's gonna find it.
That strong.
I wonder if he's gonna see the
slow
reason.
lightning speed is quite nice on stab. Thunder Veil is an interesting move. Paralysis and Confusion at the same time, trying to emulate what Thunder Wave actually does. Because Paralysis doesn't stop the opponent moving in this game.
Yep.
So has a couple of things that way. Skill card wise, yeah, it lost stuff here.
I just want to say, it really makes me sad, that even though you can argue good riddance because paralysis in Pokemon is stupid, I have tried to make. I did say before that I tried to make a pair spam team work in TPDP. Specifically, I tried to make Thunderveil spam work in TPDP because trying to emulate actual paralysis, but it doesn't really work. One, because the chance to like full stun your opponent can be uh shared by switching because confusion, blah blah blah. And also the Thunderveil users mostly kind of suck, except for like, I mean, Iku can run Thunderveil pretty nice, and like there's not Thunderveil is pretty rare to find, unfortunately.
It lost Cold Rain, which maybe
Yes.
isn't the absolute worst. I mean, electric water is fully resisted by nature, where at least this is not. You do have coverage against it, so like that's fine. It's just like, what else? I guess what else are you doing? Ferment is an interesting one. I don't know why this gets like the burn
That's
effect.
that's actually kind of interesting to hit ground types,
You
actually.
could like trick specs, I suppose, if you wanted to. Yeah, its move pool is just very limited, is the problem here. And I know that is the case for a lot of puppets. Like, a lot of them do have very shallow move pools compared to what you'd expect in Pokemon. But there's a difference between, like, this is effectively Manectric level shallow, right? Where it literally only has electric and fire, and that's pretty much it. It doesn't get access to other stuff to help beyond that. So, God forbid you go against an Earth type, because you lost the coverage against Earth. So, yeah, it's a shame, but I kind of do agree with this, actually. Iku's fallen a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
And then we get to Yugi. Extra Yugi this time. Wind and Steel would have been the strongest type combination outside of maybe Aya in the original Puppet Dance performance. In Shard of Dreams, it's nowhere near as good though, because this is 4 times weak to Warped, which is like every single extra style just about. So already she's off to a bad start there. Her ability can't be changed, and it makes it so that you can't use items, which is a little bit rough. She's only 80 base speed, so she's not particularly fast, but she does have quite a good special attack stat. So that's nice, right? It's 135. Not as extreme, to be honest, as... oh yeah, Scarf Rotom will outspeed Floatzel.
Oh, definitely.
Rotom's like 81 base speed, or 86? Yeah. 86.
Wait, for...
Yeah, 86 speed or something. Floatzel's only 105, so definitely would. But yeah, like...
No, 91. Yeah, I was wondering if it was in the 90s.
90 defense is decent. The HP stat is quite solid at 95, and 135 base sped defense is really good. So 115? Okay, fair enough. That's a bit quicker than I remember it being, but...
Yeah, Floatzel's kind of fast.
Sure. Yeah, so typing awkward, because it does get hit very, very hard by the new type in this game. And its defensive stats are decent, its speed is not very good though. Its offensive stats are both fairly strong, but like, again, it's one of those of like, why would you use the other one? Sort of wasting a lot of stats here, but it has some pretty solid skills to go with it though. It's Air Slash if you want. It's kind of funny. So
it has Hurricane,
is a good
right?
stat move to have for Spread Steel.
Surely it has Hurricane,
Full
right?
Metal Crash if you really want. It's got Tailwind.
Okay, yeah, it has Hurricane.
So you can do like Tailwind, Macro Burst is also here. So you've got like Tailwind, Hurricane is kind of nice. You can Swords Dance and Brave Song if you want as well. So it's got all of the boosting that you could want, really. It even has Priority, which technically hits Warped for super effective as well, but it's on the physical side, so it's a bit sketch. Overdrive is also very silly, but yeah, it has some stuff going for it. Shooting Press is decent, but again, physical. You really want special moves for it, and it's got a couple of good ones. Inferno is nice, Thunderlord, Scorn, and Thunder Force is nice. Neither of those hit Warped, unfortunately, though. Also has flamethrower. It's kind of cool. So yeah, you've got a bunch of options there, but they don't really cover the fact if it's got a 4 times weakness to warped. You need like sound or fighting or something to cover that, and it just doesn't have it. Or poison. Doesn't have any of those. So just like a few of them we've seen here, not inherently bad, but gets dumpstered if the opponent has one type. You know.
Alright, so looking back at this, I honestly maybe might, in hindsight, maybe this could go down to D, honestly, although it does have a good special attack stat, and its speed isn't awful considering, like, it's trying to break shit. So, a little thing that I like to think about when considering extra Yugi. Considering that the extra style actually has a 100 BST increase, I like to think of this kind of brute force design as kind of like the developer's take on Mega Evolution, because what brute force what brute force is um basically mode breaker, but you don't have the item. Similar to how when you Mega Evolve, you gain a new ability, but your item slot is taken up by the Mega Stone. And since Mega Evolutions usually take up like they're usually a 100 increase in BST, Extra Yugi is kind of like that recreation of a Mega Evolution. At least that's what I think. And in that aspect, I feel like Extra Yugi is kind of like a Garchomp in my opinion, because like it's pretty slow for what it is, but it does have really big numbers when trying to break stuff, and it is sort of bulky. Actually, it is pretty bulky now that I think about it. But as Cal said, it fears warps. It can't really hit them back, and that's the main thing. And considering that you can't really use an item on this, like it just feels pretty bad. Honestly, looking at this, I honestly might. I mean, I could maybe like. If I want to like make this tier list from scratch, if I want to like make this tier list again, I could maybe move this to D if I really want to. But yeah.
And that's not normally something that's going to be high tier. So that's the first box, the first 30 of our C tier here. Yeah, there are 3 boxes of just C tier in this one, so this is going to be a fair bit.
Okay,
That's why I say this is not.
All right, I know where he's gonna be
something
going
that
with
I'm gonna
this.
do in like.
I see with the first one, and we did talk about the first one.
I think it's gonna have to be 3 in order to get through this, because there's a lot. Again, 453 individual puppet types here, so there's a ton to go over. Okay, all extra styles for the next lot here. I personally think this one is being quite heavily underrated as well. Extra Yuki is water warped, so a bit of an interesting typing. We haven't really seen that one yet. Very, very good very good special defense on this thing. Pretty good focus attack as well. It's extremely slow, which is maybe a problem, excuse me. That might be one of the problems for it, but it's very, very bulky, and again, low focus defense is annoying, but it's fine. But this is the first instance of having known limits as its ability here. So any move which is not a stab type is 33% weaker whilst this is in play. So yeah, you lock yourself into using only water and warped and like status moves and stuff, but this also means that you just take less damage from any random coverage move too. So if you're typing, which is not completely awful by the way, if your typing resists what the opponent is able to do as their like stab attacks, then you're not really going to take a lot in return. The only problem with this typing is it's 4 times weak to poison, which poison is surprisingly strong in this game. Not just because it can get rid of toxic spikes, but because it hits water super effective. So they've given it added utility compared to what Pokemon does. And I really wish that Pokemon would make it so that water's weak to poison, because it would make sense. Literally poisoning the waters.
It
Like,
would make sense,
come on,
and that would actually
this
be a
is too
really big
obvious,
deal.
right?
If that
It is a
if
Trick Room
that
style
it was
puppet
actually
as
a thing in
well, though, so
Pokemon,
you
that'd be a
can
really big
use,
deal.
Gente's water here as well. It's not the strongest thing for it to be, right? Like, it's not the best Trick Room puppet ever. That probably goes to, at least for water, that would go to Wakasagi, but that is much, much higher up. Still pretty solid. It has its priority as well, so you can, it's on its decent attack stat, you do have, reliable priority. Cloudburst for curse boosting, which is nice because its defense is quite low, so that's pretty good. It has Swords Dance and reliable recovery, so it has that going for it. And also the Warp Stab is pretty good as well, so it works under known limits very good. Pursuit is something you could also use if you want for reasons. Knockoff is there, that's fine I suppose. It's got the special based one as well because it's a Yuki, but you're not going to use that. The only problem in terms of using this as like a Trick Room thing is that it can't set its own Trick Room up. So you probably don't even do that. You probably just use like either Bulk Up or Swords Dance and go with your Grace of Mana dual stab. Like, you've got priority and you've got a strong Warp thing. Not a whole lot else you need to do. If you want to, though, there are some decent enough coverage options. Like, the Javelins are fine if you need to cover a specific type. I don't think Water and Warp are resisted by one type in particular.
No,
so
they're
you're
not.
probably okay there. You can also slow Changeling if you want to just use this as a bulky thing. Again, no limits is a bit annoying, but for damage-wise, but doesn't have to do damage to be good.
Mm-hmm.
Kingdra Rain, yeah, that would be pretty good, pretty fine as well. This can also operate as a Smash Spinner if you want to. Yeah, it probably will. Yeah, no, this is a pretty heavily underrated one, I think.
Yeah, so I do agree with this. I definitely do think that I definitely rated this lower than it should be. Though granted, I'm pretty sure like I'd like to think that at the time that I rated this, I didn't really see Extra Yuki used that much too often. And I have and I have used it a little bit more, and I have it and it has been used against me before, and I'd like to think that it's actually pretty nice. Like, it's actually pretty good. Like, I do think it's great. Like, not like it's great but not, it's not, I don't think it's like it's not great but not bad, but like I do think this puppet is good. Like, because it does have really good traits as a defensive pivot. It's just that the poison type the poison type can be shaky, but you can build around that easier. Like, it is easier to build it's easier to build things in a defensive manner than an offensive one. So, and Yuki does have good stuff. Like, she has knock, she has spin, she has U-turn. Those are all good. So I think like I'd probably put Yuki at like maybe like I will say this. She is outclassed by Extra Chirno, but Extra Chirno is Extra Chirno, and she's just yeah, she's just insane. But maybe I put her at like maybe like here, like maybe I like B plus B. Like, I do think she's good. I do think she's pretty solid. I think she's outclassed by Extra Channel as well as maybe some other bulky waters, but I do think she's a solid. I do think she's a pretty solid option.
Known Limits is just such an insane ability that I really do think this one can do a ton of work. The fact of it's got good bulk as well as reliable recovery alongside Known Limits, yeah, this one is underrated for sure. Yeah, Slow Changeling is definitely noteworthy, as I mentioned. So, yeah, I think this one's really good. I think damage is underrating this one quite a lot.
I agree. I did underrate
I'm not gonna
this.
bother trying to look through the community ratings and see where they.
I did underrate this. I do agree.
But yeah, I think damage is undervaluing this one. Poison is the only potential problem, I think, and you can work around that. Poison is immunized by steel after all, so it's not as if it's hard to cover in the team builder, you know? Final Yukari form is here as well, extra Yukari. This one is Warped and Illusion, so the same type as the Magen that I played during the main game here. 4 times weak to sound is the big problem off of this one, otherwise it's respectable, and it's got 2 decent abilities here. Wisdom Eye is Unaware, and this might be one of the better Unaware users, to be honest, because its stats are actually pretty high. Being a Yukari, it's got a good base stat total after all. And then Strange Rainbow is decent, I guess. If you can get Sun Shower built, this is pretty solid. This is the same ability that Extra Reimu has, however, and you're probably just going to use Extra Reimu instead of this thing, because Reimu is a lot faster. That's a bit of a spoiler, I suppose. But yeah, decent enough bulk all around. It is 100 base HP this time, which is good. 95 speed is decent, just not like amazing, right? 85 defense, 95 95 defense, 85 special defense. That's good enough, to be honest. And a pretty meaty attack stat here.
125, I believe.
125.
Yep.
Is good, right? That's a really good hit to have. So even just a straightforward like assault user is pretty solid on this one. Can it set up its own Sun Shower? I don't think it can, which is very weird. You've got Stab Pursuit, which is good. Hallucination is your high power move here. Element Reverse is a very funny attack, but
I'm gonna use the bathroom, so I'm just gonna say this. Extra Yukari is pretty straightforward. She hit hard, and Unaware I'd say Unaware is kind of niche in this sort of design because it's just meant to like hit stuff pretty hard. Although if it's punching through something that's already set up like cosmic powers, then yeah, this will be pretty nice to have. But honestly, I just think this is like fine. Doesn't have anything too spectacular. It's just hit pretty hard. Yeah, that's it. Now I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
I don't think this is the best user of it. Inverts the opponent's weaknesses and resistances is very amusing, but I don't think this is the one you do that with. It doesn't get priority, which is unfortunate. I really wish it did, but yeah, its learn set might not look that much, but you look at the coverage options that it has and it starts looking a lot better. Voice of Famine is fine, like nature can be pretty good. Shooting Press is excellent. You've then, I think down the bottom we've got some fun stuff as well. I thought we had High Tone Crush for some reason, but I think no, that's Reimu. But yeah, like Stealth Kill is always an interesting one as well. If you know the opponent's going to be like a sub gamer or something, you can mess them up with that. A lot of its moves are again special because it's Yukari, but like yeah, Shooting Press by itself is just good. Lost Crisis could be interesting against a terrain team as well. It is dark, which is something this Yukari doesn't have a lot of. But the sheer fact of it has like Earthquake and Leaf Blade? I don't even know what the equivalent to this would be. There's not... Grass doesn't have an equivalent, really. Yeah, like 95 base power sort of thing is fine, right? You've got 4 good attack types that you can use. You're gonna hit pretty much everything in the game with that as much as you need to, and it's got Pursuit, so you probably only use 3 in the first place because you use like the 2 illusion moves and then Warped and then Shooting Press. It's fine. Yeah, it's solid.
Alright, are we still on Yukari?
As a Warped and Illusion type, there are competition points for it, and I don't know if it beats them, to be honest. But as an assault user which has Unaware, that's something to consider, right? There are quite a few things you could potentially look at walling with that combination. Extra Show is a weird one.
Oh yeah, that is a weird one.
Was Earth Electric. Yeah, so like Electric and Earth is a decent combination.
Doesn't have anything great aside from its gimmick.
Entirely by nature, but Show tends to have fire moves, so that's probably
flat
not the end of the world here.
Okay.
Very beefy attack stat. I think that's 135. It's like plus 15
Yeah,
for
this
the
doesn't
nature.
look
So very,
great.
very
Like,
strong
belly
attack
drum
stat.
Slack
90
with
speed,
flat
not
speed is
amazing.
fine.
It has a very gimmicky form that you can use to mitigate that, but honestly I don't like it. Flat speed is a really, really strong effect though. Making it so that priority moves don't have priority is really good. So it's hard for me to give that up, to be honest. But yeah, it's strong. And
Is it
it's
a
got
killing bite at least?
not very good bulk, to be honest. That's why it's down in C tier. But
Oh, yeah, at least it was killing bite.
its
It's not
other
awful.
ability is on the edge. And what an ability this is. If you have exactly 1 HP, you have triple speed and 30% more firepower.
Honestly, I do. This is honestly a pretty cool concept. Not gonna lie. Like, this is like, I mean, I mean, uh, I mean, uh, it's not. It's not really that great in practice because, well, I mean, you die to every priority move under the sun. But it's cool. It's at least cool.
One of these things is not like the others. Now, if you could combine these two abilities, this would probably be like the strongest thing in the universe, right?
Okay, yeah, no. Please,
Because
no.
flat speed would then make it so you don't have priority as well. So if this was a Calyrex, this would be so busted. Yes, it probably would, right? Okay, as far as
I don't know Pokemon
as
TCG, so
the
I don't get the
moves go,
reference.
you have Belly Drum as an option. You're probably not using it, but you have Belly Drum as an option off of that ridiculous attack stat. You have Reversal, which is very funny. 2 decent stabs. You obviously can't use Force Hammer if you're going to use on the edge, but again, I think Flat Speed is probably better anyway. Calm Mind is very silly. I don't know why you've got that. You obviously have Endure, so you can set up the reversal state, which is pretty funny. Killing Bite is your coverage against nature, and that's a good coverage to have as well, so that's pretty solid. Sun's Protection isn't really going to be
Scarfer.
like, great. Yeah, you could Scarf it. It does have Racing
It's okay.
Earth, so this could be like a meta... it's maybe too late for this, but it could be an Agility Gross sort of situation, right?
It could
Like,
be,
Agility
yeah.
Metagross used to be really terrifying in
Yeah.
Gens 3 and 4, because its natural attack was just high enough that it made a pretty powerful setup, right? This thing is Agility Metagross, but instead of Clear Body, it has Priority doesn't exist.
It has pseudo priority
That's
immunity, basically.
kind of scary, to be honest with you. And it's got the coverage and the power to go alongside it too. 100 base power stab is more than Metagross was using for the longest time. Wow, Meteor Mash, yeah, but that was inaccurate. You've got the 120 base power, which is something more than Metagross could ever do. You've got Killing Bite for your weakness matchup.
Yeah, looking at this now, Extra Shell does seem like a pretty good breaker, but with sweeper-esque abilities, and it's a little bit hard to facilitate the sweeper-esque style. Although the agility gross Metagross is a nice is a pretty decent starting point now that I think about it. Although, granted, it may be a little bit difficult to facilitate that. Although it would be a little bit hard to get in. Although if you force a switch, then this could potentially sweep. Potentially. I mean, even though agility growth is nice, I think sub belly drum select might be a little bit might might be a little bit better just because I mean, I guess maybe this alone could sweep teams, although I feel like you maybe want to boost. If this had sword stance, then maybe this would be really good. But unfortunately it doesn't have sword stance.
Or you're like unfavorable. Yeah, it is a weakness matchup because nature is good
Although
against Earth.
although
So
granted, like I mean, I guess
yeah,
sword stance would be nice to
um,
facilitate its breaker like
is it strong
design.
enough to go against this stuff? It's probably
Yeah,
not.
it's
I
like
mean,
it's like a
it's
breaker
not
like
the best
design,
show,
but with
in my opinion. That is
abilities designed to
for sure.
sweep, which is
So yeah, I can see why it's down here, but you could make a good argument for actually this seeing play. So
yeah, this is honestly something that I actually never seen aside from memes. Like I actually have never seen this, but it's not. I mean, like it's not bad. Maybe it could be better. If like again, I've actually never seen anyone use this aside from memeing. So maybe this could be potentially stupid, or this could be potentially even more stupid. But who knows?
that just shows how like good a lot of the puppets are, right? If there's at least a clear game plan that you can use for it. I'm not so sure about this one though. I've
Yes,
never
we
quite
talked about
understood
this.
what you do with Raiko in general, but especially the extra one is just really, really confusing to me. So it's like 100 base in everything except its offenses, and its offenses were both base 60. InSync is a really, really good ability for a sound illusion type to have though, because it is weak to warped by its typing, so InSync is amazing for that, or InSync even. So that's cool. The other one you could have is Maintenance, which is Shedskin.
Yeah.
Run it timid with Carmine and Skull. God damn. Fucking Suicune. Yeah, so what does it get? It gets Brave Song. And it gets First Aid. So it's like, you could tank with this, I suppose. It's got enough to do that. But it's not very strong, right? And I don't really know what else you do beyond that. Yeah, because Raiko gets Scald in Gen 8, just as a thing.
Right? Skull Raikou is pretty cool.
Yeah, it just gets Scald now.
Oh, that was the joke he was making.
As
Oh,
far
that's
as
funny.
coverage goes, I mean, yeah, you got Lightning Speed, but it just does nothing with it, right? Smash Spin, if you want, I guess, a reasonably bulky spinner, but it's not resistant to the rocks, and it's not immune to spikes, so I don't think that's particularly good. It just doesn't really do anything beyond that. It's got sound and it's got illusion, and it's got electric. Okay, right? Like, what does it even do? It's a nasty plotter that's got 60 base special attack.
Okay, so I see that Cal is leaning more towards the more offensive side of it, and Cal did tell me that he didn't really like extra Raikou because it could be too passive, which I agree. It is kind of passive, but the reason why I like extra Raikou a little bit is because its defensive typing or its defensive profile is pretty unique in that there are some instances where I find myself let's say I find myself struggling to switch between like water and warped. Like my team is weak to water and warped or something like that, or sound and warped or whatever. Then Raikou's defensive profile can, although rare because it rarely comes up, her typing or her defensive profile can cover some weaknesses that would run into when team building, which is pretty cool. Um, what is it that I what is it? Oh yeah, and also, although she is passive, she can deal some sort of damage because she has foul play, which is pretty nice. But yeah, that's why Raikou is like in here and not like garbage because, again, her typing while unique, like it does rarely come up, but I have seen it come up.
And if it's not nasty plotting, it's literally not doing anything looking at this moveset. Like, oh no, I can paralyze stuff. It says I can do that with everything else anyway. It's got foul play, which,
Yeah,
I mean, bypasses the terrible attack stats, I guess.
you know what would have been cool if this thing had
stats.
takeover? This would have been actually pretty
Yay.
cool.
So, like, maybe hazard stacking teams could use it to try and force switches? Who the fuck is gonna switch out against this thing, though? Because it just doesn't do damage. Right? It's got Metal Burst, but it's not got the bulk to do Metal Burst, right? Yeah. It's
I would
It's
disagree
like
with the
utility, but
utility at
with
home because
none
it
of
has stuff. Like
the thing for it. Again, I think
it has a decently fast encore. It
we're
has
getting
spin.
into like the
it has
middle of
volt.
C tier now, and I think that's overrating this thing.
Yeah,
Unreasonable.
and yeah, he's still thinking that I ordered it. Yeah.
Bottom of C tier. I think this is too high up.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are on to the fourth row of the tier now, and each row is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Each row is like 12, so this is yes, yeah. And this is all of this is above that Momiji, right? You got to keep that in mind. All of this is above the murder Momiji. There's no
Yes.
shot.
Like I did order within the tier. Alright.
Oh dear. May or may not. Okay. On to something that I think we were all pretty excited for when Shard Dreams first came out, and may or may not have ended up being just a meme. It's Extra Renko, and if you look at these stats, you probably know where this is going. It's a slightly shaved off Shuckle. 205 in both of its defenses. Very, very low HP. It's like 40
is that like
base
200
HP
in both defenses?
Obviously, no offenses to speak of, no speed to speak of here. The typing is like simultaneously
205.
much better and much worse than Shuckle. It is Void and Light, which is a conflicting type in a way because it's only got one weakness. But that weakness is a 4 times to Dark, which means it is 4 times weak to U-turn. It is resistant to Volt Switch, but it's 4 times to U-turn, which is really going to hurt this thing's bulk. But beyond that, it is pretty much exactly what you would expect. Its learn set here doesn't really inspire much confidence, right? It's got screens, so that's kind of cool actually. I don't think Shuckle can reflect in light screen.
Yeah, I don't
Not
think
to
so,
my
yeah.
knowledge, anyway.
I'm pretty sure it
It's
can.
got the toxic, it's got the rest, so you could chest a rest with this thing. As far as its actual moves go, you have you've got Ghost Curse for some reason, but you've got Stealth Rock, you've got Encore, you've got Power Split, you've got Bind Trap, so you've got the Sticky Web. Force Shield is interesting, I suppose. Merry Dance is very funny. Cosmic Power Shuckle is
comedy
in concept, but it's never gonna work, right? It's pretty much exactly
contrary.
Shuckle, but with better
It's
typing.
basically contrary
And
Shell
we were
Smash.
excited for this one when it was first when we first saw it, because it was like, oh man, it's a non-dark type that's got Bind Trap, and it actually kind of does something, you know. It was neat. We had it was like use this. We could use this instead of just using Tail all the time, and it was pretty cool because we had Stealth Trap on this as well, right? So that was neat. I think we overrated it a little bit. I kind of agree with the whole C tier thing here because it is 4 times weak to Changeling, and Vault Turn teams are so good. I loved seeing this when I was playing with Ellis, because my Speed Ellis was choice band U-turn on this, and it really hurt. So yeah, I don't know. Sets Bind Trap and then it's meme. Yeah, pretty much. But you know,
Yeah, not really much to say. She does what Shuckle does. Suicide lead, set hazards, die. I mean, Curse is kind of cool on this because I know that Shuckles tend to run Final Gambit mostly to get themselves out of. Wait, did I just? Why some rando? Anyway, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so I know that some lead Shuckles tend to run Final Gambit just to get themselves off the field so that their hyper offense facilitators can get into the field as fast as possible. And I do like Curse. I do like the Ghost Curse on Renko because Curse can actually force switches out because, well, it gets herself off of the field and also forces switches, which is really nice because one thing that's nice about this in like a hyper offense team is that you set your hazards, you use the ghost curse, you die, and then your setup sweeper comes in. And they have two choices. Either one, try to stay in, fearing that one, the little bit of curse damage puts them in range into like one of their moves that could knock them out, or like um yeah, or like if they stay in and they don't knock out the puppet, then they'll get additional curse damage, or they'll switch and they'll give the hyper offense user a free opportunity to set up. So I do like curse in this sense because again, Shuckles tend to run final gambit just to get themselves off, and and curse achieves a similar goal, but has a little bit more added utility, which is nice. But at the end of the day, it's still Shuckle. Like you can't really deny that. Like whether or not the typing would be good or not, whether or not you know curse is better than final gambit at this case. At the end of the day, it's still Shuckle. Yeah.
Mind Trap is really strong though, so yeah. Alright. I'm not sure where I would put this one.
Ah, yes,
I've
the
always thought
Swoobats.
this puppet is actually pretty interesting, but extra star, dark and warped. Once again, weird typing. 4 times weak to fighting is a bit awkward for sure, but it's stars, so the stats are relatively low, but the speed is quite good. It's 120 base speed, and everyone else is pretty average, but you see the ability straight away. Good management is an absolutely absurd ability, and I guess it's a little bit one trick in this sense because it's like you've kind of got to get that set up. Its other ability is surprise tactics, so I guess if you're playing a fog team you could potentially use that, because it's like, I guess it would be Luna power in this case, wouldn't it? It's like solar power but for
yeah,
the
basically.
fog weather instead of the sun. So that's kind of cool, right? Gives it a lot more firepower off of that otherwise middling base 80. But good management is really, really nice for this one, because it is already fast, and it has some pretty respectable attacks in the slots here. It's also got infinite scales, which is kind of crazy. Stored power isn't stab, but you're doubling your stat boost. That's going to be really good, because it has Calm Mind. So I think the only issue I have with this in the end is maybe it's a bit too slow to set up. If it was Brave Song instead of Calm Mind, I think we'd be on a much different scale here. So
hey, he got it.
Like what the
what is this guy's tag? By
Sarah did.
Psychotic. Okay.
Yeah, it's a bit like Swoobat.
Yeah, it's basically Swoobat.
Yeah. So you get the +2/+2 every time you do the thing, which is neat. Stock clause is a thing, yes.
It's not sleep clause isn't embedded in the game, but it's something.
Games, kind of like
it's like Smogon, like it's something that we all commonly agree on.
Off of like Cold Rain, I guess, but I think I don't actually know in that sense, but yeah, no, you've got Hypnosis, I suppose.
It's similar, like
yeah, Dark and Warped is fine.
If a Mon uses Rest, then it doesn't count towards it.
As an option, right? And then its actual moves, you could Changeling, but it's pretty weak, so you probably don't do that. But still get Solar Beam. I guess because the other stars are light-based, that's probably why. But like Pollen Mist is decent, Lazy Mist is probably not strong enough here, but it's still an okay attack. Unknown Flare is very annoying. Wouldn't necessarily say it's good, but it's annoying. And Dense Fog Bloom is really good if you want to play the surprise tactics version, because you will be under heavy fog anyway, so that's really nice. And yeah, it gets good stab, like 95 base on both bits there, so good stab, decent enough coverage, can set its own fog up if you really want. You don't, because you use Renko or an auto setter. But you could. And
you could.
Yeah. I don't know what to make of it though. Like, this is sort of one I've never really...
So yeah, I mean, well, I haven't used the surprise tactics one because that one never really interested me. But in my experience, the Swoobat clone, the extra star, yeah, like this one is just based off of my personal experience. Like, simple calm mind with the store power that covers what your stabs resist to sounds awesome. In practice, there are times where the star power would do work, and there are times where it would miss out on the kill. Yeah.
Played with because I've never tried to build a team that uses that, so I can't say for sure whether that's like overrated or like it's correctly placed. I could see potential in it though. But yeah, it is relatively, and by relatively I mean pretty fucking bad in terms of physical bulk. So you probably need to like sub with it or something.
If you sub and
like
go sub Calm Mind dual stab, then you are walled by fighting, so that's a big consider. Although you can go like warped in sound or darkened sound, so that is an option you can do.
The thing is, if you use sub, you can sub down to a berry, right? So like sub Pataya actually doesn't even sound that bad because
yeah,
it's
fine.
You force them on the switch. You can sub up, and then, or if they just keep hitting the thing, then you just sub down to your berry, your charm, and you still have +2, right? So, because it affects the charm as well. It's exactly like simple. It'll give you a +2 from the special attack increasing charm. Alright, moving on. Extra Patchouli, the middle of the Patchouli clan. Yeah,
I wonder where I put the fence.
Wind and Steel, just like the Yugi was.
I feel like the Patchouli should be all in C. If I put defense higher, then that might be on my part.
Some good properties in its own right too. These stats are very strange for a Patchouli.
It's kind of like Skyrim.
Good on the physical side. Its special bulk is like dismal, which is really unusual for a Patchouli, but very, very good HP, 150 defense too. Like, it's very solid on the defense side, so that's fine. A little bit low on the attack power, which is one of the two problems, the other problem being the aforementioned weakness to warped. Its speed is also nothing to write home about, which is a shame as well. It doesn't get reliable recovery either, but it does get power spot, so it's delayed recovery.
Which is
so okay.
Not awful. It's better than Pain Split, at least. I take Wish over Pain Split.
Is still in this game, and it's still decent. This is not the highest sort of HP thing that you could Wish Pass with, though. So, I don't know. I'm not going to use it for that, that's for sure. But, I mean, it's your only recovery move, so you're probably using it anyway. Calm Mind patches up that relatively poor attack stat. Silver Rain is a really good stab move. It means you're not using Wind, though. This is that you end up running into 4 move slot syndrome a bit here because you've got like 2 decent stabs, but neither of them can touch Warped as a type, so you have to cover for that. And your coverage for that is
if you're ballsy, you can forgo Protect.
Nope, because she doesn't even get it. Yeah, this is starting to look like another problem of some of the other ones that we've seen here where she doesn't get coverage against a type that she's 4 times weak to. So yay! Her ability is kind of cool though. Its Deflective is a funny one because she does have 2 immunities, one to earth and one to poison. So if you can switch in on one of those, then you get increased defenses, which is kind of cool. Counter Stance is the more reliable one though. If they hit you with a bullet skill, then you deflect some, you put some damage back on them, which is pretty good. There's an item that you could also use to stack that, or you could use the opposite.
Iron Barb's Rocky Helmet, let's go!
So that's kind of cool. It's like an Iron Barb sort of thing. Yeah, it's just you can't hit warped, and you are weak to just not having a lot of firepower to start with. So it's a bit of a shame. If you could eliminate the warped attacks on, or like the warp type on the opponent's side of the field, though, there's some really good stuff you could do with it. And technically, element reverse could be the way that you make it so you can hit warped. I don't know if that's like reliable, and I don't know if that works on immunity. So you might have to do that on with a Silver Rain only, rather than spinning air. But like it would be a super gimmicky moveset anyway, though, and I don't think it's worth the investment. But yeah.
So yeah, I never really considered this thing offensively. Maybe Calm Mind, maybe you could do some shit with Calm Mind. Eh. But yeah, honestly, I just rated this thing C because as a defensive Wish Passer, it's not awful. Like, it's okay. Like, it's not bad. Like, I mean, of course, it's quad weak to win, but defensively, you can cover for that easier. And yeah, it's not great. Like, it's really good. It's a really good physical tank, but yeah, it's just fine.
Just a little bit underpowered for what Patchouli normally does here. Yeah, that's the thing, really. Alright, Extra Sarah. Forget what this one does. Is this the Fighting Sound one? It is. Alright, Fighting Sound is like incredibly cool offensively. Sound is one of the best offensive types in the game, and fighting
And it is
still
walled by
fighting even in
wind.
this game. It still hits a lot for super effective. One catch to the typing is it's 4 times weak to wind,
Yeah,
which is still
yeah, it's
strong,
quad weak.
even
It's
though
quad weak to win, and it's
warped
walled
was
by wind.
introduced to deal with it. But it's quite good on a team with like wind breakers, or like, you know, wind sweepers and such, because both of these types hit warped super effective. So it's really good against warped as well. It's got a pretty cool ability here too, Master's Defense, the first time we're seeing this one. When you hit with a fighting type skill, you nullify it and raise your attack stat. I forget what the other skill was, but we'll find out in a sec. Good bulk for a sweeper type. 95 speed is fine. If I remember rightly, it might get a boost to that though, and that's why it's got a red mark on my side here. And or I'm using it for bind trap, something like that. I don't know. Attack stat is decent as well, 110 base, so it's got good attack to go with that. Nice typing. Yeah, warning shot is fine as well, right? If you don't want the immunity, because you're not weak to fighting, so if you don't want the immunity, you can make it so that you're taking less special damage, which is her weaker defense, right? No, yeah it is, so that's fine. As far as cover moves and stuff go, focus movement is a bit weird because it lowers your speed, so you probably don't want to use that. But you've got recovery and you've got bulk up. Okay, so you don't have speed boosting, but just use bind trap. She's good against the dart types that are immune to bind trap, so that's fun, right? Yeah, you've got bulk up, you've got yawn, you've got reliable recovery, so you can do that bulk up sweep type thing, and or you can just go with like a choice hit thing, and you've got like 120 base power stabs. But you've also got like drain punch, so you can do the whole bulk up sweep thing quite a bit, which is nice. As far as her actual skills go, well, she does have flame charge if you really wanted to like assault vest it or something. I don't know why you would, because her attack stat's not that high. Burn strike is good coverage. Shooting press is good, really good coverage as well. I'm trying to think what fighting and sound. Fighting and sound are both resisted by wind, so you probably would want like the spark javelin, I guess. So if she can get lightning cut down the bottom, that would be good. Unfortunately not. So
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, like wind is a really big problem.
Mm-hmm.
But she does have some ways around that though. Like nothing too spectacular, right? But yeah, at least Spark Javelin is there. That's better than a lot of puppets can say. It's better than what Patchouli could say from, you know, literally just before this, right? So, and then I don't know why this.
Okay, so before he talks about that, so I will say I never really considered using Extra Sarah in an offensive manner, mostly because, well, like Cal said, um, she kind of struggles against wind, which is pretty tough. Although I think I remember using Extra Sarah like once or twice because I forgot what exactly I wanted to cover, but I remember it was a sand team, and I remember I need I, I remember she had like a pretty interesting um defensive profile in that she switched into the types I guess to put it this way, she switched into um she switched into fighting and ground without being a wind type. And like I remember I made this team that was kind of like double Sarah, and like the main reason was that she covered some types that I was weak against, which was pretty interesting. That being said, I don't think she was bad, but she was pretty like unimpressive. Um, like she wasn't bad, but she wasn't really that great. And maybe in like a lower powered format where the wind types aren't really that bulky, then maybe extra Sarah can probably do something. But yeah. All right, now what is it about extra Sakuya?
This one is so high up. The community has rated Extra Sakuya as like bottom 3.
Yes.
And I kind of agree with that. This is so in the base game, defense Mystier was the most poorly optimized puppet in like everything because her stats just did not work with what her game plan was. They reworked her in Shard of Dreams, but then they introduced Extra Sakuya, warped in steel, so automatically again we're looking at a relatively poor typing here. So there's a lot of issues with this one. As far as the actual like stats go, they're not the worst I've ever seen. They're not good, but its bulk is not amazing. Its special attack is really good at 130, and its speed is also like not good, but just barely good enough to work with what it wants to do. It's base 70, which because Puppets is played at level 50, that means when you multiply this by 1.5 times, you only just outspeed the base 130s with a boosting nature. This is different from level 100, where it actually would be the other way round by 1 speed point. So it's important for the context that everything is done at level 50 in this game. Because her ability, well, Unbound is fine, right? Like, Mold Breaker, sure, whatever. Her main ability here is Gale, which is Quick Feet. So you inflict yourself with Burn, because you can't inflict with Poison, you're a Steel type. You inflict yourself with Burn with a Burning Stone, and you give yourself 50% extra speed, so, Choice Scarf, but you can switch moves. Okay, that sounds decent enough, right? But, like, you can't even take advantage of Poison Trap because you're a Steel type, so if the opponent sets that up on you, you still have to have the Burning Stone item anyway. But what are her skills like? Well, she gets Swords Dance as a 130 base special attack puppet.
That is funny.
She gets priority on the physical side. She gets Dragon Dance as a 130 base special attack puppet with no good physical attack. She gets Sucker Punch, which is very rare actually. Yeah, okay.
This shit is funny.
Clearly there's like a problem in the stuff here. Her moveset is almost entirely physical, with Last Slash being like the one exception, which is a decent enough move. Like 100 base power spread is fine, right? Makes you always get hit next turn, but whatever. But like all of her stuff here is physical. She's got all of the physical priority stuff as well, which is just wild, to be honest. But also, her skill cards don't really do that many favors there either. She's got a ton of decent physical coverage, like 100 base power water as well. She's got changeling. So, yeah, physical is covered. What does she get for special? Irrelevant attack here because she's got a stronger one already. Coast Wave, which is neutral coverage at best and not very powerful. Nothing. No Thunder Force, no Inferno,
She has Brave
no
Burst.
Gigantic even.
She has Brave Burst,
Nothing.
but yeah, it would have been nice if she had Gigantic.
She gets Dual Stab. And that is like literally it. Because these are like tech moves that you use against a particular like terrain or weather or something. Yeah. I don't know what's up with this whatsoever. She gets absolutely nothing that she can work with.
So here's the reason why I put her at C tier. So the main reason is it's kind of similar to Power Miyoi in a sense, in that she hits hard, and I guess you can kind of argue that it's sort of like um extra Momiji or speed Momiji in that she is walled by something, but maybe you can make the argument that you could try to build around it. So basically, here I think I believe this was my thought process. Even though this design was kind of made to be a meme. Like, you have all the physical moves and physical utility in the world, but your stat line doesn't agree with it. 130 base special attack with Mold Breaker still hits like a truck, and 70 speed, while it doesn't work with Gale, is still nice. Is still nice in my opinion as like for a breaker, because it is nice for outpacing some walls that randomly have high base speeds, and you can't blow them up in that sense. Of course, you will have to consider running. You have to have something for warps, which is similar to Speed Momiji, where you need to have something for warps. But all in all, even though her design is just whack, I do think that base 130 special attack with good with decent stat moves isn't awful. And the fact that she has Mold Breaker means that she can U-turn out of like uh, she can U-turn out without contest from like Negative Aura and Cloak of Darkness, which granted it won't do that much damage, but it does allow you to pivot, which is nice. Now, like, I mean, again, I'm not saying she's great. Like, she still has she does have her flaws in that, like, she's very one note, and that note doesn't really ring as high. But I do think that it rings high enough to the point where I don't think she is garbage, in my opinion. And I know that Extra Sakya, I know that a popular Extra Sakya being garbage is a popular opinion, but at the very least, I do believe that her stats and raw power alone make it to where she is not garbage. Of course, that is my opinion, and you are free to disagree with that.
And it's really, really dumb. There's no better way of putting it. It's just dumb. Her typing is like okay offensively, but nothing too special, and it's just not good enough. Yeah, she's a physical puppet that has a special attack stat of 130.
Yeah, I will say the
the
design,
barely anything in comparison.
I'd imagine the design was just made to be funny.
What was supposed to happen with this one, and if there was ever a puppet that needed a rework, it was this.
Honestly, I feel like if this thing had like honestly, if you just gave it like if you gave it like special utility, like if you gave it Sharp Wind, if you gave it Brave Song, then it wouldn't be that bad. It's just the problem is apparently the people at Focus Lens just want it to be funny, and this is what we got out of it.
100%. No reason why this should have been so bad. Alright, on to something that I do not understand why damage is rated so low. Once again, I've actually played with this one, and it was exceptionally good, to be honest. Despite the typing, it would look kind of weird. This is the first time we've seen Sanai on this list, and unfortunate that she's so low down here, but okay. Stats are really, really good here. 80 base speed is only average, which might look like it's gonna, be a problem, but it's not because she's got priority, quite a good one too. Special bulk is kind of weak, that's the one downside here, but you could hairpin that if you really wanted to. Like, she makes a really good assault user, so that's the main bit there. Decent HP and focus defense and 135 attack, so she's gonna hit pretty damn hard, and the other Sanais are both special based, so it's nice having a physical one here as well. Her two abilities are the good one and the meme. Once again, this is the other puppet that has On the Edge. I think she benefits a little bit more from it than Sho does, because she's naturally less speedy and just as powerful. So it's like, yeah, base 80 compared to 95, you can, or 90, somewhere in that region, you can actually make more use of the triple speed here, but you honestly don't need it. And her other ability gives her only a 2 times weakness instead of the 4 times. Remember, Light and Void is a reasonably good defensive typing that only has 1 weakness, but it's the 4 times weakness to Dark, which is where U-turn is, so that's really bad. But inverse reaction makes it so it's only at 2 times, and I guess if you are worried about light coverage, you end up being 4 times resistant to light, so that's kind of cool. But yeah, to make it so you only have 1 2 times weakness is pretty damn solid, to be honest, with these defensive stats. But it gets better, because her moveset is actually really good for stuff here. One of the reasons she uses On the Edge better than Sho is because her reversal move, being flail instead of reversal, gets the stab bonus. So this then becomes an absolutely absurd move. It's like 300 base power, just crazy stuff off of this attack stat. So if you do want a meme, this is the better one to do it with. But she also has like a lot of other good stuff going for her here. Battle preparation is coil, so you can raise her attack defense and stuff, which is really good. She can use Wish, which is quite nice. Once again, you can use this in consecutive turns, and you just heal, and then the next turn it still sets up the next heal, so that's really good. But she gets 2 good priority moves down the bottom here. Sneak attack, which is good because light otherwise resists her stab typing, so she gets coverage against that on the priority move. And she also gets overray, so she has stab priority as well. A light is not usually a good coverage move, but when it's stab, it works out quite well. Also, Void being the other stab means you can go for 100 base power moves pretty easily, which is nice. And you have a couple other nice attacks as well. I think she had Waterfall. Yeah, she has Waterfall drop, which is good, so that's another 100 base power one. You could also just use Blow from Calamity here, and you could make her a status absorber, which is really good, because it's 140 base power stab at that point, so that's really strong. And she gets Dark Arrow, because reasons. I don't know why she gets Dark move when she's 4 times weak to Dark, but there you go. Yeah, so she's I guess just a general sort of assault user, and maybe as an assault user she's outclassed by like the regenerator sort of puppets, but I think she tends to hit on a different axis than most of those do, and honestly I think heavily underrated on this one. I don't think C tier is very fair for her placement here.
So here's what. So Extra Sane being in C tier is mostly due to personal experience. I have used Extra Sane in the past a few times, and she does sound really nice in theory, because her only weakness becomes only 2 times instead of quad, and she does hit like a truck, like theoretically she does hit like a truck. She has coil. Her stabs hit pretty hard, and while light types can be a little bit of a pain in the ass, because in my experience, the bulky lights usually have access to Willow, and illusion can be kind of annoying for it, but it depends on what the illusion has. This is just my personal experience, but in the times that I've used extra Sane, she just hasn't really done that well for me. Like this is just purely from experience. Whenever I use extra Sane, she just struggles to get the kills. That's basically it. Like, probably in Cal's experience, like extra Sane has had success, but the list is basically just my own opinions, based on my own experiences, and in my experience, extra Sane has just not performed for me as well. I mean, maybe AV could be nice. Does she have atomic energy? Maybe that might be fine, I guess. Oh wait, what am I doing? Yeah, because I've tried band, I've tried coil, but eh, it just doesn't it just doesn't seem that right to me. Uh, she doesn't have atomic energy, which is disappointing.
Yeah, gotta hit the. Well, illusion is resistant to dark as well as light. But you know what it is weak to? Illusion. So sneak attack is really good against enemy illusion types. Also, you're immune to illusion because you're void type. So illusion's not the greatest switch in against you, admittedly. Not unless they're like doing big status shit. And even then, I don't know. Yeah, so I think this one's a lot better than damage is given credit for. It's like this and the Momiji are the main ones. I'm like, no shot, they're that low down. Or you're... yeah, that's true. The fact if you can do the meme set and it's actually more effective with this one is kind of amusing now. Alright, here's another one I don't really know exactly where to rate. Extra Magetsu is warped and light. The first time we're seeing this typing,
yeah, I don't know why this is C. It should be lower.
Sure
I don't know why I put this at C.
With this typing later, much more popular one with this typing as well. This is a weird one to judge. She's got a lot of defense and not that much offense to her, but she's also fast. So it's kind of a curious blend.
I forget.
Right?
Does she have taunt?
Speed, only
Please tell me she at least does taunt.
Focus defense is
I know she doesn't have encore, but please
so
just
that's kind of
have
insane.
taunt at least.
But only 85 attack.
You don't. God damn it.
What is that, like 85 HP? So not amazing there. First ability, she is weak to 2 of these types. I believe that's why I ended up choosing this one. Dark and Poison are both weaknesses here. So you take less damage and increase your speed when you get hit with those. That's kind of cool. Her other one is a weather-based ability. So in Sun Shower, she heals status conditions every turn. So I guess you could like hydration rest with that, which is kind of fun. But I think the Spirit one is a little bit better for reducing damage on your weaknesses. As far as the skills go, what does she do? She can set her own Aurora. That's kind of cool. But again, if you're playing that sort of team, you're probably just going to use Renko and an auto setter for your 2 ways of doing it. Toxic Spiral is funny, but doesn't really accomplish much on her special attack.
Acid Spray can be nice on puppets that don't really have that much initial, or it can be nice on like passive puppets. Acid Spray's kind of cool.
I'm not really seeing much beyond that though. Like she only has 85 base attack, so even Overdrive isn't going to do that much. Can she at least do like a status? Coverage is good, right? Like Waterfall Drop is fine. Warped and Light, again, not universally resisted. There's dual types that resist it, but Unfettered Soul is kind of nice as well, but again, just not enough attack power to use that. Yeah, she can firm it. So she's status tank typing, right? Which, I mean, that's probably fine. Drought is actually really good too. You might end up using Drought instead of Hermit, to be honest, and just use her to stop the opponent from healing. So, yeah, a purely defensive puppet is not something I am particularly, like, good at evaluating, to be honest. I have a feeling she's, like, I mean, obviously she's C-thing in the list here, but I have a feeling like it's just not impactful enough, and you're probably better using... I don't think this is an offensive typing per se, but I think she's just too passive, right? It's kind of like what a lot of people would think Umbreon is, right? Except obviously Umbreon is a lot better at the actual defense stats, but yeah, Umbreon is usually considered too passive for a lot of stuff, and I think this is kind of falling into the same trap. She does have like Infestation, which is kind of cool. I suppose you can lock people in, but it's just like, what are you doing from there? I don't know. It just seems bad, right? Yeah, it's like a nothing-ish sort of thing, right? As you say.
So yeah, I do think that me putting it in C was probably a mistake. It should be D. Yeah, this thing just has no utility whatsoever. Like the Umbreon example was made, but even Umbreon has Wish, so that's something. This doesn't have anything. The best you can do with this is just spread thermits or do some sort of infestation thermit shit, which is cool. It's pretty funny, but that hasn't been proven to be really great. So yeah, this should definitely be lower. I don't know why I gave this. I don't know why I gave it C tier. I will disagree with what Pepperoni says because its stat line looks like its stat line is pretty nice. Actually, okay, I won't say it's pretty nice. It's decent. The stat line is decent. And warped light isn't awful of a defensive type because there are some. I think it. Well, I think the light typing does give it a wide array of resistances, and warp does give it some cool neat things like the steel and warp resistance is pretty nice. Like warp light isn't bad of enough of a defensive type, and its stats aren't pretty nice, but it's like it could just tank and it doesn't do anything else aside from like spreading thermits, which yeah.
I don't think she really does anything good enough.
Actually, I am curious. What did I put extra
Junko?
Junko?
We get to extra Nazrin. Extra Nazrin is sound and steel, right? Yeah, steel sound. So first time we're seeing this typing come in.
Did I put extra Junko higher? Oh no.
Respectively fast, not super strong, but if I remember rightly, she gets Brave Song. We'll see that in a sec.
Where the hell is
respectively Junko? Quick. What is that? It's 110.
Oh no.
And only 90 base for her attack.
Why did I put her at B?
That's fine. Infiltration is interesting.
What was I doing?
Like, getting past screens and whatnot
what was
I
cool. Doing?
I don't think that's enough utility to really make her that amazing. But you've got Mold Breaker if you'd rather have that. So cool, I suppose.
Oh, I missed Nazrin. Oops.
As you say. I don't think she really does anything good enough here. Then we get to extra Nazrin. Extra Nazrin is sound and steel, right? Yeah, steel sound. So first time we're seeing this typing come in. Respectively fast, not super strong, but if I remember rightly, she gets Brave Song. We'll see that in a sec.
I don't think. I'm pretty sure she doesn't.
What is that? It's 110.
Let me see here. I'm pretty sure she doesn't.
Only 90 base for her attack, actual damage stat. But again, if she gets stat boosting, that's fine. Infiltration is interesting though. Like getting past screens and whatnot is pretty cool. I don't think that's enough like utility to really make her that amazing. but you've got Mold Breaker if you'd rather have that, so...
Oh, jeez.
Cool, I suppose. Right, so... hey look, more backup plan. It's a Nazarin, so they all get Stealth Trap. This is not the fastest Nazarin, so I don't know if that's the one you would use for it, but you still could. If you need the typing, right, for the team, then you
Okay,
can
I'm
still
back.
do that. She
I
has
hate not
Tailwind.
living alone.
Oh, she's
Alright,
got
what was he
Calm Mind.
saying?
You would utility to really make her that amazing, but you've got Mold Breaker if you'd rather have that, so cool, I suppose. Right, so hey look, more backup plan. It's a Nazarin, so they all get Stealth Trap. This is not the fastest Nazarin, so I don't know if that's the one you would use for it, but you still could. If you need the typing, right, for the team, then you could still do that. She has Tailwind. Oh, she's got Calm Mind. But she also has Parting Shot. Okay, so this suddenly becomes a lot more interesting, right? You could try and do
still in
Calm
C,
Mind, but
right?
I think
I
her
put
special
defense
attack is
at
too
C.
low for that to really be too ridiculous.
Oh, I put her at D.
But
Although,
she has
the typing
Stealth Trap
offensively is better.
and Parting Shot, which is cool. And also 120 base powers for at least the Sound Stab is 120. Earth is not a stab, but she has like base 100, I guess, there. So if you want to attack with her, she does have decently strong moves. But she's also got like a bunch of things that you could ban pass, I suppose. Or like, yeah, ban passing Calm Mind or ban passing Coil if you are into that sort of thing. Yeah, maybe a bit too much on the utility, not enough on the damage bit, but like seems like a pretty solid lead, right? Stealth Trap, Decrescendo, coverage that she gets. I mean, you could Changeling, but you wouldn't want to Changeling really. Chrome Ray is fine. Smash Spin's good. She does get lightning speed, so I guess yeah. There's plenty of ways that she can switch out. She can get past barrier stuff, or just. I think her claim to fame actually. The more that I'm looking at this, I mean, her coverage is really good, so you could try and attack. But I think the more that I look at this, the more her claim to fame is actually Unbound. Because she is the only puppet that I know of, that can Stealth Trap through Curse Return. Right, because
I think that might be the case as well.
Stealth Rock. It gets
I think that's true. Let me see
It
here.
gets through Magic Bounce, right? So that's probably the main like win note that you would want here, is that you, and I mean she's got Drought too, so it's like there's this. I think there's plenty of utility here. I don't think she does as much attacking. No, I don't think it does, because I'm pretty sure Unbound is only on the attack itself. And it's like by the time the attack has happened, that's when Restraint comes in.
Yeah, Mold Breaker doesn't work with Restraint. Yeah.
Ignores the, like, I believe it's the actual like use of the attack ignores the I'm pretty sure this was actually brought up earlier on, and the answer is no. I'm just trying to remember why.
Oh
exactly.
no, I don't know what.
It's like a timing thing.
Okay,
it's like
actually,
Restraint happens after the attack is successful.
Do any of these also get Unbound?
That makes
so.
then.
Well, this
is
has
when
Invalidate,
Unbound's
so
already, like,
it
run
kind
out,
of
if you
simulates
will.
that, but not really. Yeah, I think this is the only Mold Breaker Stealth Trap.
I'm pretty sure that's what they said earlier on, or to that sort of degree. So I don't think you can decrescendo and get out of a restraint here.
Yeah, I don't think so.
But then she does also have Steel Stab, so she can hit back pretty hard against at least some of the. Like, it depends who's restrained. Like, her stabs are pretty good at getting through restraint, so you might not even have to worry about that. Yeah, so she's not the best stealth trapper if you want that sort of lead, because she's not the fastest thing out there, but she's still fast enough. And yeah, the fact that she can stealth trap in front of magic bouncers may or may not end up being good. It depends how good the magic bouncers thing with that.
Yeah, so not gonna lie, this is honestly something I haven't really considered, like when thinking about extra Nazarene, because whenever I think extra Nazarene, it's kind of similar to defense clown piece, but extra Nazarene has a really good offensive typing. So it's like the way I thought about her is like her base special attack is shit, but her typing is good, so there is potential there. And Unbound parting shot sounds kind of cool, but um, ma- um, but yeah, the main thing is that yeah, it's like Steel Sound is pretty scary to switch in, but it's possible that she might not hit very hard. And yeah, like I said, I didn't really consider using her as an extra drill. Funny, funnily enough, I actually never really considered that because I guess maybe there hasn't been that many magic bouncers. Like, I mean, I guess the most notable magic bouncer is like Defense Satori and Defense Mima, but I haven't really seen them as much, and as such, like the the stealth trappers that I would use would usually just um were either just really fast and would thus outpace opposing leads and taunt them and then get rocks of their own in order to try to facilitate advantage for myself, or would basically like set rocks and then like hit really hard, like blow up with explosion or something like that. I never actually really considered using Nazarene like an Excadrill. That could be nice, but again, I guess maybe now that I think about it, I haven't really seen that many use of Magic Bounce.
But I think that's something worth noting.
Ah, yes. I know what he's gonna bring up, and we have talked about
By
this.
the way, I'm gonna keep bringing this up because um, Extra Sakuya is rated like 20 places above Speed Momiji in damages list. I'm gonna keep bringing that up because I don't know. I'm just saying. I know he put quite a bit of work into this when it
Well,
came out at the time. This was several versions ago at this point, right? Because
and
this was before
now he
Gamer even
knows
came out.
that there
But
is no
I'm
ordering
just
within the
gonna keep
tier
saying this thing
whatsoever.
was placed above above the Murder Mimichi. No fucking way. Ah, you know what else was placed above it? This worthless piece of crap. Alright, so this is another one that I think is just like absolutely misguided.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't know why this thing is C. Probably because I was still on copium. Because okay, I mean, you know what Gamer was gonna talk about this. Like maybe I was still hopping on copium a little bit, but yeah, this thing is trash.
Never Nature is not a terrible defensive typing. I mean, it's one of the best in the game is this typing. Difference is she also has immunity to Dark, whereas this one has immunity to Steel. So this does not make you immune to Stealth Trap, I'm pretty sure. I think I said this with a Parsi. I'm
No, it
fairly
doesn't.
sure you still take Stealth Trap damage when coming in, because that's not getting hit with a Steel type skill. Right? It's weird, but I'm pretty sure you still take 25% from Stealth Rock, which is annoying, or Stealth Trap, which is irritating. Here's the problems with this one, though. Okay, 45 base speed, it does learn Genbu, so you can Trick Room with this thing, but it's so maligned otherwise. Everything else is base 100 on the offense side, right? Like, both offenses are 100, HP is 100, defense is at 80. So it's not especially bulky, it's incredibly slow, and it's got 2 base 100 attacks. Why? What are you trying to do with this? It's so stupid. Its other ability is intriguing, but there's a much better puppet that does this. Fast Talker lets you use 2 turn skills in 1 turn. So like your Rainbow Flowers, your Stalk and Murder is the main one that you would use here. It's like Shadow Force. They are 10% less powerful, but that makes them like 108 base power stabs. Which for 100 accuracy and no downside is actually pretty solid. So Fast Talk is a good effect, just Marasa doesn't do it best. But again, she's got middling defenses and an offense set that's neither of them are particularly good, and she's just the same on both ends. Just like, what the hell? Bulk up is fine, I suppose. Aqua Cut is not stab anymore, so that's kind of bad. Ruinous Voice doesn't matter. 100 base power stab here is decent, right? But again, Stalk and Murder, sure, yeah. Take care, Pepper. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, like Stalk and Murder, whatever. Rainbow Flowers, Dense Fog Bloom. Like, this is stab, this is not. That's okay, right? Again, Fast Talker does make them reasonable. You give up the immunity to metal, though, which, you know, you are weak to steel, so that's a hard one to give up. Just Swords Dance, okay. You've got Gambu, okay. It's just like, there's no coherency here. It's 100 in both attack stats, which isn't strong enough for either of them. You need to like minus 40 in one of those, or like minus 40 to 50 in one of those, plus 20 in one, and put the rest in like defenses or something. And then you might have something that's actually worth playing, but it just isn't. Like, it's not the worst in terms of coverage. Unfettered Soul is kind of nice as well for Never types to have access to. Like, Acrobatics is just a good skill, right? But yeah, it just doesn't do. It doesn't do enough.
So yeah. Offensively, Extra Marasa is kind of like Extra Kongata in the sense that it tries to be a jack of all trades, but because it's spread out too evenly, it just falls flat in all of them. And allow me to explain the copium I was on why I would initially make this C tier. So, he was talking about Defense Stormy, and I will just say, if this thing had access to reliable recovery, this thing's defensive profile would actually be insane, because Steel Earth is one of the most potent offensive type combinations in my personal opinion, and this blanks that out. Steel Fighting is also one of the most potent type combinations in my personal opinion, and this also blanks that. Like, this thing would be insane if it had recover, or like, maybe not insane because it doesn't have much utility as well, but this thing's defensive profile is pretty cool. And the problem is, much like what Cal said, like, not even offensively, defensively, it doesn't really do that much either. Not just because it lacks recover, but it just lacks stuff. Like, and I have tried to make this thing work. Like, I tried using Vest, I tried using Bulk Up or Calm Mind Rest Off. I wasn't really a fan of Trick Room because, yeah, other stuff can do Trick Room shit better, but for the longest time, I just this thing in theory is really good because its defensive profile is really cool, but it just has nothing to show for it. So yeah, I would agree this thing would be D tier in my opinion.
This is a D tier puppet, like through and through.
Yeah.
There's no way it's strong enough to do anything. So, yeah. No reason why it should be this high up. Extra Minariko. This was fire nature, just like her sister. Also heal and antibody are kind of interesting. Also heal so long as you're not inflicted by a status is just an extra leftovers, which is kind of nice. Antibody makes you immune to poison, which you are weak to poison. It's the only weakness this typing has, but I don't think getting hit. I mean, you're immune to poison trap at that point. That's kind of cool. Just run a poison type that's not window, and you'll suck those up. So whatever. Its stats are awful. I can't really go beyond that. Its bulk is decent. It's like 95, yeah, 95 HP, 90 in both defenses. That's solid bulk. But it has no offense to speak on because all the rest of its stats are put into speed. You know, 120 base speed, but 55 base spread attack. Just no. It can heal itself, that's kind of nice. It does not get access to the tail glow equivalent. That might have actually made it worth considering. But, yeah, it just doesn't do anything. You've got Tailwind, you've got Memento, and what's it? Healing Wish, right? Yeah, it's like I was thinking Luna Dance. I know it's the same move, but like, yeah, you've got that. You've got Foul Play, but it's not Stab. A Fast Encore, I suppose. Lazy Mist, sure. Knockoff, sure. Like a terrible Sleep Powder. There's nothing really to note about this one. You can burn, sure. For some reason, Fermit doesn't have 100% accuracy when a fire type uses it, like Miasma does for poison.
Oh, really? That's
that. You could shot trade, I guess, to trick like something bad onto the opponent, but again, it just doesn't do anything.
So I will say this: I wouldn't be mad if extra Minareko. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to it being D tier at this point. I just know that for the longest time, this one isn't really so much copium, but more so I just thought it was a little bit interesting in that it seemed like a decent potential stall breaker because it's pretty fast. Like it has a fast taunt. Although sadly it doesn't have something compared to like something like Crobat. Like it would have been nice if it had Super Fang or Toxic. But I thought it was interesting in the fact that it was a pretty nice stall breaker in that it had a fast taunt, it had a fast knock, fast foul play, and it could kind of sustain itself with a fast recover. Leech Seed was also nice, pretty too. But and oh yeah, and another thing that I thought was pretty interesting about it was that um it was only weak to poison, which I thought was interesting. And although you would run auto heal every single time, it was technically immune to the DOT statuses in poison and burn because it has antibody and it's immune to burn, which I thought was a little bit interesting. But again, this one is more so like, oh fuck, I should have I should have put her in D. But this one is just more so I feel like the potential's there, and perhaps someone could make this work, but I wouldn't be opposed to it being D at this point because I've never seen this, and I have tried it like maybe once, and it wasn't really great, but this was something that I felt personally that someone could make work. But yeah.
And it's a good defensive typing in terms of not having a lot of weaknesses, but I don't think it has that many resistances either, because nature's got a fair few weaknesses that get cancelled out by fire.
That's actually a good
and
question. What
so
are its
I think it might only
resistances?
have like
Do you
2
think it has a fair
resistances or
bit?
something. So it's not actually that
1,
strong.
2, 3. Okay, yeah, not as many resistances.
Mirror, first time we're seeing this one, which is
Oh god,
interesting.
this.
Extra mirror is
Oh god,
the
this.
fighting warped one. So 4 times weak to sound, which is awkward, but other than that, I think it was relatively good. Yeah, a combination of sturdy and
Oh my god.
shell armor for the ability I picked up here. Defenses are awful though, and the speed is only base 85, so yeah, its special attack is good, like really good, but that's a lot to make up. So let's see what the skills do. Yeah, Mind Trap, it's not fast enough to really spike stack. Curse Reversal is funny, Pain Split is an interesting move, but it's not really good here. Yeah, what else do you even do? Like, Overdrive, these are physical moves, don't work with her. Divine Punishment is amusing, but not really good. Twin Thrust is a decent attack at the very least. Yeah, you do, like, nothing. Why is this up? What is the other ability, then? Master's Defense? She is weak to fighting, because Warped is weak that way. So, that's cute. It's on the wrong offense type, though. This seems like another misaligned puppet. What is the coverage like? Absolutely nothing. Yeah, why is this up this high? This looks like another D tier puppet that snuck its way into, like, mid C tier somehow. What on earth is up with this? Yeah, this... Like, fighting Warped is okay for coverage, but...
Okay, I'm back. I had to handle some stuff outside, but it's fine. Oh, Jesus Christ.
So, let's see what the skills
Okay.
Shout tweet to Samira. First time we're seeing this one,
Here we go.
Which is interesting. Extra mirror is, the fighting warped one. So 4 times weak to sound, which is awkward, but other than that, I think it was relatively good. Yeah, a combination of sturdy and shell armor for the ability I picked up here. Defenses are awful though, and the speed is only base 85, so yeah, its special attack is good, like really good.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna like.
A lot to
I don't know if I'm gonna release this all as a whole VOD, but I am gonna do this in one take.
Yeah, Mind Trap. It's not fast enough to really.
Maybe in the future I might cut this video up, but yeah.
Reversal is funny. Pain Split is an interesting move, but it's not really good here. Yeah, what else do you even do? Like, Overdrive, these are physical moves, don't work with her. Divine Punishment is amusing, but not really good. Twin Thrust is a decent attack at the very least. Yeah, you do, like, nothing. Why is this up? What is the other ability, then? Master's Defense? She is weak to fighting, because Warped is weak that way. So, that's cute. It's on the wrong offense type, though. This seems like another misaligned puppet. What is the coverage like?
Alright, so I'm gonna be honest. I don't know why the actual fuck this is in C tier. I really do not know. Yeah, I really do not know why I put this up here. Like, I don't know why this is in D. I actually have no clue.
Absolutely nothing. Yeah, why is this up this high?
I don't know.
This looks like another D tier puppet that snuck its way into.
I agree. I do not know why it's the. I don't know why it's there.
What is up with this?
I have no clue.
Yeah, this, like, fighting Warped is okay for coverage, but certainly
she doesn't have Earth power, right? Because fighting Warped is walled by poison. Yep. I don't know why. I have no clue.
Surprising a lot of people, I imagine. Extra Medicine being into, like, mid C tier, because if you just look at her ability, you would think, oh my god, this is the most broken thing ever. And it is. That's
which it is.
Here, because this ability is banned. You have to use Flat Speed, because Poison Labyrinth is far too strong. Only poison types being able to run away means this thing.
Honestly, I don't know why this isn't a D, to be honest.
The opponent's not allowed to use
it is kind of bad if it's not trapping.
That is that has, like, choice wind or something to it, because you just instantly win if you can lock them in that way, and it's not fun. Also, speed-wise, this thing is really quite good too. So
base 115, if I recall correctly.
115 on the speed stat. Not quite as good as Chen, but for a Gothitelle, basically, that's still insane.
Gothitelle?
So it's got a really good speed stat that traps a lot of things in. It's, if I remember rightly, it does have access to Encore? No, that's Encourage.
No.
Here. Does it have Encore?
Chen has Encore.
It doesn't have Encore. That's like the one thing it doesn't have. But what it does have is Sleep Powder. Doesn't work on nature types, doesn't matter. You're warped and poisoned, so you kill those anyway with your stab. Warped and poison's a pretty good defensive type in its own right. It's only weak to earth and sound, so not the easiest of things to hit all the time on something that you can't switch out of. And you have a combination of power spot, you've got calm mind, so you can heal, you can set up to +6, and you basically just win automatically from that. Yeah, it's not a fun one to go against. Flat speed is decent, but not enough to carry this though, because its attacks otherwise, like,
it's
if
base
you can
100
switch out on
attack,
this
which
thing,
is...
then it's really not scary.
It's okay.
It doesn't exactly get a ton of coverage, but yeah, it's just it's just because you can stop the opponent from countering it. that's the reason. So it sucks, and we hate it, and that's why it's not allowed. Extra EKeine is a funny one. You're never going to use air cushion because this EKeine has got really low base stats compared to the regular ones because of forward dash. This is the Azumaril of the game, and it's on the special side instead of the physical. It still has its stab attack though, so yeah, its stabs are really not great here. It literally is just Azumaril, just a little bit bulkier because it's got a little bit more base HP, like 110 instead of 100. Yeah, its offenses are nothing to noteworthy here, and its speed is even worse than Azumaril, but its electric water, pretty solid coverage. Just gotta have something against nature.
Electric
Certainly
water
Warlords
with
of
air
Fairy,
cushion.
but then
I
again,
love my
Azumaril
shitty one
was good
wash.
before Gen 6.
It's very
Just,
cool.
Gen 5 Rain Azumaril was really nice too. So, you get some decent light stab moves as you would imagine. You get Aquasonic, so you've still got your priority, and you have Parry Song. Azumaril also has Parry Song, actually.
Correct.
Think about it, so yeah.
It can perish trap with the
just
immunity, just like Azumaril.
Beat the nature types. I think that's really the problem with this one. You've
Yeah.
got Gigantic, I think, is the best overall option. You could run Fire Sign, which is the same base power but without the accuracy problem. Gigantic is better against non-nature types as well though, so I think you probably just run that. For some reason it can Thermit. I have no idea why. That's a bizarre one to have. Yeah, Light Brave Burst is, like, you've got fighting, water and electric coverage. That's respectable.
So I know someone else has this opinion, but just imagine for a brief moment a world in which there was a unique belly drum that maxed special attack. How great would that be?
You don't really need to run a 4th type on that, I guess, but yeah, just nature is a bit of an annoyance. There's no good attack you can get, which is a shame because nature's got a few weaknesses you can exploit. And then Koishi. Extra Koishi, you definitely do run infiltration here. Active is funny, but like stop is not that prevalent. So yeah, sleep is really a pain in the butt, but you generally don't want to run active here just because it is.
It would be relevant if sleep clause wasn't a thing.
Ignoring barriers is relatively good on something with a strong attack stat like this. This is 130.
Yeah, it's 130.
Yeah, because it's a red mark that's on this thing. It's warped only as its type. For some reason, Koishi just loves to have mono attacking type on her offensive sets. Very high HP. Not as good on the defense sides, but you can invest in these and it's fine. I don't remember if this is a minus speed one or not. It is. So
base 60.
It's 60 base speed. Because I was thinking 45 is a bit low here, but no, it's 60 base speed. And being pure warped, it has Trick Room, as well as a couple of good priorities.
We're still in C tier, right? And Power Yugi was at C. Because this is basically similar principle. Rampardo's theorem.
Why Koishi gets access to this, I do not know. She's never
because comedy, I would imagine.
You've got
I would imagine because it's funny.
So you're big priority hitting here with 130 base attack, and you've got overdrive is strong. You've got yeah, she just wants to cosplay Volcarona, I guess. I guess. Any reasonable coverage? Detonation burst is fine actually. Sound is a good coverage option, so assault sets are pretty fine to use with her here. So that's cool. You could choice band and like trick as well. So yeah, dancing sword is relatively good with this attack power. It's a bit low in terms of damage, but it does cover your own type. But so does detonation burst, so you probably just use that. But yeah, like it's again maybe just outclassed because it's a bit one note, right?
Yeah.
Like it has a few good moves. And
she hit hard. Rampardo's
theorem. It's
theorem.
pretty slow.
Not much to say.
But if you need
Not
a priority
bad,
killer,
but yeah.
this you could do worse than this. You can do better, but you can do worse than Koichi. We got a couple more rows to do in here. We do, but I'm kind of feeling about done, to be honest.
Alright, and that is where this video will end. Alright. Alright, so
yeah, I think I'm about done at that for now.
Alright, so I guess that'll be the end of part 1. Jesus Christ, I've been at this for 6 hours. Holy shit. Anyway, yeah, that's the end of part 1. I've said all I need to say. I'm bad at outros. So yeah. Bye.